started with 8 teams vying for the title of world's best, and now we're left with our final 2. A representative from North America and another from EMEA. Who will be our first Game Changers champion? What region will reign supreme? Let's find out today. Hello everyone and welcome to the finale of Valorant Game Changers Championship, and we're coming at you live from Berlin, Germany. I'm Golden Boy and I'm thrilled to announce that we have found another chair. So I'm joined by 3 of the best people that I've ever known in my entire life.
You've known a lot of people.
And I've known many people. It's Ender, Evil Cat, and Sapphire, but they kind of trolled me and it's just Mimi.
Evil Cat, you used my government name already on the desk. That's crazy.
Yeah, what an incredible week this has been. But you know, real quick before we move forward, just like it has been a wonderful event for all the competitors, Heather.
Oh my gosh, I've been waiting like decades for this moment, really, and it's been such a joy. I know the players are going home with like a memory of a lifetime.
Yeah, and you know, Mimi, you've been at this since the beginning. You know, I actually found out about you from a Game Changers cast you were doing. So
the first ever like real event I casted was the first Game Changers in North America. So it's really cool to come full circle and have one in LAN now.
Yeah, and then finally being able to work with you here, and you're in your kind of home playing field here at the studio.
You know, a little bit of a different look. I gotta say,
the game really did change.
The game actually just completely changed for me. But from like the unveiling of the stage, just seeing all of the players and teams here in person after so many times casting them, seeing them online, it has just been an amazing event from start to finish.
Yeah. Now, before we jump into everything, you know, I do want to preface this and start things off by saying that last night there was a competitive ruling that was issued against Shopify Rebellion's head coach Rob Wiz for behavior that was disrespectful to C9 White's players. He has been fined and suspended from today's grand final, and the assistant coach, Franklin Finn Asensio, is going to be stepping in today. For more information on that, you can of course check out Valorant social media channels for more information. But moving on from that, let's actually talk about the journey that we have been on here today and here throughout the week at Game Changers Berlin as we take a look at the bracket and what we had here. I mean, Mimi, what a tournament this has been. Truly, like the script couldn't have been any wilder.
Yeah, it's been a tournament of surprises. G2 comes in after losing their grand final and just breeze their way through the upper final, and favorites are out. Shopify, the permanent second place of North America, beating out Cloud9. So many amazing stories.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely insane on that run. I think, too, we saw in the early rounds, teams like X10 Sapphire really come out with a bang, got that big win up against Crew in the lower bracket before ultimately falling to one of the finalists today. So maybe the bracket gets switched up, you have a longer run there, but so many players from around were able to shine and had their moments.
Yeah.
And then very fun to see teams like Fennel, who have just made like this international impact. Like if you look at their social followings, I think they'd like 10x'd all of them. They've gained so many fans through this tournament. It's so fun to see the players' charisma.
Yeah, you know, Fennel is a team that embodies fun, and I would like to think that here on the desk we like to have some fun as well.
Sometimes.
You guys want to have some fun? From time to time. All right, you know, we get this soft-hitting analysis here and there, but right now, you know, here's the thing. Game Changers Berlin has actually have no shortage of top performers, and what we wanted to do is present the task of drafting a Game Changers Championship super team, and we all had a conversation ahead of time to figure out who would be our unanimous pick because, you know, there are 4 of us here and we can't fit another chair. So we decided to pick Bob. She will be our first player, our unanimous pick for this one, Bob. But Mimi, why Bob?
Bob is very good at the video game, for starters. She is playing on the Scout Initiator role, sometimes flexing over to Controller, while just putting up absurd numbers and seemingly clutching every round for Cloud9.
You will not find another player like as aggressive on these roles as well, whether it's going for opening fights on the Sova or the Viper or whatnot. She is just so crisp and so confident, always being able to convert late in rounds.
And what I love about Bob is that her performance from online carried over to LAN. just as dominant, just as consistent, and this is her first LAN too, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's great to see, and obviously an incredibly bright future for her. But let's now pivot over to Sapphire. Your pick. Who are you picking in our Game Changer Super Team?
Okay, so this was tough. You know, getting really, I guess, the second pick you could call it. But you know, went through all the options, and what I really like ranked on was like value, impact frags, someone that like grew throughout the tournament, and that goes to none other than Sonder. Having watched Shopify Rebellion throughout all of Game Changers Online, this is the player that wasn't necessarily discussed a lot, but she's just come out of nowhere, just Sondering time all over her opponents. So many like impact moments, so much confidence for being such a young player, the second youngest player in this tournament, playing like a true veteran.
Yeah, I mean, she has truly sauntered all over them across this tournament. The individual impact she has provided for Shopify has just been insane. I think this has been her proving grounds, really making up for maybe some of the rougher performances she has sometimes had online.
Yes. Okay. So right now we've got an initiator and a duelist.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're forming a pretty beast team right now.
Yeah, the thing is we can't have another duelist, right? We're actually trying to draft like a real team that could play together.
It worked pretty well for
So
Guild,
I need a Sentinel, okay? And the thing is, I gotta go with Roxy. Not only is she an incredibly talented player, but she has the most based agent pool for any of our Sentinel players here. She plays Killjoy on so many different maps. That Guild Pearl Killjoy is just so good at locking down mid on attack and on defense. We'll also lock on in the Cypher on some other maps too. So I think her ability, especially on the attacking side as a Sentinel player, really is able to control the map and not allow defending teams to attack the middle area of the map.
Yeah, and the amount of clutches that she was pulling off in this event were fantastic, and she's also another one of those players that's just looking so good on LAN. The only German player in the tournament was doing fantastic in front of her home crowd.
Okay, all right. So far, so good. This is looking like a good lineup here. All right, Mimi, it's now your turn to pick.
Okay.
Who are you going for?
I'm going to make a crazy decision that I want to preface this. This isn't because our name is both Mimi, okay? I just want to get that out there.
I'm on to you, kid.
No bias at all. No bias at all. If anything, I would want to pick against her so I have better SEO as the only Mimi in Valorant. No, but Mimi this tournament has been so good. Coming into this event, she makes a pretty solid pivot. Goes away from normally being the lurk, the sentinel player for her team, to now picking up on mostly this flash initiator role, really working in conjunction with Mary and being an absolute star. And on top of that, she's just so fun to watch. Look at this. She's always playing for the camera.
Such a good emotional leader, too. And that's what you need with those young Zoomers on their team.
Yeah.
They're looking up to you. They're trying to figure out how to react to this. So her direction, her leadership is just absolutely crucial to the success of this team.
All right. So far.
Your turn.
Okay, it's my turn now.
What are you going to do to...
Now, typically, you guys know when GB's out here making the picks, all right? I don't have a brain. I have like 3 brain cells
We
total.
need like a smokes player now.
Well, you know what? I decided to just skip all of that and go straight for the clout, okay? And I went with Festival from Fennel, that's right, okay? Because we need the numbers to skyrocket in this one, okay? And who better to bring the hype in social media and raise our CPI than Festival?
Wow, I mean, truly a pragmatic GM, considering all the different options for this team, building up the numbers. And also on top of that, you know, maybe not quite the smokes player, maybe not always the IGL, but she could be an emotional leader for this team. Look at that, the dancing, the vibes, it's unparalleled.
Yeah, the vibes are absolutely there. I also gotta say, like, she had some incredible rounds with this Fennel team and some of the most aggressive jet play I have ever seen. Like, they were not content just taking a spike site. They wanted to push all the way into spawn, and Festival was always leading the charge.
And I didn't know if she'd be able to stack up coming into this tournament, her first big land, but she's come out swinging and looked fantastic even in Fennel's losses.
Okay, so there you have it. We did it, okay? We built the team. Heather, you are an expert, all right? You have the biggest brain, I think, of us all here. Do you feel like this is a roster that'll win us a championship?
I'm happy with this. We've got our mix of veterans, we've got our Zoomers, we've got our leadership, we've got the confidence here. I want to see this roster come to life.
And we got the clout. Thanks, Festival, for that one. All right, folks. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and then when we return, we're going to kick things off by looking at the team that cut through the upper bracket. It's G2 Gozen. Don't go anywhere.
my stripes.
Tipping skills, I'm not the lotto. I got to leave with something, man, you know this is the motto. Me and the gang just hit the streets, it's like they was the lotto. I got the Vando on auto, they know how crazy I go. So if it's been a minute, you could play the bet. If you're independent, come get on the map. If you the opposition, don't you ever let. Cause when I get it, you know it's a
Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers Berlin, where we will be crowning our first ever champion very shortly. But before we can get to that, we have to appreciate the road that these teams took to get here. And let's actually start off by talking about the Cinderella story that has been North America's Shopify Rebellion, Ender.
Shopify Rebellion have always been that #2 team. It does feel like it starts least recent towards the bottom. They were grinding from third up to second, and then always just behind Cloud9 White throughout their history in Game Changer. Stage 2 was the first time they actually took down Cloud9 White, but that was only in a best-of-3, and they ended up losing in the finals as well against them. So throughout all of this, they were just waiting for that one moment they could take them down.
Shopify is the best example of it being about how you end, not about the journey to get there. They've always been stuck in this rut, but they get out in the event that really matters, at the LAN, when you get international.
And I think something that's so important, it almost goes missed if you weren't following Series 3 very closely in NA, is that this wasn't even the guaranteed second place team when we got there.
Very
Misfits
true.
gave them a lot of trouble, but they were able to grind through that just to qualify for this event, and the growth they've shown since has been insane.
Yeah, a journey for the record books without a doubt. But on the flip side to that, their opponent, G2 Gozen. This is the team that coming into the event, even though they were the EMEA second seed, everyone still felt like they were the odds-on favorite to be in this position. And Heather, they have not disappointed so far.
Of course not. So coming into even Valorant, the core of this team came over to Valorant a little late. People were counting them out. And then finally, after they get a little experience, First, they've got the veteran Zaz who decides to move on, and they're continually replacing this fifth player until they find this superstar in Mary, and it's all panning out, except they get second place in the last Game Changers, and people said, oh, you know, is it a guild now that does well on LAN? They were starting to doubt this team, but this team has more experience on LAN than any team in Game Changers, possibly all in Valorant, which is actually wild to think. And they come on LAN and dominate.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and shine a spotlight on this team, because first up, we have a squad that is yet to drop a series this tournament, Mimi. G2 goes in these veterans, the legends, some might say. Absolutely incredible tournament for them so far.
Yeah, legends is probably an understatement for this squad. Like you were saying, Heather, some people, myself included, had lower expectations after seeing that GC3 run, but here on LAN, this has absolutely been their place of comfort. I think the coordination for the team has looked absolutely on point. The changes that they've made with their compositions, giving more opportunity for Mary to thrive at her first big event, has really elevated them.
That's the thing, right? That series 3, that was still 5 games all the way to the very end with a very young Mary playing on that team. And the switch up in the agent she's been playing, the comfortability here with the rest of the team supporting her at her very first big LAN has just unlocked her potential completely.
I can't tell you how much it means to have the support of your family, the support of your friends. Years ago, that probably wasn't the case for a lot of the players, because this was just such a new thing that existed. But now she's got this whole audience behind her going wild. It just hypes up everyone to see that family support.
Yeah, and she's got the support of the team too. GC3 was about integrating her into the roster. This LAN is about making Mary thrive, and she has done that. that.
It's like the G2 Army? No, it's the G2 Mary Army. Ooh, look at that. It's a play on words. In any case, though, on the other side of the stage, Shopify Rebellion has entered this tournament as the forever second-place team in their region. But now they have found themselves in a position here, Ender, to be the champions of the world. What an incredible position to be in here.
Absolutely, right? And weaving through this tournament from the Seeker incident and falling to Team Liquid, and then having to sort of overcome the two demons of C9 and TL in the same day, and the fashion that went down yesterday, completely snowballing through TL, was just a huge surprise for this team.
It really feels like an anime arc for this team to get here thus far, but this is the point that they always get to. It's very different circumstances here on LAN, but in NA, it is always second place. And now we get to see, is it a curse for them? Is this where they'll lie again? Or have they done enough to break through that ceiling and finally win an event?
Well, one has to wonder as well, right? I mean, like, even for this right here, Sapphire, it has been a monumental achievement for them. Like, this is not a second place that feels, like, if something were to go wrong, that I would be disappointed with because of what they did to get here to begin with.
Yeah, of course. There's always going into these events, you feel like they've talked about it for a year and a half now. Like, we're going to take down Cloud9 White on LAN. And that was kind of always the focus. But it turns out that's not actually the grand finals position for them.
You saw them lose to C9 White so many times, over and over again. To see them not just beat them, but to eliminate them from this tournament changes everything.
Yeah, that's right. Now, obviously, you know, for G2 goes in, it feels like the tone of this tournament was set when they looked down at the barrel of Cloud9 White and took them out with no care in the world in their upper bracket run, Mimi. This was clearly a G2 goes in that was here to win a championship after that game.
Yeah, this was the game that I think everyone was like, okay, G2 is for real at this event. Because thus far, ahead of this match, Cloud9 was looking incredibly dominant. But for G2 to win this, I think it was actually very similar for both of these teams when they beat Cloud9. It's like, okay, everyone is considering this team the favorite. Once we beat them, we can do anything. We can win this whole thing.
Yeah, the world is truly your oyster in that situation right now. Now, it's interesting enough because that's kind of the same thing that happened to Shopify as well, right? You had mentioned, Ender, the Seekers moment, but really the thing is that when it mattered most, this squad redeemed themselves against those two teams that were thorns on their side.
Yeah, and sort of cruised through Team Liquid as well. This was not an easy tournament for them whatsoever. The infamous Seekers moment, as it just ate up all of Flowerful's bullets. But even Flowerful, as a player, so many times was 1 kill away from winning 1v3, 1v4 clutches. That started coming together in yesterday's 2 series for her as well. So the level up from them in just a couple of days really was a turning point.
There really hasn't been a weak spot on this team. Every single player has had their moments.
Yeah, and even then, right, like, you know, you talk about these teams, you got to look at the way that these squads, like, exemplify the flexibility in very unique ways, Mimi. And let's actually start with Shopify here.
And for Shopify, I think it's the way that they play on the fly and the way they combine their utility. In this game versus Team Liquid and also versus Cloud9, they did such an excellent job of making calls on the fly to use their utility together and find so much effect with these combos.
Yeah, so many of the kills Sandra actually gets is set up by KP on the Breach, or even the Sage working in. And these are new comps that Shopify Rebellion were practicing even coming into the event. So showing the proficiency, mid-round calls, not easy abilities to work with on the fly. It has really leveled up their performance.
Yeah, and then, you know, when you look at G2 and their play style here, they've been doing some interesting things as well. You know, you got to give a shout out to Giuliano busting out the Reyna. Love to see it, right?
Yeah, of course. And actually, this was one of the concerns coming into this event was, does this team, do they not have a good read on the meta? But no, they're taking these like off-meta agents and making really impressive moments from them. That Yoru, there was so much fun on Pearl the other day. A lot of creativities from these vets.
And especially because Giuliano is IGLing for the team, she locks in something like the Yoru. And on the attack side, every round was sort of swinging on her, setting up fakes and then snap TPing to the other side of the map. So she is leading with the calls. She is leading the front lines with the gunplay as well. She's the full package in-game leader for G2 Gozen.
Yeah, it's very clear that when Giuliano is fragging, this G2 Gozen roster is absolutely disgusting. But for more of a detailed breakdown, we actually have the breakdown master himself, Boaster, standing by over that telestrator wall to give us some more of his insight.
Yo, 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 yo. Boaster here, and I'm back with another breakdown. G2 have the 2-map ban advantage today, which means they could force Shopify to play their permaban, Ascent. I'm here to show you why G2 should lean more towards the Breeze than Ascent. Now, usually when you do... Oh, wait, hold on. Usually, when you do pick Ascent, you're going to be starting on that attack side. So let's take a look at it. I think G2's attack side is a bit... so we'll see. So the knife comes in from Mimi. Anytime now, the defenders could play retake here and catch her out with the KO Nano, and then she's dead. But she dies anyway. The one-way smoke there, stopping all her teammates from being able to trade her. Next up is a B split coming in from G2. You can see here the knife. It doesn't actually get into Pizza. So if the Jet was in Pizza, that's another kill. However, Bastarda gets a kill here at middle, nice and free. So there's a lot of openings happening here for G2. Another round here, Mary gets caught off trying to take that kind of map control. Meanwhile, there's some pressure going on mid. But once again, this A main control is getting shut down by this A main hold from the defenders. So as Shopify, that's something I'll be looking towards, kind of countering the G2 style, if they were to pick it. However, they have had a day to kind of work on it, and a lot happens during the tournament days. And also their defense side was kind of the same, but they just have such good players, and they're just able to pull out rounds out of their bottom. Next up is Breeze. So you can see here their mid control. Look how they just play it. It suits their players so well. They just play it all together in middle here, taking that to control. Using Mary with the operator here on the left to take this doors control. And because they're playing against a Cypher, all they know is they have to deal with a Jet. And the Jet's not really likely to pick doors mid-round. And if they do, Mary's ready for it. So you can see here. And meanwhile, Mimi catches the camera off the Cypher. And look how aware she is later on. They just freeze and hold. Let the mid people kind of work up middle and take that control. The one counter to this, I'd say, is actually pushing out main, and then that gives good rotations for Liquid. However, they didn't do it this round, and look how G2 just abused it. So walking up middle, using this smoke here. If the Cypher camera was more passive, this smoke blocks off his vision and threatens to heaven. So you can see here Jet. She's not actually rotating to B, and that allows them to get into the smoke. The wall comes up. Mimi takes down that Cypher. Boom, boom, boom. Let me hear so whoa. And then they also get the other kill here onto the server. Beautiful B split. And I just feel like they look so much more comfortable. Now we're going to have a look on defender side here. And they did this earlier, and it didn't work. But their adaptations were chef's kiss, let's just say. So the KO knife here clears out all the close angles. Chamber and Reyna kind of working together again, kind of making sure they get the trade. They're playing the retake. They got Sova ulti. They're playing the ultis. I wasn't seeing that on Ascent. They didn't play off their ultis that well. But here they just look so much more comfortable. Petra gets 2 tags on the ulti. They're waiting for Mimi. She had to clear out all of middle for the potential Cypher lurk. And now here comes the crunch with the Reyna flash. That's support Reyna. That's Boaster style, baby. But Juliana's getting kills as well, unlike me. So here we go. Mary mode activated, lovely 2 kills. They do actually have a bit of a tumble there, but it doesn't matter. They still win out the round because Mimi's there to kind of save it on the flank. And that's just one thing I just wanted to focus here. And like I said, they do have a day to kind of work on it, but let's see what you think, Golden Boy, about that.
I like that, baby. I like that, baby. By the way, good job, buddy. Good job. Amazing stuff. He came in and just absolutely owned that. Now, look, folks, before we jump into the rest of this series, actually, our good friend, you know her, you love her, Yinsu, is actually sitting down with Leo Faria, the global head of VALORANT esports, who is here to celebrate with us and talk about the future of Game Changers.
That is right, Golden Boy. I am now joined by Leo Faria, the global head of VALORANT esports here. I know you flew in all the way from LA to join us, and how are you and how are you finding the tournament?
I am doing great. Super happy to be here. This is just very special. Our very first VALORANT Game Changers Global Championship ever. Since we launched the initiative, we had over 200 events happening around the world between competition, educational programs, all trying to open the door of our sport for women to play and compete and grow and develop as professionals. And it's been really amazing. I had so many great games, amazing storylines, NA versus EMEA, Brazil doing so well. And I think, yeah, it's just been a really, really great event. I also want to take the opportunity to say, of course, we had some challenges, and I want to address directly the ruling that we applied to the coach of Shopify Rebellion. And the timing is just very unfortunate, right? To have a coach not being able to be on stage with a team when the stakes are high. the reality is, whenever there is a situation like this that requires a ruling, we look at all the factors involving the situation. Of course, fans saw what happened on stage, but we look at the whole picture, what happened before that event, what happened after on backstage, and then we'll make a decision. And it's really about applying the rules and being fair and not choosing when applying the rules versus not. So the timing is unfortunate, but we're very excited for the finals match. And yeah, we hope the teams do very well.
Yeah, thank you very much for the explanation and the clarity there. Now, you mentioned the matches. I want to know what your favorite matchup has been. Have you been keeping your eye out on these girls?
I have, yeah. Look, there were many amazing matches. I think my favorite was probably the first map between TL and Shopify, Fracture. It was a close match, 9-13. TL did super well. I think, the whole Brazilian community should be super proud. After Lauda winning the global championship, their morale was high. So yeah, that was a really great match.
I had a feeling you were going to say something Team Liquid related, but you're right. I think they're also involved in some of my favorite matches as well. But awesome. I also wanted to ask you about Game Changers. Now it's the end of the year. We had so many great moments here. And what do you made of the initiative and how it's done?
Yeah, look, our goal with Game Changers as a whole is to really create an inclusive sport. And we're not trying to create a second sport for women only, but our vision and ultimate goal for Game Changers is to have women competing at our Challenger Leagues and international leagues and Masters and Champions. And these events are all about creating opportunity for women, opportunity for them to play, to be seen, to have a safe space to develop as pros and as athletes. And I think we're achieving that, and we're all very, very proud. So I am very happy to say that Game Changers is coming back in 2023. We're going to have competitions all across Latin America, North America, Brazil, EMEA, Asia Pacific, and we're also going to have Game Changers Global Championship happening again.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, this is just the beginning, and we're really excited. Viewership has been super solid for the show, which is always great, seeing the community coming together, watching the event and supporting the show. So yeah, we're super encouraged to just continue investing and making it awesome.
Is there anything else I could pry out of you about next year? You gave a little bit of taster here. It is coming back, but anything else that you can share with us?
Look, we're not ready to share anything specific, but it's coming. Beginning of the year, season start. We're gonna share more details about our plans for 2023.
Oh, I can't wait. This means that the winner of today is going to be able to defend their trophy for next year.
That's exactly
right. So, do you have any predictions? Who do you think is going to win?
Look, I probably shouldn't have a prediction, but I'll say this. I think if G2 wins, it would be really awesome for the house crowd, right?
Yeah.
They're here playing in front of their people, but I think Shopify Rebellion is being really strong, right? They proved to be the best team in NA. They defeated Cloud9, who joined the tournament as favorites, so I think they're looking really strong.
Is it because they beat Team Liquid? You want them to win because they knocked out your favorite team?
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one for sure. Thank you so much for joining me, and I appreciate all the info you've given us. That's it from us here. Golden Boy, back to you on the desk.
Thank you so much, Leo and Yinsu. Great to hear about the future of Game Changers for next season. But, two players that are definitely going to benefit from that because they have very long careers ahead of them. It's definitely going to be the young guns that are on these teams.
Yeah, Sonder and Mary, the two youngest players in this tournament, are going to be facing off in the grand final here. And I think just the story of it is really cool. For Mary, she's the only Bahraini player in the tournament. She's the youngest on her team, the only super young player added to this G2 core. And with the addition and the changes made to their compositions to allow her to play the chamber, she's been doing so incredibly well.
That's the thing, right? It was all about putting her in a position to be taking opening fights. Sonder also made some big changes, right? Moving over to the Rays on so many different maps. And the way she has just taken over servers, the pop-off player of the tournament.
Both these teams have invested so much in letting these two players play to the absolute best they can on stage. So this matchup is going to be so important.
Yeah. I am so impressed by the youngsters here, and I'm sure a lot the veterans feel the same. Actually, Benita made a tweet today that this is the 7th time that Benita and Giuliano have faced against each other in an international LAN. It's the 4th time in a grand championship. I think Benita lifted her first trophy in 2010. Giuliano lifted her first trophy in 2013. I hope we see another.
All right, well, folks, it all comes down to this. 2 teams, 1 dream. Let's get the show underway as we jump into the Game Changers Berlin Grand Finals.
I remember just watching Giuliano, Mimi. I was like 14. I was such a huge fan. I've just always looked up to them. Even like Benny, and like I'm on a team with her now. I used to look up to these girls. And now I'm playing in grand finals against them.
I do understand that a lot of people and players have looked up to me and do look up to me. And I hope it inspires others to just follow their passion and do what they like.
I never thought I'd go pro. I never thought I'd be here so soon. Playing in this first international LAN is a dream come true. It still feels so unreal being here. It's so big that it's really hard to realize I was a part of this. For Shopify Rebellion, they have some really strong players.
Powerful makes it work! 0.15 seconds!
I don't even know what to expect from that match because they seem unbeatable.
1v1
We're kind of used to being the team that's not expected to win. I think G2 might underestimate us.
Sonner picks up the last 2 kills.
We have everything to prove still. A grand final spot does not mean anything if you don't win it. And we're here to do that.
The gap's gonna be Mel. Only with the Gordon, and she gets it! And G2 are just winning round after round confidently.
G2 goes in, they may be Titans, but we beat a Titan before.
My goal is just to prove to myself that I can just do whatever I want to do and become the best I can be.
I just want to be the f***ing best. It's Sondering time. G2, your era ends here.
Shopify Rebellion.
Wow, oh wow, we have just 2 teams left in this tournament. As you can probably notice, that Jimmy's voice sounds a little bit different. Hi everybody, we are getting straight into map. Vito's, I've got Kukuka, Athena, and Potter here with me. And Kukuka, G2, they have 2 bans today.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they look kind of easy for them in this case. Haven, we expected that one, and I think the other clear one is Fracture, but probably the Desk already touched on this.
Yeah, I mean, just straight up looking at this veto off the rip, it's looking like G2. Certainly they have those 2 vetoes, but either way, this map pool is looking so comfortable for them. Pearl to start things off, and Giuliano on that Yoru was looking so spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl is just like, personally, if I was G2, I would keep picking this map over and over again because they just looked so clean. Then Shopify coming in with the bind pick.
Yeah, I think that it makes a lot of sense for them. We were talking about yesterday how they were playing with the minds of C9 White, not picking this bind and forcing them to go into Breeze or Icebox. Also, Ascent seen as the 3rd map. Many people would expect that probably that should have been picked as the first one, but with all the experience that they had on that Pearl, we understand that this is the order that the maps go.
Yeah, I like this G2 pick for bind. Or rather for Shopify, it should be somewhat of a punish pick. It's looking like the strongest pick for Shopify at least. The composition for G2 on that map raises a lot of questions for me.
Yeah, I think bind is definitely one of those maps that Shopify can use kind of what G2 doesn't necessarily have, which is that zooming, unstoppable force of a power. I think G2 is definitely a lot more tactical with their quick decisions, but with Shopify, it's like they can just go full force and like fully commit to the things that they want.
Yeah, and Bosa said in the Telegram that he doesn't want to see G2 lean to the Ascent. He wanted to see the Breeze, but we are going to get the Ascent. Do you think that's a mistake, or do you feel like...
No. It's definitely, I think that especially knowing that Shopify has been dodging it as much as possible, and G2 has already got that practice, and maybe they surprised us with even something new, because Petra was saying the other day in the interview, hey, you still haven't seen everything.
Also, hi, by the way.
Hello.
You guys going to hear a lot from them as we go on, but for now, we have to step away for a moment. But when we return, we're going to bring on G2 Gozen and Shopify Rebellion to the stage. This is it. It's time to welcome to the stage the two squads that stepped up when it mattered the most, who entered the stage in peak form and are just one series away from etching their name in history. Please give it up for G2 Gozen and Shopify Rebellion.
KP Glory Sword Queen
the script. Mimi is there to trade everything on through.
G2 goes in, look incredible.
What a start for this team. Another day at the office.
And G2 make it to the grand finals, feeling destined for it.
Harry. Victor. Giuliano. Mimi. Glove. Carcass.
Oh yeah, turn up, pull up a chair. I know you feel that fear, we ain't going nowhere. Yeah, so clap it up. I roll with savages talking 'cause we can back it up.
Shopify, they already took down Cloud9 White and Team Liquid to get here. Only G2 stands in the way of that trophy, but let's not forget, we are in the house of Gozen. G2, they're still very much the favorite coming into this one, Kakuka, with a 2-map ban. That is huge.
It's not only that, it's the entire performance that we've seen during the tournament. We've seen very little of G2 because it's only been a couple of days, and now the finals, of course, they have performed all the way through here, but for Shopify, they've been cloyed there, and they've shown the resilience that it takes to take the trophy home.
Yeah, a complete stark difference when you see the path that it took for both squads to get here. Yesterday, G2 goes in, they were sat back in their practice rooms, watching, spectating, writing down the notes, and figuring it out exactly how they're just going to cruise through this grand finals. And for Shopify, all that warming up, all those intense, close matches, clutch after clutch for these individuals, certainly has prepared them for this moment.
Yeah, and both these teams definitely equally matched in terms of skill. I mean, every single one of these players has the time and the skill to multi-kill, multi-frag on multiple rounds, and all of them can turn the tides for the rounds that their teams need. And I'm just really excited to see this play out, especially, you know, Shopify with their eco rounds. Like, I want to see if they're going to be able to convert that, and if G2 has come up with some sort of answer for that already.
Let's talk about Pearl, because every other team, we would either expect them to ban it, or we expect them to maybe leave it until the last one. Obviously, with the way the veto has gone, G2 are going to first pick it, but Shopify, they're no strangers to Pearl. They played it before, and Sonder has time and time again been a beacon of light on this map.
Yeah, exactly. We've talked about Sonder so much because every single day she has surprised us. Now the question is, that Euro peak coming in from G2, is it going to be enough? How much can you stretch it? Do you still have what it takes? Do you still have something that the other team is not going to spot on your VOD and be like, yeah, we know the Pearl is going to be coming. This is how we're going to counter everything that you bring to the table.
Yeah, exactly. The Pearl, you know, my biggest question is because that day it threw off Cloud9 completely, right? That curveball pick coming through, but now that there's been some time to digest exactly why that comp worked so well, I think Shopify, we've seen their prep coming through huge for them. They should be definitely ready this time around for this Euro pick.
Well, this is the Prime Gaming agent select Athena. It might not be the Euro because they also have a Reynacom in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have an answer for this Shopify, Sonder, Neon going crazy, I really think that the flashes are going to be so important. And honestly, I don't think Yoru is going to be bad at all, like kind of flashing through the Neon wall and taking those aggressive peeks and kind of trying to put a stop to her, like, full-on aggression. I think that this comp, if they're going to play it right, should be really good.
Yeah, but in the moment when you're the defender and you just have no sound left, the Fade uses ultimate, the Prowler hits you, the Yoru sound is just creeping through your mind, that's when it starts, the paranoia starts to creep in and the communications get really wonky. Everyone's confused in the server. So for Shopify, they need to make sure that their comms are super clear so that they understand when it's a fake and when it isn't.
Well, the momentum was fully on the side of Shopify, but G2, this is their home ground. I cannot wait to get into map 1 and throw this over to your casters for today. It is Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you so much, and the crowd is already hyped up. We can hear them from here. The energy is electric, right, Mike? but we've got a long, maybe a long series in front of us, but we're starting on Pearl. Talk to me, how much of a barometer is this map for the rest of the series?
I think it is, and the best thing to take away from this is actually how Shopify are able to respond. Given obviously the track record so far, what we've seen from G2, absolutely dominant performance versus C9 White on this. Shopify have been stretched a little bit. Yes, X10, a couple of individuals were standing up, but this for me is probably the biggest test for one of my highlight players from Shopify yesterday, which is Flowerful.
Yeah, Flowerful, unsung hero. At times we've had moments from Laurie as well. Of course, Sonda, who is winning hearts and minds throughout. But they have to face off against G2, who, as said, were forged in these grand finals. This is their home territory, let alone in Berlin, let alone on Pearl. Let's get it underway. G2 on the attack. Shopify Rebellion on the defending side. Let's see what they can do with a grand final in front of them.
Stacked up with 5 here, looking as if it's going to be a contact play here. Potentially Petra almost considering the Prowler. Bonita does get the information early enough here. No rotation coming through just yet, and I think actually, yeah, there with a couple more members of G2 spotted. I might pull, but it looks like Shopify might even just commit to a little bit of a retake here.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if anyone's willing to commit around this time. Bonita might be left, not necessarily to rot, but, do what you can. I don't know, does at least evade. But Mary's just dug out 2 kills. From where has Mary just got this? How dare us keep our eyes on anyone but Mary? As now KP and Flowerful probably just baffled as to what the hell's just happened. It was looking like it was posturing for that slower retake style, but now better get going. Giuliano gets the contact, the swing comes out. They're waiting for that next step. KP puts one on the board, looks for another, doesn't get it. Flowerful, though, does find Petra. And now Mary, are you seriously going to get the ace started? No. And it will be down to the last 2 to add security, and they do just that. G2 off to a good start.
Like I said, it looked like Shopify were sitting a little deeper there, waiting for somebody to overstep the mark, maybe push towards backside or towards elbow, but Mary just rips 2 kills. I think actually towards Link.
It must have been, because I'm pretty sure Benito was playing pretty safe here. Let's have a little watch of this.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, Mary's looking dangerous. Oof. Not a bad start at all. And, hey, that's, Chamber being now propped up. It's ridiculous.
Almost deserved the ace.
Yeah, honestly, scary at that point.
Would have been the second for her. Remember what happened the other day on Ascent. So around Flowerful, potentially going to be tested early on here. Going to pick up this close angle. Mary spotted out pretty quickly, though. Yeah, let's play a little defensively here. Down to 35 HP. G2 just look to pile on the pressure here. Only one member of Shopify coming across here is Laurie to try and help out with an early flash, potentially.
Yeah, patient work coming in. And G2, let's see what the timing is. Mary just farming. We might just need the solo POV of Mary at this point, who's having a mad start here. Okay, 4 players left for Shopify Rebellion, looking to find their way through. And the gap in the smoke, it's deadly. Petra punishing Sonda. And all said and done. Yeah, they have no idea. It's a slaughter. Comfortable for G2 so far. Shopify need to find a bit of stability here with the Prime Gaming Flawless coming in. Could rattle them. It wasn't a big round. This is the one that matters.
Yeah, Mary had 2 away from the Tour de Force already, so options here. They do want to try and pick up an orb early on. See now Sonda actually comes straight across the B long here with Laurie as well, so we'll see what happens in the early round, but like I said, this gap actually working out perfectly for Petra, and nothing really for Shopify to do but waterfall out from heaven. Problem being, this early presence shown towards B has actually drawn 3 members of Shopify to that side of the map. Flowerful to pick up the slack in mid, but Bonita
not too much stress.
will be called upon here.
It feels like Bonita has been having all the attention so far drawn her way when she was soloing towards B, for example, at the very start, and everything else. So a lot of pressure put on Bonita's shoulders. See G2 working up that 3-2 split towards A.
Giuliano making use of the TP there, actually to split through up, but Glance just swings onto Bonita.
Yeah, confidence. And this is what's scary about G2, is that they start getting more and more confident. That is now a rifle removed. They're down to 4 remaining. These are all upgrades that I'm sure G2 would love to get. And they're happy to take a couple of fights here. It's all filtering in through from CT. 2 towards pit, 2 towards the alley. Lovely response. Flowerful going to do some damage. Waiting on the next piece of utility. Mary does not care. Could not stop if she wanted to. Just seems bound for greatness as KP. might be time to look at options of keeping that rifle, Mike.
Again, considering holding on to it, 3 members of G10, G2 still standing. Actually, with those kills, Mary going to have the tour de force available, so an opportunity to really build up some finances early. Problem being, again, with this setup, Shopify are trying to address that B-long control, as I was alluding to earlier on in the round, but Benita's got to play her life there.
Yeah.
If the commitment is to that retake and prioritizing B-long, you need to make sure that that controller available for the retake. Fantastic stuff. 8 and 2 so far.
Christ.
Just farming.
And do you know what? I think a lot of us, if you watch G2 come to this point, you saw when Zaz stepped away from the roster, obviously there were question marks of who the hell can ever fit that role. Zaz brought so much to the team. She looked fantastically suited to Valorant as well. And then they somehow found someone like Mary. I don't know where they find someone like Mary, but they did, and it's paid off. It's unreal. And hearing that ring through, you'll know how well she is doing in round 4 already. Tour de force coming through.
Another lineup for Juliana as well with the TP. We'll see where this ends up.
Is
that the sound it makes?
Yep. Yeah. Well, Benita again. Benita could have either a great game or a really harsh game.
Yeah.
It's one of the two. And the rifle's on KP, so she has to be the one to find value to this. The other's not really set up for the same sort of success. And the pressure starting to mount. So the frenzy not going to be enough to do it. Mimi's there. And again, look at the buy here. We do have the Sheriff, so this isn't a full purchase or anything of the such. And now the pressure comes through. And Glance just so cool under it. There's the trade for KP. Needs a lot more, though. Tagged up, 12 HP. Horn goes up, but Mary unafraid. Yeah, KP's being warded away again.
I don't think there's going to be any option for KP to find value with this. Powerful, though. They come through. Not a consolation onto Mimi, but 3 members of G2 still standing. Mary should be able to retrieve one of these weapons at least, even if it is the Bulldog from Glance. And KP with 12 HP. We'll try and hold on to this rifle once again for G2. Because if they want to establish themselves very early on here on Pearl, I like what I saw in the first buy round from Shopify. And like I said, that full consideration, the bigger picture, not really considered, makes it so much more difficult to retake onto that site. Well, actually, Shopify are going to start exploring towards mid. Such a cheeky little off angle here from Glance as well.
Nice. Yeah, so when we talked about the first round cycle hitting, obviously that's when they went for that over 1 plus that A site. Worked out really well. Benita got isolated very quickly. Now we need to see what they have up the sleeve here. This has to be Shopify Rebellion getting a grip on the game, because so far they have been truly just dictated to. They've had very little say in the outcome of the vast majority of these rounds. We are seeing aggression, and actually it could work out well this time. Sonda, though, left in, I guess, a questionable commitment. How far do we hold this? That triple stack up long has actually held some value this time.
And Petrol stop just on the other side of this trap. Difference being Flowerful here actually to try and hold down the fort with Benita. This tour de force.
Look who's behind them. They turn around in time. Sonda does deal with Giuliano. There's pressure throughout the map, but they're not really overcommitting. The spike is still by spawn, but it's going to be on Benita. Nice play around the smoke this time. Keeps cool, keeps composed. Needs to keep her life, and she does. Takes one with her as she backs away towards Pit. Looking for the follow-up on Petra. Just biding time, buying precious seconds for support, and they are here now. Finally, she's not alone.
Huge shot for Flowerful as well. Mary eventually coming through with that operator. Headhunter in hand now. Going to try and challenge with Flowerful. Good for another shot with that tour de force. Benita standing her ground this time. Again, not afraid to challenge. Maybe slight overstep into that smoke. Again, I'm liking the adjustment already. Whether or not I'm going to see this Juliana just trying to TP into the backlines. Again, not really paying respect to that triple stack.
No.
Maybe thinking that on the back of no contact, just a little trade-off of utility that Shopify would peel away from that position. Maybe leave one posted up deep.
Good on, guys. I think that's exactly it.
That's exactly it. Let's find out if they can find that again, replicating some of these successes from that previous round. I also want to see how G2 respond in kind. Is that lovely evolution here? And Flowerful.
Got to be careful here.
And there's a swing. Giuliano is closing in on this. unbeknownst to Flowerful. Yeah, gonna dip away, doesn't decide to stick around. Petra in the meantime took so much play and so much space through middle as they were kind of working through art and in similar scenes. So a bit of an exchange there, but a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, very quickly traded out. G2 actually have to try and recover the spike here. Look at the minimap, seeing a TP being sent all the way to spawn. Giuliano actually commits to it. I think we did see a fake earlier on, maybe round 2, or the pistol for this.
Benny could be so
Yeah,
dead
Benita is going to be completely caught off guard here.
Yeah, no idea that this had happened. Just one moment of patience. Giuliano waiting to see if he could maybe even find more, but no. That one victim more than enough, and sadly, it falls down to the 2 who are kind of tucked towards art, looking for that play back in. KP one of them, and Sonda the other. Cross now caught, glance goes down, wall goes up. And a little bit of a fight, but taking a lot of damage, yeah. I'm looking at Giuliano again. The assassin in the night. Rez comes out, back up to superior numbers by a substantial margin. And the last 2 players don't really have much of a say in this. Ooh, come on, Flowerful, as if you do that.
I was about to say, that's such an awkward angle to have to crouch through with the operator.
Way.
Still lands the shot, though. Again, with KP down to 21 HP, might just be the decision to hold on to these weapons. Giuliano, again, I said that early conditioning with TP, and I believe it was round 2. All the way into the spawn. A couple of people checked it, but didn't pay too much mind to it this time around. Gets right into the backlines, punishes Benita. No real recovery factor there. Like you said, 2 members stacked over towards art. There's just nothing you can do in that scenario. There'll be another round on the board for G2. Shopify should be okay for a purchase here. Flowerful carrying across 5,500 KP. Putting across 3K. Actually, Sonda with the ultimate as well. We're not going to try and build something in the early round around that. Again, a part of the map that Shopify haven't really looked to show presence just yet. And Petra punishing that.
Yeah, these are all learning lessons. I feel like they're starting to really paint a picture. That shot, very nice from Flowerful. Really, at least getting that kept in the hands. But when we talk about the fact that, yes, they know what Giuliano can potentially achieve on this, you talk about preparation time. They are, out of the fire yesterday and straight back into it today. There is very little rest for the Wicked for Shopify Rebellion, so their prep time may be somewhat limited here, but we'll have to see what they've been able to learn during the moments past. Giuliano doesn't actually check on this, doesn't know of that third player.
Doesn't know the third player, yeah.
Yeah, I think Sonda's still unchecked, but she's committed to this. Giuliano just going to crunch them down. There's going to be the flash, and here comes the crunch. Laurie deals with the back line, Giuliano gone. Laurie somehow found the second 2, and Sonda went absolutely mad on that one. Laurie is still holding this together by the finest of margins. She needs to get the hell out of there.
KP actually very quickly behind this. As soon as Mary's fallen, that trap. Not going to pause any pressure here for her. Laurie, though, actually able to reset. Still actually on 100 HP. Gets the 4th on the round here.
Yeah, Laurie is having a tear. This is a fantastic round and isn't going to be able to get it. Oh, my God, Mimi. That's 2 in this round. And 1 more to find. KP has full utility. Everything that she needs. This is now going to reveal Mimi's position. Decay down, Prowler in, the gap closing, and KP holds her nerve. Diffuse going to come in, but that got so dangerous.
Again, we noted it as well. Giuliano able to get right behind this setup outside A, not noting the third player, but it's Laurie to dig her heels in, stand her ground here, pick apart G2 ahead of that execute. So KP, no hesitation there with the flank, and it just so happens Mary falls at just about the right time for it. It's still possibilities here. I mean, Sonda, yeah, popping the ultimate, but Shopify now. A couple of ultimates online. G2, yes, as well. The Cosmic Divide.
Cool. Or he could have had even
Beautiful,
more there.
yeah.
She had just a couple bullets in the mag. What a bailout round there at the end.
Even the awareness from Mimi to plant backside there. Best possible shot of that one, even with the C's coming through.
Once he's behind it, we do have a timeout coming through here, it seems. Having a little conversation. Talking through chances and options. I think so far, let's kind of then take a little bit of a step back to that first conversation that we had about this map, this first map coming in being Pearl, and what that's kind of done now that we've seen, we've seen a handful of rounds. It's not quite enough to fully have a picture here. But what do you expect? How is this kind of meeting your expectation, at least from the Shopify side of things? Let's start.
Yeah, the thing is whenever you're playing against the Yoru, it kind of feels a little risky to kind of commit somebody towards that backline, right? Making sure that Giuliano's not going to TP all the way into spawn and cause these problems. But what I want to see is Shopify kind of carry on what we've seen towards B-Long, right? The commitment towards taking that space or denying that space to G2. Even getting some sort of idea about the default. At the minute, we haven't really seen any focus towards mid. Petra's punished from there previously. The problem being, we've already seen one example of kind of Benita falling when she's on that hard anchor position, right?
Okay.
I'm not even talking about the kill to Giuliano. Previously, where actually G2 swing through onto A, it's just kind of fully committed to that first angle. If you're going to kind of prioritize one side of the map, or one area of the map, I don't want to see them kind of giving away that numbers advantage.
Okay, but okay, so how is this hitting on your expectation overall then? Because we came into this saying that this could be a barometer of if this could be a close series or not, because again, Pearl does stand on its own to a degree, having that benefit of the veto going very favorable for G2 in that upper side of things. Is this a good enough performance so far from what you've seen? A couple of bits and pieces here. It's only 2 rounds, sure, but we have been seeing a couple more looks here. Is it still not enough for you?
I think we'd have a better gauge at the end of the first half.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say. Obviously, Shopify here, this is probably the side that G2 are going to look to cause more chaos, a little more problems, and force Shopify onto the back foot. But, again, we're seeing this triple stack towards B-Long. G2 actually. Spike not committed just yet, so a little bit of a probe. But he's in that same position once again towards dugout, though. Giuliano. Looks as if she's going to try and set up a TP lineup here. Probably into the back lines once again.
Petra this time does get met by a little bit of force. You can see the Prowler committed through command, so that's kind of confirming it. But Mary was on her own exploration mission. She wasn't really joined by anyone, and has been able to find Flowerful. And now you can see the commitment there. This is a problem. Divide's going to go up as well. Giuliano, dirty angle to play with here, but on the other side of that wall, timing is everything, and they might just miss each other. Sonder says hello! Says goodbye to Giuliano. Deals with that threat in the back, but still G2 are moving towards the site itself.
They're getting enough of a distraction here to at least get the plant down. The wall to reinforce this hold towards Art as well. KP going to try and deal with it quite early on. Look how deep the hold is from G2. Yeah, Shopify got to move fast here.
They need to clear sight pretty quick so they can address that deeper post-plant positioning. But of course, Shopify Rebellion don't know that yet. They have no idea. They're going to pop the ult off the back of Laurie. Try and clear that cubby. Still need to deal with default on site. Petra is here. Now she may be dead to rights, but she buys a couple of seconds, and now we look towards that deeper post-plant. The wall goes up, coming down from Sonder. That's not a bad idea. They're getting more than half. They ain't stopping. They've got to deny it, and they can't.
The no command, the catalyst here. Again, Petra just left out on an island. No real chance of a trade coming through there. Has to try and get something done. Again, credit to Sonder. I thought she might have been even close enough to hear the TP roll past into spawn. Again, this is the sort of diligence it requires. You have to come and hard check. And this is on the back of Mary finding this pick and almost feeling like they're going to draw the rotation. So it's a risky time for Giuliano to commit to this. Beautiful cleanup. Sonder going huge on that retake.
And it's humbled the money from G2, so that's put them down to the Sheriffs and a couple of Guardians. This could be enough to at least tie up the score, kind of aim to get in that all even again. G2 going to be put to work here. Once again, Petra going through the motions, but doesn't get to see the full picture of what's around that corner.
Oh, actually, Sonder and KP got a little bit of a crossfire set up here.
Bring them down.
G2 looking to pressure on both sides as well towards B-Long. Maybe might even have a, we'll spot a pixel out of place. Don't want to commit to it just yet, though. Look at the collapse from Shopify. Desperate to try and find this kill on the weaker side of the setup from G2. But good progress towards B side here. And Giuliano once again commits to the TP.
Yeah, let's see if she can make mayhem out of it already. Laurie has been just blunted on the site. There it is. Petra still playing towards middle. We're down to 3. Benita, Flowerful, and Sonder. And Giuliano's position is a problem because Benny walks right into it, unawares. And the follow-up should be a trade. Good. Flowerful at least gets us back to a 2v2, but it's still these deeper positions, and Sonder's HP is so low. so little to play with in this, but wants to try and get it going. Mary's still standing, and she is terrifying. All goes through for Sonda. They should note some of this. How close can she get? The crossfire's decent for this. Glance should take contact. Actually able to find the 1v1, and now it's getting messy. Flowerful with enough time to defuse. I thought the crossfire could have held there, but seemingly not finding those angles to work together.
Yeah, committing pretty deep on that hold. But once again, though, Sonda with the fast lane to come through, cut off those sight lines, and then just almost running bait for Flowerful, who closed it out comfortably. See the commitment, though, from Sonda in terms of that mid-hold. It's a perfect bait. The Guardian, the worst possible weapon to have in that scenario, even though Sonda is 5 HP.
Yeah, just puts herself out for trade. No problem there. 4 to 5. We've now got 3 in a row, right? This is starting to look much better.
I mean, we had that conversation in the timeout. Now, actually, it's within touching distance for Shopify to come back, tie things up, potentially put G2 in an awkward position in terms of the finances. Not even sure that Mary had caught a little bit of a flash. And Spike not committed either way, so G2 looking to probe on both extremities here. A very, very deep hold from Flowerful as well. Doesn't want to entertain anything. Gotta be careful of that TP though. Won't be in audio range here.
Look at Sonda. They're already starting to work through middle just as I think it was Petra fell off this. They are quickly clearing, so they're aware. They're starting to lean towards the side. Flowerful ready for one, but a quick trade from Mary.
Mimi in spawn.
Absolutely, Mike's the spike's been left here. Mimi completely none the wiser. How would you ever expect that? 2 players now have the spike in spawn, and all of that progress towards B now might as well go in the bin.
Actually, Cosmic Divide committed here. Shopify want to tie things up. They know they can break the money of G2. Glanzo on the backstab. This isn't going to be considered whatsoever. Laurie will fall to that.
35 seconds though, Mike. They've got to go fast here.
That was really on Mary and Petra to get something done here. Benita going to catch Glance here in astral form. Makes it even harder here. Mary's found the opener though.
Sonda, better get ready. They're going to go for the fight on this. 18 seconds pops out. Sprays and praise, and someone's answering. Shopify Rebellion bringing the scoreline back in the most unorthodox round.
And this is exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about. As soon as Shopify feel a little bit of commitment from G2 on one side of the map, they explore mid. Absolutely shutting that down. Even catching, like I said, Spike not committed at all. Mimi has to run all the way back into spawn. Unfortunately, close enough there for the audio cue to be given away. Another example, though, Mary, seemingly, I guess in terms of this head-to-head, question the value, yes, but coming out on top of Flowerful a couple of times here, even though Flowerful is leading the charge here, 11 and 7. Actually, Mary for G2 is on 14 and 7.
Yeah, Mary's still doing her damage, right? She's still doing her work. I don't think we can look towards that. I think it's the collective approach from G2 that we're starting to look at here, that validity of having the Euro to this. It feels like so far Shopify have a good read on it after that little timeout.
Well, this is why I mentioned before this map, though. If Flowerful's going to put up a good performance here, it enables Flowerful to become the anchor, right? To become the one to hold down one extremity, maybe post up a little deeper, and that should put Shopify in a position to capitalize on this space in mid, potentially towards A, where G2 haven't lent too often just yet.
I would say the one thing as well is, though, G2, even in their best of games, I still think they never won as clean as like your Cloud9 White, right? They never had that clean game. But this is a little bit more of a brawl. Actually, a little bit more of a battle than I expected. Like, these rounds are looking good. It's not just the usual G2, like, hey, they've just gambled a couple of fights here and there. No, no, no. This is actually a bit of a fight back.
We haven't seen G2 actually resorting to brute forcing onto sites
Not yet. Not yet. It's you know it's in the bag of tricks. They're waiting to pull it out. We saw like one dry swing on like Benita, but beyond that, it is just kind of business as usual. And it looks like a bit of an all-in. Just kind of playing as a pack animal, going to be working towards that B site, at least for now.
Shopify feel as if this is something they can play their way, though. Another push towards mid here early on. Don't see anybody on B overstep the mark just yet, though. Laurie puts out the knife, and that's actually a big indicator that G2 is still kind of funneled towards long here. No presence elsewhere, it's just the trap.
Big
kill from Mary.
Mary takes out Laurie, but the trade is there for Benita, so they haven't got the player advantage yet. Rifle recover 2. Mary taking a lot of space here. Could try and secure the site to allow that plant to come in. Spike going to be going down. So time's on this side, but keep in mind there's still 2 sheriffs, Mimi and Glance, both with those. It's not ideal, so you do need Mary and Giuliano to be doing the damage here. Backline now being pressured. Sonder, the one to hit the flank here. Divide goes up, Benita finds Mimi. Starting to work him down, but line him up. And Giuliano will knock them down. Pops the ult, drifts away. Now the last 2 working in unison off long. Mary going to be relayed the information and the readjust from Giuliano towards short.
One enemy
Commits to TP as well.
This is bold play, but it's actually worked out, giving them the player advantage and a really nasty angle to have to clear for Sonder if she gets past Mary. And the follow-up needs to be quick. Sonder, not going to happen. Giuliano. Brilliance between her and Mary here.
Huge round. Giuliano just creating so much chaos and playing so reactively around that Cosmic Divide to send the TP back behind Shopify. Fantastic stuff with the ultimate. And Mary just holding down the fort from elbow. And this is, I believe, actually only off the 2 weapons to come into this. And Benita, a couple of other members of Shopify, dealing with the wall so early on as well. Fantastic round from G2.
You do see a little bit of the difference, don't you? That, the young Lion Mary just loving it, coming alive in these rounds. The others very focused. And now we see what Shopify Rebellion can do. Similar test, a little bit of a different look, but oh, the timing. Great from Flowerful. She'll be loving that. Finds Mary for free of all players.
I was talking about Flowerful in this round is the solo anchor. Need to see Shopify achieve something elsewhere on the map. That trap going to be back up, so Benita and Sonder going to be revealed pretty early on. Need to get their skates on. A million miles away from this execute right now.
Didn't spot Flowerful with the Prowler. So this could be an unknown angle to potentially worry about. Flowerful, okay, wall goes up, so loses a little bit of the danger from that position, but actually still twice this round now takes down Mary. Spike's got down, Flowerful! What the hell was that? Finds Petra, 5 HP, but still fragging. Looking for a follow-up. Okay, finally dealt with. Quick trade.
Traded.
Yeah, Giuliano lifted a 1v4. It's done for. Shopify Rebellion holding on to this game.
Looking deadly on that retake. Again, Flowerful just having a massive round. Talking about that 1v1 coming out. Mary, I guess, numerically feels like coming out on top of it, but when it matters, Flowerful finding the impactful kills in this round.
And I can't believe how close this game got. I was worried at the start. I think a lot of us were looking like might have had a blowout on map 1.
This is the map that you feel G2 will probably want to try and stretch the legs, right? Start this series off as they mean to carry on. A set of precedent, but it looks like yesterday Shopify came to play.
I can't believe we're seeing it again, potentially. This is quite something. I do want to wait till we get into the depths of this entire game. Of course, it is a longer series, but Analyst Desk, first glance towards this. What are your thoughts?
You gotta love an underdog story, Pansy and Hypog. It's 6-6 at the half. Kakuka, I thought it was gonna be a lot worse than that after the first few rounds.
Oh yeah, completely. Especially since G2 was able to get that 4 in a row, practically unpunished by Shopify. And I wanted to take a look at something that we expected it to happen, which is Giuliano with the cheeky picks, you know, with the cheeky TPs, having that control over the map. This is round 6, and the way that they, as I said, work around the map. Look at the position from Giuliano. This is something that we saw happening against C9 over and over again, and something that Shopify actually adapted to later in the game.
Yeah, and I think that's such an important point, right? Being able to adapt like that and still put 6 on the board. Look, we've been talking about it all week long. Shopify have had a slow start, but the fact that they're able to stay in the game and come back into the second clutch after clutch is going to be huge. I'm looking straight at Sonder into the second half, specifically on Pearl and on that Neon. Her pathing on this map is spectacular. I think with the flashes, with those long-range pop flashes in KO, Lori in tandem, it should be Sonder who's going to be able to party in the backlines and create that havoc and pressure onto G2.
Yeah, I mean, the difference with the Neon and the Yoru here is that the Neon can kind of do the same job as Yoru, but completely on an aggressive note. Like, she can go in with the execute with her team, whereas it feels like with Yoru, Giuliano is definitely trying to, you know, kind of sneak her way back there. And I think going forward, like, it's kind of becoming somewhat predictable, it looks like, for Shopify, and they've kind of learned how to play around it. And so I really agree. I think Sonder's Neon is going to be doing work for sure.
watch out, because the last time that we saw Shopify playing on this map, we talked about how explosive their attack was, but they were playing against a double controller composition. That differs a lot from what we see here on our screens. I think that also the Sage has been playing a crucial part into how the map has been worked out. So watch out, it's not going to be as easy as the other day.
I have no idea how the second half is going to go, and I can't wait to find out. Let's jump back into game with Pansy and Hypok.
Let's go for it again. We are now just learning if Shopify Rebellion really have that dog in them, because how the hell are they pushing on this map? Mike, we looked at the veto, we went, okay, map 1, G2. I think it's a reasonable thing to assume. They've come out swinging today.
They have indeed. And actually, just want to touch on something Athena mentioned, which is that support system around Sonder. Compositionally, this feels like actually coming into the attacking half. If we see that same sort of support for Sonder, I might even get it here in the pistol round. There's 3 members of G2 to stand off, but we'll put her in a position to really do damage to G2. Giuliano actually getting ahead of this. Deal with Laurie. Sonder kind of forced away from that opening engagement.
Whole lot of players here now.
Yeah, pause for thought actually as the rotation comes through. Mimi's here already. Flowerful and Benita really achieved much in mid yet. Maybe just trying to catch off a rotation, but that wall in Link definitely going to make things more difficult.
Yeah, it's just been broken, but you can see already that Mimi has gone back over there to check on anyone trying to make a little bit of room happen. They're looking back towards Art here. Flowerful, waiting. You know, just around the corner, there's the contact. How much was noted? Potentially 2, maybe 3. Petra had nowhere to go. Sonder waiting for the fallback towards site, gets that punish. But there are still 2 players here. Glance on the right and look to the left. You've still got Giuliano around this corner. And the smokes will only really be a problem for one side. That's some lovely damage from Sonder, though. Prize Giuliano out of her corner, and the plant should come in.
Should come through comfortably as well. Sonder and Flowerful tagged up a little bit, down to about 40 HP, but Benita already looking to pressure the backline. Mary wise to it, though. Takes a ton of damage. Can't find this kill.
Benita, by brute force, will take down 1. Glance did win her fight, though, so it is a 3v2. It's not out of realms of possibility. Need a couple of shots, and Flowerful ain't letting it slip. Mimi's gone. Now just Glance alive. And everyone's sitting tucked. Everyone playing patiently until then. Glance needs a quick kill here, and no one has given her options. She's only got 2, and there's only so much she can do. KP fancies her chances. Benita gets to the site, and they are buying time, and now there is none left. Shopify Rebellion take the lead.
Just a fantastic recovery. Potter's starting to talk about these sorts of things on the desk as well. Shopify's ability to really sit back and respond to some of the aggressive plays G2 are making. Giuliano had that first kill completely unscathed.
Yes.
As 3, they're able to back up onto site. And this slow burn from Shopify. Great isolation on Petra as well. There's very little that Petra can do in this scenario. I think actually this is... actually on the back of Mimi obviously rotating to double check that wall in Link. Steps here. I was going to say, KP's got to be a little bit careful. She does have the spike. I think it's just a little bit of a probe towards A. G2 very quickly walking mid here.
Sonder could be going far with this. Yeah. And another. No, okay, Petra.
Great trade.
Really nice. Didn't expect that with the classic. This round shouldn't amount to much, but you never know. We have to wait and see. These steps should be heard by the remainder, so they might be able to try and, you know, cause a little bit more damage, but at the very least it will be relayed to Mary.
And this weapon, yeah, Mary's
smaller. 4 shots, needs them clean. Not going to happen. Does get the Spectre back into hand. That's with
no
Glance
trap
now.
Here.
Okay, 1 more shot. Does land 1 on Benita. Could do with a little more here. The flank's still coming in. Mary, what do you do with this one? Do you keep that cool? And she's out of it. Now no more Headhunter, but Glance finds Flowerful, and we're down to a 2v2. Still with that Bulldog in KP's hands, and Mary playing the time well, playing the position well. Oh, and KP really good understanding of that reposition, and Glance. This is hard work now. Spectre not quite situated well enough yet, but closing the gap. Laurie can check on it, but Glance wants on the site. Surely finds KP. Safe hands in the end, but it got very close there.
It did. As soon as they're able to retrieve this weapon as well, like I said, the trap positioned over towards window. So no real confirmation that flank was coming through. Mary desperately trying to play her life. Force Shopify out into the right side of site. Conscious here again, G2 planting the seed that not afraid to play aggressively here on the defense. Great awareness from KP as he find that kill onto a low HP Mary behind the box. We'll see if that does continue through some of the buy rounds for G2. Shopify actually come through. I mean, rifles across the board. Yes, Sonder and Laurie. The Vandal. Mary has to respect that knife. Deep wall here on B. And only one member of Shopify shooting it, so not too much information confirmed on the back of it. Lance and Mimi look a little antsy here. So maybe swing off that reveal.
Could have been, but now they've lost that edge towards it, I guess you could say, but...
Flauful's got a very defensive TP set up here. You want to hold on to this angle. Will actually punish Mimi.
What a shot. Glance. Up for the challenge too. Petra now put to the stand. Finds two, looks for a third. Can't find it, but gave it a damn good go. KP still moving forward. But his glance revealed, noted, falls away. Can they slip away safely? No.
KP's got the spike, though.
To stand and fight. Yeah, you're right. KP could be in so much danger, but the bailout team's on the way here. No idea that was coming. Benita gets there so quickly to find Glance and alleviate the pressure on KP.
Great awareness from Flauful as well, destroying the TP of Giuliano, trying to get into the back lines here. It's just Mary and Giuliano to try and make this work on the retake. A deep hold here from two members of Shopify.
Something quiet about this. KP retaking that space
So
back
proactive.
up towards Art. Giuliano, a 1v3. This would be a lot to ask. Decides to clear towards Art, sees nothing.
Shopify just giving nothing away to G2.
Yeah. Giuliano knows that this one not looking like it's going to happen. No, indeed. Denied by Flauful. 9 now. That big rifle round now done. And again, they came in that with what? Two rifles and 3 bulldogs,
Effectively call it the bonus with what they brought into that, right? Again, able to get rifles across the board with the 2 bulldogs included, but round 3 converted here. This is after actually fantastic hold from Petra. Great support actually from Glance as well to get that gravity well off. Like I said, exposing KP as the solo member of Shopify towards Art there with the spike. But the Defen just too strong for Glance. Didn't know which way to really commit to hold on.
At 10 rounds, we do start talking about the upset potential here between these two. Which is looking very likely. Mimi doesn't like that narrative, wants to turn it, and they try and make something of it, but Flauful and Laurie way too sharp with it, way too quick with it today. Not going to come in. The last 2 players, Petra and Mary, not given much of a look into this round.
The timing on this execute as well. Able to get the plant down before the smokes even expire. Petra and Mary. Let's try and find something on the way back through here, but damage almost doesn't matter in this round. Flauful 21 and 11 now. Let's get the half defuse here. Well, actually, no, Flauful going to come through. Flauful tucked all the way into secret. And that's a little concerning. G2 need to make a stand in this second half, and it needs to come now. Let's look at them losing this buy round, and it feels like Shopify reached 12.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much depth coming out from G2 yet on this side either, so I'd be surprised if they don't pull the timeout plug here just for a conversation's sake.
Flauful starting to run away with this, though.
Yeah. I mean, considering you made Mary look quiet, who's been one of the highlight players, that's saying a lot. Flauful is absolutely lighting up the board, and G2 willing to try and take themselves back into the fight once again. It's a heavy lean towards the A side here coming out from Shopify, dealing with the wall almost instantaneously.
Forces out so early as well. Sonder able to get ahead of that slow orb from Mimi. And almost hitting the panic button here just to make sure they can avoid this execute, but on the back of the information, Giuliano actually heads towards Mary on B site. Shopify haven't exactly given it up just yet. Maybe considering the possibility of a flank coming through. But G2 looking a little rattled. Like I said, it's very deep hold. This is uncharacteristic for G2, particularly from what we've seen on Pearl previously.
It certainly is. And destroying that horn now may give you the idea there's still more dedication towards this A site than there actually is. They're leaving one here, that being Sonder. The rest are slowly heading towards B. You have that curious double stack on the other side of things. Giuliano and Mary.
I'm pissed.
Contact will be had.
Sonder's trying
Mary.
to fake, eh?
Yeah,
It's drawn the rotation.
Well. Oh my god. They've all gone for it, and surely you're
hook, line, and
panicking.
sinker.
You're panicking now because suddenly there was only one, and all that attention, all of that work, all that time you played patiently is now gone to nothing. Surely 11 from this spike is down. They're in the post pod. Giuliano, where did you just find that on KP? Flaffle waiting on that contact as soon as they commit towards the site. Nothing really revealed just yet. Giuliano maybe looking to flash in. I think Flaffle's seen so much, but Petra faster to it. Glory, though, just playing the corner. Oh my God! Glory! I have never seen anything so clean. Giuliano left in the 1v1 against the two classics here. Giuliano and Benita rolling back the years. Giuliano filthy with the aim, but Benita needs to play this cool, calm, and collected, and she does! Shopify Rebellion. Truly rebels in this do not care they are facing the Titans. It's 11 now.
I said G2 walking the tightrope in terms of the economy here. They're so desperate to rotate and get ahead, almost prevent a site hit coming through once again. And Sonder to just plant, well, create enough chaos here on A site. Popping the ultimate, draws Mary and Giuliano away from this hold. So clean from Laurie, though. Benita, cool, calm, and collected to close things out.
Timeout now coming in for G2, pumping the brakes a little.
Like I said, though, that was the round that almost gives Shopify, you feel like it gives Shopify access to 12, and then it's,
yeah, they're here.
Like I said, G2 then continue with the same trend we've seen the last few rounds, which is stepping on eggshells, right? In terms of the finances.
Still a believer, Zaz.
Yeah,
never
still
losing
believers
faith.
out there, yeah.
Yeah, she's fine. Like, it's doing it, it's, you know, getting a narrative out of it, doing it for the story, you know what I mean? Get them feeling hopeful before you crush them. But you're right, I feel like that this round that's just occurred, the one, you know, that's got them to 11, is that gateway round as well, because it does get you the money on your side. The ult's still sitting pretty nicely for them as well. They have a lot working in their favor here.
Concern B, and Mary's had a quiet couple of rounds, which has struggled to get that tour de force online, which is a massive tool when you are kind of struggling financially. To throw that in, have a buy in hand, and also just being stupid OP in the hands of Mary as well. But this is going to be one they're going to have to play through with Sheriffs. Headhunter loaded up, yes, but some of the individual prowess now from these Shopify individuals starting to shine through.
What a surprise it is. I mean, you know, Shopify Rebellion had lived in the shadow of Cloud9 for so long, you know, constantly.
Like that, in the blink of an eye, become the Titan Slayers, the Miracle Makers. Like, this is, I mean, how crazy would it be to day before come through and then do it to G2 here?
Look, we're being realists.
We're map one. We're
map one, and it is a best of 5. We are realists here. This would be a monumental performance if Shopify can do that. Not only taking down Cloud9 White, not only then following up towards Team Liquid 2 to then challenge G2.
To also kind of build on that as well, to come out of such an exhausting day yesterday, to come in open here on Pearl and put up this good of a performance so far, where, I mean, kind of look at this blank canvas and you say, yeah, map 1's probably going to G2 with what we've seen previously at this event. Did see a pop-up earlier, yes, Shopify are 2-0 here so far. G2 are 4-0 as well in terms of track record, so it's something that's definitely a big surprise to me. I would have said this almost felt a little front-loaded. Bind, if you park that for a moment, this veto feels like it's front-loaded for G2.
It could be, and if you are wondering, there is a tech timeout coming in here, so hopefully will be resolved nice and quick. Why have you got to say it, man? Why you got to say it? We're having a nice day. So yeah, tech pause is coming in, but hopefully they'll be resolved nice and quickly, and there won't be too many issues. Because honestly, this game's kind of just getting to that exciting point. Because I want to know how much this... Let's say they do win this map, right? Let's say Shopify Rebellion do win it. I wonder how much pressure that removes, how much confidence they gain. I mean, Mary doesn't look fussed yet. Mary's big chillin'. Big chillin' in that chair. Yeah, as I said, I think this map is the start of it, right? I think that's all we can say. It is truly just the start.
Sonder's fallen asleep. She's doing this with her eyes closed, apparently.
Hype it up a bit here, you know, it's grand finals. But no, we do need to see what this does to both teams, because as you said, Bind then coming up next. Where would you say that traditionally would sit? In your mind,
I think it's a difficult one to really sit one side of the fence or not. All I'm kind of thinking, it's a strong map for Shopify. We've already seen very solid performances so far here in Berlin. I think that's one that, when I talk about being front-loaded, that's the one that you can almost kind of split down the middle, right?
Okay.
But that comes in with the expectation that you'd expect G2 to kind of brute force.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, who's winning?
Okay, let's put on my glasses. Hold on. Crowd, we might need you to help us out here. I think it's KP though.
KP's dominating.
Yeah, KP. Oh, cameraman, we need both POVs.
Wait, is it 1-1? I didn't see that. I didn't see the first round.
I didn't see. Yeah, we messed.
Can we get the lower third adjusted? Actually, we need the
just the rock paper scissors graphic. Production going like, no, Lauren, we can't do that. Actually, we're very stressed right now. We've got a lot going on here. But lovely game of rock paper scissors. I've heard someone say like scissor paper rock, and it really upsets me. Like it actually like makes me feel uncomfortable.
Well, that is weird because it's not in alphabetical order.
See, yeah, it
doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense.
We are not far away from getting back underway.
Who's told you that?
I just got a feeling players are sitting up. They're not lounging back anymore. So I was right.
Mystic Mike. There he is, coming back again. Thank you for your patience.
Somebody find the Mystic Mike image.
Please don't.
A classic.
11-6. Now, again, focus up, folks, because it could be 12 here. And looking at the money, it looks likely. This could be Shopify Rebellion on map point after this.
So Mary trying to probe towards A main here. Immediately punished. Sonder and Flowerful. Blow this site wide open. Look how quickly Sonder's all the way into spawn to make sure there's no lurking threat here. You probably just want to get this one over and done with. 3 to try and retake here. 2 Sheriffs, the headhunter from Mary. No real pressure to even, follow up on here.
It's looking like a Prime Gaming flawless at this rate.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Mary, can you do any damage on the way out?
Doesn't even matter.
Not
I mean, yes,
really.
the old progress great, but it's a buy round coming back through anyway.
Done
Not even going to find the consolation.
All right. Let's see what that timeout was for. Not the tech one, obviously, but the actual tactical one that G2 went for. They have the operator coming out and a couple other bits and pieces to work in. They have the ults, they have the res, they've got a lot at their disposal. This has to be the round if they want to put up a fight here, because so far it has been genuinely flawless this entire half for Shopify. It's been, what, 6 back-to-back now?
Yes, 6 on the bounce. Again, these haven't even really felt that close, right? G2 haven't really even been testing. Other than the bonus round that came down to the wire. Well, I say bonus round, there was rifles in there anyway.
Play,
this is a flawless second half here for Shopify. Once again, looking to... Oh my god, the flash and the nightfall was beautiful to try and find that opener.
Glance is just on the run, needs to get away, and the timing on this is everything. Benita. Give it away a little bit here. Giuliano.
Look at Sonder in spawn again.
How is Sonder here? So confident to take these fights towards pit. And isn't falling away for it either yet. Spike's down. Ooh, that time might now be forced to fall away here. Challenge and no! Sonder does not deny.
Maybe we're 2 though, and the Reds. This could be huge for G2.
Okay, maybe there's still a chance here. KP turns the flash well for 1, but it's a quick trade out. Flowerful and Benita standing, and look at Benny's position. That slow flank coming on in, the Prowler.
They still got the wall. It's ahead of the Cosmic Divide.
To get this defuse. Petra's got 1, and the defuse can be started. Benny, can you get there in time? Tries to break the wall. They're standing there on the other side. G2, not out of it yet. Holding on just.
I was waiting to see if that wall got committed one way or the other, but it's actually very defensive. Great awareness here from Mimi of the possibility a flank comes back through Art. But Sonder, like I said, beautiful setup here with a flash over the top. KP sending that ultimate through. Massive res coming through from Mimi. A crucial round win for G2. Come out of this though, licking their wounds just a little bit. Bulldog, light armor for Glance. That operator in hand, the tour de force available for Mary now.
They're doing the triple stack as well. Oh, it's not triple. Even I fell for it. That's what I get for looking at the minimap. But Mary does have a little bit of wiggle room here, still within the TP. That's a little bit of a...
Might even hear some of these steps, actually.
Could have.
Yeah,
definitely
no
now.
secrets about this on the way in.
Yeah, not subtle by any means. I don't think they care about being subtle anymore. Rinse, repeat. They go again. Sonder clears sight, clears close, sees nothing. Slow gets triggered, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. Again, CT postured up. Sonder.
The timing!
Oh, just turned away. Looks away, and Giuliano will take your life. And now with the player advantage, what do they do with this? Giuliano waiting for it. I think there's a little pop flash ready to go for Laurie there, but actually just a straight-up challenge. Takes out Glance, but a quick trade. And now let's look at these post plants. Deep positioning. This is dangerous territory now.
Flowerful on the flank back through Art, though.
It's going check, though. Petra's not going to be looking away for it. No, Petra finds
beautiful.
Flowerful, and now the defuse can be started. There's anything to stop it. Giuliano just being the bodyguard, body blocking if they have to. Mary stands there for them. Defuse comes in. Just about holding on for another round here. They are desperate to hunt the weapons down, and they walk away with a rifle each.
I mean, even so, 2 in response, but they do not feel comfortable whatsoever. Right down to the wire there. Ability now to get that tour de force into round 21. I said the timing for Sonda. I think she's expected. Yeah, you know, I've got away with murder in Spawn.
Yeah, got that god timing.
And there's just nobody's going to challenge me again here. With Giuliano. Mary lost for words after that one. Oof. Big opener.
Yeah, action speaking louder than words there for Mary finding Sonda.
Who's been causing so many problems in the last few rounds.
Even just with the space she's been
exactly.
taking. It's not even just the frags, which she's getting plenty of, but that deeper, you know, CT play pushing through pit. Now let's see what the options are for Shopify. Eyeing up middle potentially, but we know that that wall's in place. That's not going to be an access point for them. Where else do they go now?
Stacking up another 20 seconds or so on the wall if they're going to wait for that to decay. All the way down. G2 happy to hold on to it. See the slow orb on the backside of it as well. So diligence shown here from Mimi, just in case there was going to be a pop flash as it fell. But no utility left. And the last 2 rounds have been down to Mimi's wall alone.
Okay, first counter utility noted really from Shopify after they've hit the brakes after Sonda got picked. So noting presence towards Art, but it is going to be that readdress here. Nice entry from Laurie. Do they clear for Giuliano though? Working through B-Link, surely. They look towards it. Glance gets all the attention so far. Giuliano set up for success. Makes a bit of a meal of the first, but does get it done. Laurie goes down, but it's KP with the trade. So still, they have 2 players alive here, but they have no real space or access points towards these sites. 14 seconds, I don't think they can even make it.
I was going to say, Cosmic Divide committed.
10 seconds left.
It's going to be tight. Yeah, it's going to be desperate, and it's going to be in the open. Not even going to make it here. Not even going to try for it. Benita.
All right. Ain't over yet. That's 9 now, Mike. G2 clinging on to life.
Clawing their way back into this as well. Again, it's by the finest of margins, though.
Yep.
Here, if we don't find that opening engagement going in favor of Mary and Sonda doesn't fall, potential here for Shopify to continue. I mean, here with the suppress as well. Giuliano couldn't even TP out here, so it's lucky actually the second kill comes through just to bail her out.
There's still financial
there
support
is,
here for Shopify. They're still in a good enough position to get these buys going. Look at the odds as well. Sonda's still got hers. KP as well. Hers online. Other side, Petra's maybe got theirs here, but Mary just burnt theirs. So you are starting to see them really grind it down. And I'm looking at this early challenge towards double doors here. Quick pressure, and the answer maybe from G2 is to look towards the extremities. Postured up, posted up on both sides.
Yeah, G2 effectively now just putting it down to either the wall or the trap in Art or Link.
Face your fear!
Wow.
Trying to take space elsewhere. A very, very early nightfall here, but at least the information that it's clear. And Sonda already looking to hit this execute.
Wow, but Benny also finding value on the other side of the map is massive. Mary, lovely positioning though. This crossfire could be nasty. There's the trade out though. Good work from Flowerful, kind of all-encompassing towards this A site. Look towards Glance. Not noted, has not been seen yet. Now we'll have to give away the game. They know of the position. Glance could be coming in, nothing to deny that for now. Laurie tucked on the site. Pops the ult, and we look at what's remaining. 3, Petra, Giuliano, and Glance. They keep them humble to the site for now, looking for that bailout, which would be Petra potentially.
There.
What else do they have to work through here? Looking for maybe the trade. Petra's got 1. Still need to clear this back line. KP, Benita, Flowerful, all sitting this side. That's massive. That should at least catch 2, maybe not the 3rd. And Glance pushed up at the same time. Flowerful holding the line. Diffuse started. Giuliano needs support here. And where was Petra in this? Well, She wasn't alive anymore. Benita's got her dead, and Shopify Rebellion. That's map 1, and one we would have put with G2 here.
Absolutely. And no shame in saying that. Shopify played a fantastic game here on Pearl. Almost catching G2 off guard. That second half was so one-sided. And running away with things, G2 unable to get a steady footing in terms of the economy to really enable them to play, I guess, in the style they like to.
Yeah.
Constantly on the back foot, constantly trying to rely on, Mary to find value with either the Tour de Force or that Headhunter. Unfortunately, Shopify just playing a better macro game.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair assessment, and it's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call for G2, I think, and they normally respond pretty well to them. They're happy to rise to those challenges, so looking forward to seeing that. But I have to, again, just give credit here to Shopify Rebellion for somehow not being exhausted, somehow being prepared for this. Because even mechanically, like, you don't get easy games against G2.
Hey, even building on that confidence from yesterday, where you can see it in the gameplay here. Sonda not afraid to, be on that island, be the solo mission, selling a couple of fakes here and there. Like you said, it's not necessarily the value from kills, but the amount of pressure and space that she's able to clear single-handedly for Shopify, making it easy for them to follow up.
Yeah, fantastic map 1. This actually might tee us up for a longer series. Give us that full map run. I know that's what everyone would love to see. The crowd happy to see this.
We might be in a world here where Shopify start 2-0 up.
That is a reality that I wasn't ready to face, but it actually seems very, very real. I'm actually quite happy to see this because we don't often see G2 challenged.
I'm here for it.
I'm absolutely here for it. It's going to be a journey. Do not go anywhere. This game is just starting to heat up.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The win streak continues for Shopify Rebellion. There is nothing
that is standing in their way right now, it feels like. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka, Potter, and Athena. And Athena, oh my goodness, who would have thought that the map that Shopify was going to take off of G2 was going to be Pearl?
Yeah, I mean, that was super, super surprising for me. I genuinely thought that this was going to be G2's map. Like, I thought that the way they were playing the other day was just like super, super cool. But I mean, it kind of looks like Shopify must have done their homework, and they really capitalized on things that I didn't think were gonna be that important, like abusing the Yoru, knowing the kind of playstyle that they're going for, and it just went super, super well, and Shopify just went really, really crazy on
I think in so many occasions they like outsmarted what G2 was putting into the table. So many 5-woman pushes that we saw, so many rounds just going for that mid control, making G2 very insecure. We're talking about the first time ever that G2 has lost on this map.
Yeah, and you know, it was the way in which Shopify was doing it, right? Flowerful on this chamber. As soon as we switched sides to the attack, she was winning clutch after clutch, multi-kill after multi-kill, and all those openings. And it's so exciting if you're Flowerful, right? I mean, I remember casting back just a couple days ago and just missing those clutches by 1 kill, those impossible scenarios, 1v3s. But now Flowerful, she's looking like a completely different player. She's so poised in these high pressure moments, and I just have so much faith that she's going to be able to convert.
I mean, we knew that the attack was going to be explosive coming in from Shopify Rebellion, but to me, this amount of greatness, let's call it, even Lori that had such a slow start was having such brilliant plays.
Yeah, just in general, everything that Shopify did seemed to work. Even in the post plants, even in the retakes, all these macro plays, even Sonder at some point just had the confidence to just walk up mid and clear it, like on defense side. And I think that is something that's super, super important, that confidence coming into it, and just knowing your opponent, it seems like, for Shopify just made them like really, really grab this win.
And I think that's the key point, right? Knowing your opponent. We talked about G2's composition. This is now we've had 4 days or so to kind of digest all these wonky Yoru plays coming out across the board. So I think especially switching off to the second half, Yoru on defense, it's a little bit tricky, right? You've got to have so many different clever set pieces to be able to have those retakes come out and be successful. So I think Shopify absolutely punished the Yoru on the defense.
But also, there were some uncharacteristic mistakes we saw from G2. It's giving me, Kakuka, the guild final PTSD a little bit there.
Yeah, totally, because we're seeing them, as you were saying, making some mistakes into, like, for example, Petra using her ult and then checking her bag when she has the trails in front of her, being like, they're here, and it's the nerves that we did not see in G2 just yet.
Yeah, but one player I feel like has been stone cold despite being on the losing side is Mary. Here she is in the AIM Lab shoot-around. Of course, only 16 years of age, but Potter doesn't really play like she's a 16-year-old here on LAN. She's really carrying her team.
Oh, absolutely. So mature in the server. And you know, when I say mature, I'm talking about the experience of being able to react off the information your teammates give you and what's in front of you on the map, right? And Mary, again, the confidence that she has whenever she's looking at those duels. I mean, of course she's got the youth on her side, but she's just so good for the shot every time.
Yeah, Mary really, like, just to touch up on the maturity point there, like, she will take initiative for herself as a player, and I think that that is something that, yes, can be taught, but it takes a long, long time to teach that. And I think Mary has done just a great job at absolutely holding her own, taking her own duels, her own initiatives, and asking for the help of her team to put her in positions that are really, really good. And I think that Juliana is an amazing IGL for sure, but Mary's kind of also putting herself into spots that is helping her entire team.
It's going to be interesting to see if she can keep that up as well. Of course, Bind is the next map. Losing on Pearl for G2, I feel like Kakuka changes a lot of the narratives we had.
Yeah, listen, I know that we have 2 people from NA here on the desk. I know that you girls are in charge of the script. So if there's something that you know that we don't, this will be the perfect moment to change it, to share it. Because, of course, I think that the story for Shopify here on Bind, we were all here the other day. We saw that Seeker. We saw how close it was. They didn't manage to get the the map against Team Liquid. But then when we look at the side of G2, everything takes a switch and changes. And bringing the changes is what has made G2 special in this tournament. If you look at your screen right now, you can see on the top the composition that they played against Skill Decks on that final. And the previous one was a long time ago against 10-Star Nova. Even Zaz was on the team. You see that they're very different. But what if I tell you that we've seen Glance moving from the Brimstone to the Omen? We've seen Mary having a complete different pathing into her agents, just picking on that chamber. And so what can we expect, and how does Shopify prepare for this bind?
Yeah, I think they prepare with the breach, right? I mean, we've been seeing Sonder have so much success now. We should be seeing Sonder switching off from the Neon over to the Raze, and the breach on bind, it's not quite as meta. You know, you don't see it as often, but being able to have that fault line provided for the back line as Raze is just satcheling across the map and just creating havoc in the back lines really helps out those executes. And even so many questions. I have so many questions running through my mind. That Cypher pick on Mimi as well. Are G2 still going to run the Cypher on bind? It's not quite as meta either.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, it's like expect the unexpected, but at this point, it's like, I have no idea what even the unexpected is with this team. Like the Yoru on Pearl, like who knows what's going to come out. But I mean, for me, if I saw Cypher, I would kind of be upset because I think Mary needs to stick to that chamber because she is just doing such a wonderful job this entire tournament so far for her team. But I agree, like Bind is really, like for Shopify, they have not seen G2 play Bind in this tournament ever. Yeah. They have not seen their comp. They have not seen them play in a very like a month now. So it's really more of an advantage for G2, I think, at this point because Shopify just played it super recently.
Yeah, but we also need to talk about, of course, G2 had those two bans. The ground that Shopify has decided to be the test ground on their side is this bind. So, you know, it doesn't get better than this. And especially coming after that map win on Pearl, they have to be over the top right now and into confidence and everything that they bring in. If they have a plan, I know that they're going to be able to execute it. On the side of G2, are they going to go full in with the changes? We expect so, but of course they knew that this bind was not even a possibility. It was compulsory to be played today.
I mean, this is the pick that made sense because, like you said, G2 had two bans. The only map that I think all of us could have agreed on that Shopify would have gone first was the bind. Yes. Both teams probably know that as well. And as you all said, as we head into Prime Gaming Agent Select, we want to see Mary double down on her role change. Her going back to the breach, for me, would just make zero sense going into this.
Yeah, of course. And I think they will want to avoid that, right? We heard in the interviews they don't want a mini Zaz anymore. They want Mary to just blossom and come into her own, and there it is. Mary leaning onto that chamber pick as she should. She's found so much success and those opening duels and picks, and Flowerful responding right in turn as well.
This makes a lot of sense. You change one Sentinel for the other. Of course, is Mary going to be taking on that role? If you wanted to change the composition without being too drastic or having to change the entirety of your game plan, I think this is what it fits.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem that I have with both of these comps is I said this before and I'll say it again, I'm still not 100% on Shopify's comp. They only have the Sky Flash for their form of information and the Sky Dog, but it's so short range. And so with Petra on that fade, I really, really think that that could make the big difference. But again, I mean, they've proven us wrong before. You know, maybe they lost to Cabbages, but I don't think that's going to happen this time around. There's no Sky. We're good. There's no Sky. So I think going forward, it's going to be really, really interesting.
No Sky on this time, but it is Mimi's debut on Breach here in the grand finals of all places of Game Changers. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you. And yeah, we kind of have our expectations changed, right? Map 1 went the way of Shopify Rebellion. A little surprising when we had Pearl coming up first. That kind of changed the dynamic here. Mike now, though, Bind sits a little towards Shopify Rebellion. This is a map that could have been the lifeline for them.
Yes, it does, but I feel much better about the switch up on G2. The concern being, you really want Mary to shine in this chamber role, right? And just even the switch up here, Mimi's looked fantastic as that second, third layer of some of G2's set pieces on that initiator role. So even coming into this almost kind of drifts a little back into maybe a level playing field. Yeah, great point actually from Athena in terms of the composition. Laurie is the only fact finder here, right? Other than the boombot, that's literally it. Yeah. So maybe concerns that. We'll see the difference being Petra over on the fade as well.
See what we make of it. As we waste no time to get this started.
Sonder's here so quickly.
But look where the rest are.
Once again, yeah. This is just another probe. G2 haven't bitten just yet because the smokes have been committed on B.
Yeah, they are still standing their ground, and there could be a horrible surprise for Shopify if they aren't careful. 2 players, there is a third, which now they know. Glance gonna get even KP with that. Molly, Sonder, just trying to play her life as best she can over towards the A site, still keeping 2 players present, but Glance, stunner of a start. Mimi denying that pressure Sonder wanted to have. As Laurie now, last one alive. And would need miracles here to make anything happen. Flawless beginnings from G2. Prime Gaming flawless.
Yeah, not biting whatsoever, committing to this triple hold on B site. Yeah, fantastic shutdown with the molly as well under Hookah. Shopify just desperate to try and get out of that smoke and find it over. I think probably anticipating they've drawn a rotation, and it might just be one, potentially 2 members of G2 here. That's even with, like I said, Sonder once again creating so much pressure getting into Lamps almost off the rip. Figuring out as well, key information actually that Mary's TP is positioned over there. Potential to punish that, obviously, with the breach and the raise. Force that TP out anywhere.
5 classics coming up for Shopify Rebellion, so if they can get a plant, a couple of picks, really nice. And they've actually eyed up the correct site, if you want to call it that way. There are only 2 players here to defend, so could be the right choice. Mary could do a lot of damage here, though. First to be found. That's big contact, and actually Mary almost overzealous on it, but a quick clean-up, turns around, and it's awkward. Yeah, and it ain't pretty. It's not as clean as you'd like, and now they've actually cost 2 players their life here.
Maybe even another one here. Someone's found it.
It's down to 2. This was classics, Mike. This should never have been this way. And now Giuliano and Petra. I wouldn't close the gap. Still a headshot, Sonder. Refusing to lose, but it's Petra to find it. And it was not as clean as you'd like to see there. That's 2 standing for G2.
In another reality, Sonder has that second blast back and can close the distance a little bit. Giuliano with the judge, though. You've got to almost give that one to her.
And yeah, Benita and Giuliano, no strangers to each other in grand finals. And if you were a fan back in the day, you probably knew that Giuliano won, I'd say, more often than losing in those. Held supremacy throughout her prior career. Benita, I'm sure this would be quite the sweet victory if managed. So far, though, map 2. Good start here for G2.
I'm liking the fact that Shopify are prioritizing long here, knowing that judge was present in the previous round. Actually, Petra here to try and bait just a little bit with a different weapon sound. Glance early on the smoke and the molly. So Shopify have drawn out a little bit of utility. Whether or not Sonder actually tries to commit to this. After Shopify actually forced Petra out, still gets the kill though.
Wow. Finding Sonder there, that was almost kind of teed up to punish that little pinch coming in, and that could have been maybe the go signal towards the B site. Now they're going to have to do a little bit, I guess, more uphill, a little bit more of a struggle here. That double stack towards Hookah still standing. You can see Shopify Rebellion already taking over elbow. Those rifles could be keeping Mimi at bay. Glance, though, steps away. And they're still cornered in this, so if they do come filtering through, that flash finding no one, this is still a problem. They still have to clear the site, and you can see it. Glance has been waiting. Only a ghost, though, but still going to take Benita with her.
Probably Giuliano's now stuck with that judge. And she swapped out to the Spectre here.
Ooh, what a shot. That's the rifle gone. Petra was the one who had it.
Yep.
That's been removed.
Stun comes through. It's perfect here to set Giuliano up. That's going to swing through. Not find the second, though. Mimi does.
Yeah, but Flowerful's only 10 HP. How much can one player do in a 1v2 now? Flashed up. Flowerful, this is such a tall task. Mary and Mimi up against you. And Mimi on guard duty. Mary taken down, no trade. Flowerful, are you kidding me? Almost getting away with murder. But across the line, bonus converted. G2 carry on forward.
Flowerful just about isolating that first kill with Mimi swinging wide onto long. The third on the board for G2. It's a beautiful setup here, and even actually with the fault line coming through on the back of that aftershock. It's unfortunate for Shopify not to find both kills there, but very low HP. It's difficult for Flowerful to really feel comfortable about that clutch. A lot of pressure being applied towards B though.
Yep. especially long. We've seen a lot of priority put towards it by maybe the fact the judge was noted before, be it just simply they have a bit of a penchant for it, but still, it looks like they're going again.
Flowerful actually getting the hero rifle here with the Tour de Force available in the next. They're going to try and make something work.
Glance has been quite good at this, though. When we talk about Glance, she can be that rock for this side, so I want to see how she plays as Mimi's actually fallen. First and foremost goes down, and Glance willing to challenge on this. Quite surprising, but takes down the forward player. Flowerful gone, that rifle does get to filter through.
Very brave to commit to that.
If she went down, there'd be no one else, Mike.
Finally, Giuliano coming across here as a little bit of progress made towards A short. Petra and Mary both posted up. Mary actually operator in hand, so this walk clearance going to feel very uncomfortable.
This is so dangerous, Mary. Watching that cross now. Players on the other side. Flash comes in.
Is perfect.
Actually gets out of there, but they don't clear Petra. You've got to respect what Petra can do now. Just slows down the roll just a little to allow Mary to hit the repeat.
The wallbang
frag.
comes through.
Laurie's still standing though. And if she's still standing, she's still fragging. Wait for that spike to potentially come in. Giuliano. Trying to toy with the consideration here, but Nita with a shot. Giuliano deleted. They slip away to the post plant.
Nita does have that molly available. As the lineup from spawn, she's got set up and prepped. And no pressure coming towards the back line, so you almost can rely on this.
Time is of the essence. They've got to get a move on. That's quick. There's a lineup for Benny. Gonna commit it now. Glance. Might be able to get it to half here. Still going to be sitting it. And actually going to be... Oh, Benita comes around back in time, and that should be the denial defuse. Going to be brutal to try and get back to Mary. Trying to have to make something of this one. And an attempt here. Going to be going for this 28 seconds. A smoke depleter. Benita with the clutch.
Time to perfection there with the molly as well. So lucky to get that kill. You see initially the spray into the smoke doesn't really find the mark, but Benita with the Sheriff making it work. Shopify actually flipped back around that. You'd argue actually on paper shouldn't have been favored for them. Great diligence shown with the flash onto Mary as well to clear that, and then actually the fault line committed onto Petra as well. Benita being that key late round piece for that showers lurk.
There.
Shopify want to switch things up a little bit now. It's around actually a G2 revert back towards this 3-site hold on B.
Oh, the pressure in showers. Yeah, they commit. Ooh, it's a little awkward. And actually, Flowerful goes down to it. Quick damage done. They're going to take over part of the map, though. The site should be under Shopify control. But Giuliano fancying her chances here. Benita will be the one on the other side to watch that. Make sure no one slips the smoke, but actually the timing's unfavorable. Looks away. Giuliano. Oh, the adjust would have been everything. Can't quite get it to snap towards Benita, who is that backline presence. And now Mary. Put in a 1v3 again. Sunder on site. KP. On towards short. And shower would be Benita. 6 bullets. First target found. The quick switch out does have the Tour de Force to play with. And the off angle's really rewarding Sunder there.
Great
Shopify
reposition.
Rebellion, that's 2 now.
Great reposition by Sunder. Let's get ahead. G2 come back into this with a couple of ultimates though. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike of their own, second actually, I think, for Glance. I don't even think actually Petra's gonna get that kill unless there's a little utility pull out there. Unfortunately, Mary not able to get it done. Nothing left though behind this purchase for G2. And Shopify, I mean this round win, they do have the ultimates for it. I mean Showstopper and the Seekers. They were looking to get aggressive here on long. Denied early on. She's so much response here with the utility from Shopify.
There's so much pressure coming just her way. But the re-clear, a little over the top, I feel there. Gets punished for it. Flowerful gonna claim the life. Mary was unwilling to relent that challenge, really wanted that fight towards B-Long.
And the commitment towards this engagement has actually drawn out so much utility as well. The aftershock comes through, the paint shell comes through. Shopify, just pause for a moment, drifting back towards A. Seekers might even be a little bit of a red herring here for G2. Peeling away from this though. That's a big indicator, though. Revealed actually as well here.
Ooh, the trade out. Petra does find Sonda. Did they know Glance at all? I don't know how much information they've got that Glance is here. Maybe a note of some variety, but timing could be disastrous. They have no idea. Neither does she that there's someone behind her. But the step out finds KP, but look who's lurking behind. Is Benita gonna find the frag? Yes, absolutely. But the spike plant for now will be denied. Buying a couple of seconds for this. Goes in, Giuliano off the back. Didn't quite make it where she wanted to. Now Flowerful gets the opportunity to do some damage. Big trade. 6 seconds now. Another attempt on the blow.
Oh my God!
Giuliano! 3 kills! And a 4th round for G2.
Almost looks like the Rolling Thunder a little bit off there as well. Didn't catch Flowerful. And then Giuliano almost fumbling that satchel towards the top of truck. Doesn't matter though. Quickly finds that trade. And cleans up sight. Even think here whether or not there's an opportunity for Laurie to reset just a little bit. Beats is just desperate to hold on to that cross. Giuliano landing the shots when it matters.
Shopify Rebellion pumping the brakes here as well. Maybe that Red Bull clutch was enough to shake him up a little. Taking a moment, Shopify to talk it through. We saw the money was getting a little tight for both sides, but there will still be a purchase here for G2. On the other side, we have to see what they can muster together.
Yeah, problem being as well, some key ultimates burnt up here by Shopify. Something you might even want to see employed in this round. On the side of G2. Showstopper available now, and Petra. Let's have her ultimate as well. I'm curious actually if G2 would see maybe the inclination they want to start challenging with what we saw on B-Long, but like I said, it was a massive commitment after. That didn't feel like it went their way at all throughout the entire process. And Utility kind of dumped on top of that as well. They got to kind of address this presence from Benita. There's a couple of times she's been able to slip behind this execute and cause real problems for G2. Obviously, we know as well on the Brimstone with that Molly lineup, if they can keep finding these plants on A, it's definitely a concern.
It's a consistency you can depend upon a little. Sonda, quick space taken, and no real challenge this time. Giving up shower control. Playing from the site itself. Decent information garnered. Giuliano could be challenged here. Decides to stick around.
Mary goes exploring the other way. Might even catch the spike here. Eyes on the minimap because KP is drifting back this direction.
When does she hear this, does she?
Hearing it now.
Yeah, you can see the calls being made. Oh no, Mary has no idea. Mary needs to run and gets to keep herself breathing, standing. But it's a scramble back towards that B side, but she's got an early idea, an early concept of what the intention was.
So that's, yeah, a ton of pressure coming towards Mary. She has to actually TP all the way towards Lamp. So it's only going to be 2 to hold down the fort here, Mimi and Giuliano. Mary
was finding Flowerful. That was on the other side. On the other side, though, Mimi is there to find Laurie. You can see Giuliano away for the push-up, though. Catching the cross! Taking out 2 on the push-up there. Beautiful work. A Prime Gaming flawless coming out for G2 now. Getting into the rhythm a little bit here, but that was still a broken buy from Shopify.
Yeah, but looking to start exploring the map just a little bit. KP, unfortunately, not to catch off Mary. Outside hookah. One of the finest of margins she's able to get away. Mimi and Giuliano holding down the fort here.
Wow, really nice.
Beautiful cleanup. Giuliano even getting a freebie there behind it.
Truly is a changing of the times. We see Mary being the loud one here. Giuliano going to take some space instantaneously. And this is a push up across the map. Shopify Rebellion will be back in spawn. Aggression shown. See what the answer is. KP trying to clear. There's a lot of utility lane. Giuliano is going to dip out of here. Going to burn up a fair amount of this utility, though. It looks like Shopify trying to head this way. Flowerful, the quick progress through showers pays dividends. 2 quick kills. Mimi and Giuliano had no idea that was vulnerable.
Just a lack of consideration here that somebody would be so quick to punish from showers, and that's going to give Shopify the plant here on 8. And a 5v3 presented. Peter already playing that backline. Mary, potential to find that kill, though.
Okay, that's one of the problems addressed, but there's so many bodies in the way here. Petra would need heroics, and I don't think she's got it in her in this round. Probably going to back away with that rifle, keep it to hand. Now, that aggression was quite interesting. I mean, it was a little all in, and again, we've seen, at least bear in mind, Benita lurking through shower quite often, always that late presence. I'm surprised they didn't address that at some point.
And that's why it's a shame to not see that considered at all. Flowerful makes absolutely the right decision to very quickly pressure towards that area of the map. Unfortunately, actually, I mean, Sonda just about gets away from that showstopper. Half a second either way. I think Giuliano, potential to catch her in market. Like I said, G2 look as if they wanted to start exploring, and this is the round we see it with the showstopper. Purchase should be able to come through here. Actually, operator in hand for Mary as well.
I don't mind the attempt, though. They still have a buy in pocket, so again, I don't think it's the worst idea to try and do that, but
this is what we kind of alluded to on Pearl, right? When G2 are ahead, they like to keep applying the pressure, right? It's when they struggle to get a footing in terms of the finances that they maybe go inside their shell just a little bit, play a little bit safer. So it's a positive that G2 are still looking to take control of some of these rounds. A lot of variation in terms of the setups here from G2 on defense. Shopify continue to go through the motions, these early round protocols, to get some sort of feel.
Yeah, probably paying a little bit more attention to detail, especially after that last round now. You're really very much aware that there could be a push, there could be presence.
Mary drifting. And Laurie's got a very deep angle.
It's timing. Oh, Laurie, the patience pays. Even the face, just like that. Got him.
Even surprised by that one herself.
But the opposite of that timing as well. That was delayed in comparison to that initial aggression we saw in the prior round. So already rewarded for that diligence.
That's two, though. G2 going to re-clear through showers. They want to address the backline. If this plant comes onto A, I think they're going to try and hunt Benita, knowing the orbital strike is available.
That's a good idea. Not going to come through, but you can see Shopify Rebellion trying to get a little bit of presence on CT. Giuliano willing to challenge, but here's that backline fight that we're looking for. Benita now under pressure, needs some support here. Petra's found Sonda. You can see all of the cavalry being called over. Glance goes down. Great work from KP. Keeping Benita safe for the post plant here. Now it's an uphill struggle. Benny called to attention. Petra's got to move, and Mimi makes it safe. It's down to 3. KP, Benita, and Flowerful, but time is still on their side. Molly coming in. They are buying so much time here. And you can see that late lurk again coming in through shower. Benita taking down Petra. Benita again towards Mimi. And no options. And a great adaptation from G2, but a better hold back from Shopify.
Fantastic awareness for G2 to almost give up the site there and look to challenge the backline. Benita's put up under so much pressure. Just so happens KP swings through, finds that kill, and able to stabilize that post plant. Even looking here, I think it's only Glance to come through and challenge. I think Giuliana was considering it. She satchels back onto site here. Benita really digs her heels in.
Huge work between Benita and KP there. That was massive.
This is a great round to watch from the minimap and just see exactly what, and the decision making from G2, like I said, was on point.
Yeah, lovely stuff between these teams. Exactly what we want for a grand final. And again, the patience paying off. KP being rewarded with a kill towards Mary.
So on this round, not as much of a concern, but second time Mary's been caught off guard, posting up on these deep angles. Obviously, Headhunter here will give a little bit of an allowance for it. Already 2 members sent back across towards A, a third in the form of Giuliano. Only got a shorty, though. You see Shopify don't even want to challenge towards Lamps, just in case. Laurie, now actually on the back of that, definitely won't want to.
Nice.
He gives it up regardless.
Yeah, this is great work. They need that. They don't need, but it'd be nice to have 5 standing. Keep that economy booming. There it is. Shopify Rebellion. Prime Gaming flawless now. This game is starting to look a little more favored to them.
Same sort of thing that Potter was talking about, alluding to on the desk, right? Shopify's ability to stabilize. Just sit back and receive some of the aggression G2 throw out and adjust their plan accordingly. Very early on, Shopify showed so much presence towards B as well. So even winning out on some of these, you know, spin the wheel sort of rounds where G2 have got 3 towards A, still coming out on top. It's got to feel good to even come back here and, yeah, we're tied up 5 apiece, but firmly in control of this first half. They win this. Actually, G2 going to be on a off-kilter purchase for the final round of the half.
G2 again, we don't often see them winning just those clean games. They are normally a brawl and they normally win out, but we've got to give credit here to Shopify Rebellion. It has been wonderful to watch. Oh, the drinks are out, are we? We're already on the beers. Nice work. Jess, easy now. I like the just generic sign, women. Nice work, Jess. Yeah, I mean, at this point, we do need to kind of look towards the actual reality that if Shopify keep this up, there is a chance they go 2-0 up. Like, it's a genuine reality that I wasn't actually ready for at the start of the day, and I think most of us who are realists will look at this and go, okay, Shopify, yeah, okay, maybe beating the NA counterpart. They've done that before, right? Oh, they've bested Cloud9.
They're embracing the Titan Slayer kind of
apparently
title
so.
here. Yeah.
Because the Cloud9 game I chalk up to, you know, a common enemy, you've known them so well, but this is a whole different beast.
We saw a C9 white wobble early on. The thing we said earlier before this game started, G2, it was slow, but they barely kind of put a foot wrong, right? There's been very few mistakes, even with Giuliano having a quiet couple of series here and there.
Yeah, recovered well on the Reyna. Yeah.
Exactly.
We go back in. Mary this time does connect towards Benita. That is a different start. That could change these post plants that have been paying off for Shopify.
Actually removes the smokes as well ahead of this execution. And there's a window of opportunity for Shopify to still commit to this, but you see the hesitation here from KP. Finally does commit, but actually a fantastic nade from Sonder.
The combo.
The response in kind with the orbital strike.
Oh yeah, no stone unturned here. Gonna have the ult potentially committed. Yep, gonna go for it, Mary. Has to give away presence, as does Glance now. Hit towards the side, Shopify making the most of it, and the shot goes astray. Mary, now under pressure, has to fall off this angle again. She's not having as much freedom as she used to. They've made a plot out of this, and they brought it back down to a 3v3. Flowerful getting ahead of herself there, trying to pressure towards CT and gets denied by Giuliano. A quick bit of presence shown, and now Giuliano starting to let loose here. Mary gonna find it in the end, but the veteran coming online when they need her most.
A crucial timing for the reveal, actually, from Petra to come up, enable Giuliano to find that kill from the smoke and hookup. But even here, this is, like I said, there's a window of opportunity when Benita falls, you have no smokes, and Shopify almost need to, within like, you know, a second or two, commit to this execute. A little bit of hesitation, but Sonder with a nade. I think actually Mimi commits to that fault line so that Glance can find value from the orbital strike. Almost giving her life up in that regard, and it pays off for G2.
6-5 now. Favor to G2, but not by a large margin.
Much needed win though, that round.
Was. Yeah, that could have been 4 on the trot, and then you break the money and you start looking real good to close out with a decent lead.
Want to play? Let's play.
Order Force committed. We look towards that A site. Don't worry, we're back.
We're back.
And straight in we go. Sonder gonna clear close. And Petra has to respect it, the Prowler as a counter, but Petra taking a lot of damage from this. But look at this stack, a totally different look this time. Sonder actually in a little bit of danger with this one. Gotta be careful, yeah. Gets dealt with. Giuliano and Mimi, fantastic combination work. Flash through to CT, does Betty commit? She does, and outdoes Petra. The fight back towards the site, but they don't have these kind of extremity control. They don't have shower, they don't have heaven. The site feels small.
TP as well.
Oh my God, they're taking the TP. Mary's ready and waiting. Greets one with a smile and backs away. Flash goes in, but I think she can dodge that well enough. Yes, tips away to the corner. And now gets spotted, KP. Gonna chip her down to 90 but force her off the angle. Laurie now noted too, they need support here. Mary needs support, and fast. She cannot die in this position. She needs to stay alive for the others to get over in time. And I think I'm already seeing it. KP trying to slip through towards CT. Potentially two, no, dips away to side. Giuliano dives on in, Laurie's found one. Laurie's got another! This is unthinkable! Laurie now overwhelmed as Mimi. Stepping up as well, we're seeing the veterans. Giuliano, Mimi, doing big damage now.
And just like that, when it feels like Shopify might come away with this half with a 2-round advantage, G2 close the door. Sonder almost being thrown into the blender in lamps here. Great utility from Mimi.
Wow.
Oh, Laurie's just looking so sharp.
What a turn of events. We are really starting to see it. And the watch party's grown around the world just for Mary.
Yeah.
And it's a grand finals, I don't blame you, but it's 7-5. It is not a huge lead here for G2. It is a slight lead, but it could all change on the half.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypox. 7-5 at the half for G2. And if we think about that thrifty Shopify one as well, maybe it could have been a little bit better for G2 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking pretty lackluster. They looked like they couldn't get a hold of what they really wanted to do, but then they ended up winning this one eco. So I do want to jump back into round 4 really quick, where Shopify actually manages to win this eco.
Flowerful actually had the hero Phantom, and then we have the trades coming up on short. And so what's really, really cool about this is that I just talked about Shopify always converting their ecos earlier on, and they just kind of proved that they could do it again. This was so sick from Benita as well. She had her Molly ready. Actually, off of this round, the reason why it was so important because they it catalysted into them having their Breach ult for the next round and their Brim ult. They converted their round 4 eco, and like really off of that, they started getting their momentum, and it felt like they started getting their footing. And after that round, we saw them, yes, go back and forth with G2, but it really felt like that was the time where they started finally feeling the momentum together as a team. And again, it's always off of the ecos for them, for me.
I think it's surprising because even though we had a 7-5 half, it doesn't look that dominant coming in from G2. I still think that Shopify had very good rounds. Now looking ahead, if you're in the crowd, if you're at home, if you're cheering for G2, you have to be looking at Giuliano. It was actually her, I think, 2 rounds in a row. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to hear. Converting and actually, you know, stepping up for the team. We talk about how experienced she is, everything that she brings into the team. Now if she's going to be playing in this duelist, we need to keep seeing, especially on the attack, how explosive she can be.
Frags that she was finding on that, the multiples out of that top B, it seemed like anytime Shopify were trying to slow down the round, it was Giuliano that was finding those mid-round impact frags. So certainly.
Yeah, well, the sides are swapping as well. G2, they have a lot of work to do here. Still, it's not just over yet. So let's get the second half underway. Back to our casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you, Analyst Asking. Yes, it's certainly far from over. 7-5, it is still damn close. A couple of answers finally coming through for G2. As Shopify Rebellion were leading that for a little while.
Yeah, concern being we come into this half, and I think G2 this year have a 65% attacking round success rate, which is terrifying to come into this now, even with a 2-round advantage, right? Very little margin for error for Shopify.
Bim steaking down, they're going fast on this one. And yeah, instant
Laurie
pressure. Giuliano's straight on the side. You have to. At this point, they've circumnavigated anything that was actually in place. The TP was already taken, so they took the way out. Laurie finds a roaming Giuliano.
Yeah, overstepping the mark.
Big pick. Yeah, a little overzealous to push that smoke there, but maybe trying to be aggressive, but still. Let's put the team at a slight disadvantage now.
Powerful back on this angle pretty early on. The flash might set her in motion, but catches it just a little bit herself.
Oh, it's messy, but it's working
back
out.
And forth. Laurie's found another.
It's working out for Shopify, though. They're
Mimi's dead.
Mimi's down to nothing, and will fall. Glance overwhelmed. Shopify picking up the first and second half. And Mike, that was a messy as hell round.
Scrappy. And usually rounds that you see G2 excelling, right?
Yeah,
able
some
to
of their bread
embrace
and butter.
that chaos and, you know, things like Giuliano going exploring so deep here, but it's a massive overstep.
Yeah, let's watch some of this again.
Also a little bit of a reality check here in the pistol.
Yep.
Again, great respect shown by Laurie. Not even backing up towards Elbow, backing deep into spawn, making sure they can maintain these numbers for the retake on the pistol.
Yes.
Like I said, it was so chaotic at that point.
Weird round. Weird pistol round. And now we're going to have the classics coming out for G2, and of course the purchase on the other side, 3 Spectres, 1 Judge, and the Bulldog. So pretty well situated for this. You'd need something quite spectacular for G2 to work this out. And no pocket play in mind just yet. Let's see if Mary can potentially find something here. 4 shots to play with.
And spots Laurie over the corner of that smoke. Not really feasible to commit to it. G2 not really subtle about this. We'll draw out a smoke at least from Benita. Maybe try and commit towards holding short here. Respect shown once again from Sonda as well. Backs away from playing close contact.
Pain shell in. And it looks like they will give up the plant.
What is this?
Oh my god, Giuliano runs through 2 with just a frenzy. KP just about quells all of that danger, but could have been potentially consumed if the others had swung that corner. For now, they've at least got themselves a plant here, and Judge recovered for Mimi. What else do you have, KP? Ridiculous impact already. Stopping any danger here, and the spike no longer planted. It's all very favorable now for Shopify.
Laurie desperate to try and find the heal. And the swing through. What a round from KP. I'm not even sure if that's a fault line from Mimi deep on short to enable Giuliano to find those. This is the sort of thing, again, the desk touched on, being able to pressure that back line and put Giuliano in motion. But KP shuts it down. Fantastic stuff to hold on to Lamb's control there. It wasn't even a stun.
Just went for a run. Oh my word. Yeah, KP fortunately had a fantastic round here, taking a little bit more of that initiative really in their face, and I'll tip of the hat.
Where's his fedora?
Oh, synergy. The synergy. It's right there.
Blinded.
Flash down long will show that someone is in attendance.
G2 again coming in behind us. The flash actually forced out. Benita stuck out of position with his judge, but still finds Giuliano. Another time, a little bit of an overcommitment once again. Flowerful challenged here on site, but already the damage going in favor of Shopify. Doubled down here by Benita and Flowerful.
Yeah, the damage is almost insurmountable at this point, unless some fortunate timing comes through here. Petra with the first. Would she expect the second? Yes, she does! Clean, clear, and the spike is on the way. A-site now open for business. And the other two players are pretty far off from this. Lori still has 2 flashes, though. Still has the heal. Can do everything to get themselves ready for this.
Shock available for Mimi as well. I'm going to try and set up a semi-crossfire here, but an opportunity for Mimi to be isolated. And yeah, Shopify going to push this way.
Mimi. Timing. Oh my
Huge
god,
stun,
Mimi,
though.
this is perfect!
Oh my god!
Oh my, and Lori still gets that! Now, last flash used, Lori all alone. Up against Petra, still has the Prowler, still has the C's, there's so much to play with here. Prowler handled. Petra's patience gets tested. Steps hard, Lori goes out for it, it's 30 HP, Petra! The veteran stands her ground. We'll get them to 8. These are ridiculously hard 4-4 rounds, Mike.
2 massive kills from Petra to flip that round on his head. Said showing patience here on A short after things almost falling apart for G2 on B site. I mean, how is Flowerful ahead of that?
I don't know.
Mimi's been robbed. There's still even Lori that's stunned up that finds the kill.
Yeah. And what a weird buy we're in. See the stress in this game. Certainly a different atmosphere to the others here. G2 being tested more than we've seen, which is quite surprising. A lot of us seeing it as potentially a game for G2 to flex a little. They are being held for now, 8-7. And they've forced away the early presence here with, as you said, beautiful utility and a very nice approach.
The pre-take, though, coming through. Actually rolling fun to catch Giuliano. She still gets the kill, though.
Yeah, Benita left feeling a little silly with that, but luckily KP's on the case. Gonna find Tuba, Mary, Mimi in combination. Looking to secure that side, and finally they do. Where are these final players? Where are they coming from? I'm pretty sure Petra's, 100% aware of this now. 9 seconds
Great
up for the horn.
reposition, actually.
Nasty angle to try and clear.
But Flowerful clears it. What?
The consideration of that, and that's a rifle to upgrade to now. That's going to be back into the pocket. You're going to see the investment of the Oi. They want to secure this round. They do not want to make any more mistakes. Stamping their authority here on the game as Flowerful has been posing a problem, being a danger, being a threat. This time nullified. Mimi's got it, and G2 again clawing onto these rounds, Mike.
Shopify looking to fight fire with fire, though. Like I said, sending that rolling thunder through so early. Yeah. I mean, if Giuliano doesn't find that kill, a headshot nonetheless, fully stunned up. All could have gone a miss for G2. Even there, it's a fantastic follow-up with the aftershock and then the flash from KP as well, but I guess just spammed out on site.
Now Sheriff's frenzies. Shouldn't be too much threat to this round, but we'll wait and see. We'll sack in towards showers.
Very quick challenge here.
Yeah, Giuliano's got to be careful in this. A little bit more present. Oh, Giuliano!
Oh, no.
Ugh, it's horrible. Sonda definitely getting the better of her there. And now the next challenge. Mary. Quick with it. Decided to work their way through. Lovely shot from Lori. Oh, it's going to come in yet. They're all here. Lori now is sweating bullets.
Take the TP,
yeah. Decides to get out of there with her life. And why not? And honestly, probably the best call. TP taken as well over towards the other side. And a quick swing. Mimi's gone down. It's fallen to pieces. It's a 2v4. Mary and Petra put to task. And Benita closing in. Say goodnight, Petra. How much more can you do? Nothing. Shopify Rebellion. This was never meant to be the round.
I mean, I was talking about fighting fire with fire. Another round where Shopify happy to take these very scrappy fights. It's such a crazy exchange early on here. Unfortunate for Mimi as well. She avoids the boom bot the first time. The second time around does a ton of damage. And yeah, even though... I mean, this is tough. We even have to watch that back, but... Immediately though, Mary responds in kind to that kill on the other side of the map. I think so. That is such a weird round. Juliana's expecting to create a ton of pressure with this showstopper over towards Showers. Just so happens it's an absolute disaster and she falls, but Shopify on the fly, the audible called there to really commit to pretty much every fight going on across the map.
Yeah, you're right. 9-8 now, Gap stepped back a little closer, walked back in here. G2 fans still believing. Need something to believe in now. Do with a round here. Deny that momentum. Shopify Rebellion, fantastic at utilizing that momentum though, to build back in. Confidence brimming, and they've broken the money from G2.
Well, confidence brimming, yes, but maintaining composure as well, which is something we noted so many times yesterday. Yeah. Really, really high pressure scenarios, and the clutch factor for Shopify, I gotta say, is leaning in their favor with some of these rounds. Orbital Strike available now for Benito. Flowerful one away from the tour de force. On the flip side, G2, Nightfall, an Orbital Strike of their own. That gets invested here. Just the one weapon brought into this, other than the Headhunter. Glance with the Spectre. Early rotation from Benita, actually.
Okay, pressure now. Sonda. Should she stay or should she go? She tries to stick around a little longer here, trying to slow down Giuliano, who you gotta turn around and pay attention. Oh my God, Sonda! Oh dearie me, leaves him in tatters. But how the hell is she doing that? What's wrong with her wrist? No bullets in the mag.
Show me those two headshots again. What was that from Sonda? Under a ton of pressure.
Play it back right now.
That is ridiculous.
I mean, that's one way to shut it down, I guess. Here we go. Right. No, okay.
Out of charges. Spike down A.
What sensitivity does Sonda play on? Bloody hell.
That's a wrist breaker right there.
The benefit of youth. Yeah, same.
Yeah, me and you both.
Yep. 9-9. Buyback out though, and all the silliness aside, this is a huge round. Double digits now could be garnered from this, and G2 making early progress.
Mary's got to be careful here though, because Shopify is switching things up a little bit. Mary none the wiser. Just creeping out of line of sight.
She's got to know what she's about to do. Sonda, deep behind enemy lines.
Face your fear.
And the spike was left back by Long. There is a chance that KP could catch that.
Well, KP's here so early on the back of Mary falling that I don't think G2 are going to have the timing down.
But Flowerful stopped Petra. They've lost a little bit of that validity, that springboard on the side. They're starting to dwindle in numbers. They're down to 3. Laurie, dependent on the flash, tries to slow down Giuliano, but they're now going to be standing together, standing tall. G2 win out. At least one fight towards elbow, but they still need another player to...
Is Mimi going to slip through the smoke?
Does Mimi do this? Does Mimi do this? Mimi does this. Okay, she's seen enough. She's going to call out to Giuliano. You're under pressure. Takes one with you. Mimi's on the run. She's getting the hell out of here. And the other two, Benita and KP, have to respect it to a degree. Don't know if she's still lingering around on the site. She has clutch potential. Mechanically, one of the best there is.
So here the TP. Fault line back as well.
Here's the steps. She wants one, and it gets denied. Benita runs in, runs through him, and takes the lead in this game. It's going to be 10 now.
I mean, it's great. Even just as we mentioned it again, the confidence and composure, those two factors here, so decisive on this round to dig Mary out of that lurking position over towards Showers. It hasn't even felt problematic for Shopify. It's almost that spin the wheel, find somewhere on the map, and they immediately remove it. But then, like I said, KP, the timing for Mary to fall and immediately be on that trap. or past that trap even in market, actually puts a fault line in motion towards elbow. Like it's these little things that they go unnoted, but just the pressure being able to come through and actually support that site hold. Fantastic work from KP.
And these 3 rounds coming together for Shopify could not have hit at a better time. Their money going to start becoming way more robust. You're already looking at 3.9, 4.6, 4.8, having what they need going forward. Working towards a couple of those ults here. And on the other side, they just need a round back. They're starting to struggle a little bit here, G2. The early look, eyeing up that B side.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder in place now, so opportunities here to commit to a retake. Whether or not Laurie's going to be able to get out of here. Flowerful with a safe TP. We'll actually see a pixel out of place here. Swing note from Giuliano, pressured off that angle. And Laurie actually with that paint shell forced out of position here, but still going to find it.
Oh, and Laurie is just unfazed by it. 92 HP, still sitting pretty. Bonita in support. And apparently this is big game. Benny comes alive when it matters most. Huge performance this map from her, and Mary. So much to do, so much utility, just put her away. So many players in front. Shot, not going to do what she needs. 40 seconds.
Don't expect Shopify to overstep the mark here.
You really shouldn't if it's Mary. And no, just going to commit utility.
This is the thing though, round 20 as well. This is the one that gives Shopify that massive bankroll.
Left.
One more, the double swing, there it is, it's 11.
Great response.
I can't believe this. Shopify Rebellion, they are not just tipping the scales, they are just really tearing this ahead now. 11-9, 4 consecutive rounds.
G2 unable to really get a firm grasp on most of these rounds, to be honest. Like I said, Laurie here happy to stand her ground.
Beautifully done.
And Bonita. Fantastic support to come through with the stim as well. Shopify, dare I say it, looking better than yesterday, which
Somehow.
is the wildest concept.
I'm with you. The level they're starting to hit is unthinkable, and Sunder's starting to feel confident.
There's so many different variations for Shopify in terms of proactivity. Just keeping G2 guessing. And even here, look, first 15 seconds or so. Already that pressure towards Zuka, and 2 have sent all the way up towards 8. So they're ready to greet G2 ahead of this hit. Mary a swing and a miss.
This is now going to be a little bit problematic. You can see already that little consideration of a rotation coming in. Sonder coming back over towards the A site. A bit of a re-clear here for Laurie. Does not quite get any information. Sitting a little bit deeper there on short. That's very telling though.
Yeah.
Still seeing players towards shower. They will commit in Flowerful finding Petra.
No way.
Oh, they're just getting in their faces, KP! Deletes Giuliano. And look at this flash, Laurie. That's nastiness. Pierce through the smoke like a nightmare. And now it's just Mimi in a 1v4. This is going to be 12 surely. Mimi can't do it.
Oh my God.
12 rounds for Shopify. Maybe that Titan Slayer reputation is real, because this could be 0-2. This could be Shopify Rebellion somehow taking map 2 off of G2.
I'm extremely worried with how composed Shopify look. And like I said, they're so happy to get proactive. Like I said, just not even... There's no games played, right? G2 are left second guessing themselves from the get-go in some of these rounds. Unfortunately, there's just... The gunfights aren't going their way this map.
Nope.
That's been very obvious, very apparent in some of these rounds. Forced now into a position where G2 are playing very slow.
G2 fans still standing behind their team. Happy to will them on here. This cautious approach, you can see Petra trying to take a little bit of room. Instant damage and big game, Benny's back. Flash towards long, re-clearing, nice
Noted,
work.
Though. KP noted Petra on the retreat, and Flowerful. Again, Giuliano getting nothing done from showers.
Nothing. And now they can sit back. They've already got 2 players to the good here. This is fantastic, even with a plant. Be careful of that TV. And it was taken. Sharp work from Mary. Needs a little bit more of that. Spike now down. Prowler. Oh, and
no!
still! Big trade for Petra. And showing the back. Benita still standing, still alive, still breathing. Mary with it all to do.
Oh my God.
Oh, Mary trying to do it all. Trying to lift
Benita.
Benita. Big game. Benny is in the building. Shopify Rebellion. I cannot believe what we are seeing here. 2 maps to the good. G2 left stunned by what we're seeing.
Back-to-back sucker punches here from Shopify to go 2-0 up. Almost, I mean, like I said, Pearl lent towards G2. This is one that they're definitely going to have to take a look at exactly what's going on in the early round. The macro elements Shopify are bringing to the table. Constantly being caught off guard. Constantly in that recovery mode. I was going to say that aspect of the game has just looked better for Shopify.
Need to refocus here. See G2 having a chat. Gonna work it out now. Maybe more of a challenge than most of us expected here. Mike, I can't believe this.
I really can't. Shopify are playing beautiful Valorant right now. Like I said, the variations of some of these defensive setups, the number of times they're willing to commit to this proactivity is so good to see.
I just, again, you can chalk up yesterday to, you know, one of those days where it all lines up, it all goes right. Your best team you know so well. You
bubbled over to today, bringing the same elements that looked so damn good. And there's players like KP, even though numerically not reflected, so much value on that support role. Laurie as well, going huge in some individual circumstances. And like I said, these are the sorts of things that, you know, we watch G2 play, and they're usually things we're crediting them for. We're crediting for players, you know, coming up clutch, looking damn good in gunfights, and it's just not there today.
The Titans are being challenged. It's not over yet, though. There is still a little more to do, and it ain't over till it's over. G2 will put up a performance here. They're going to have to, because Shopify are about to potentially sweep them.
I mean, yeah, it's going to take a lot for G2 to dig deep here and actually pull off the reverse sweep. We can come back to the veto discussion a little later on. We'll see what the desk has to say about that, but this for me just got so interesting with the start 2-0.
It absolutely did. Let's head back to the desk right about now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
another dub for Shopify Rebellion. They lead 2-0 in this grand final best of 5 against G2 Gozen. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka, Potter, and Athena. Bind is another map that's gone to the way of Shopify. Are we about to witness a 3-0 in a grand final here?
I can't even believe it. I can't even believe we're saying
on.
that out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, we were looking at the stats as well we were theory crafting before the end of that map. Could this be a 2-0? Are we going to see a 3-0 reverse sweep coming out from G2? All that experience leaning in. But I got to say, man, the way that Shopify was just controlling the entire map on Bind was so impressive, right? And if it wasn't for Giuliano in those random moments where she's getting those impressive 3Ks and completely halting Shopify's attack, this could have been even more one-sided than it was.
Yeah, even back in EMEA, we always praise G2 for how good their fundamentals are, and we have seen them, it's not only making mistakes, but everybody playing for the individual play. Everything comes in a different timing for each and one of them. Shopify, we're seeing, for example, we see Flowerful heal. My eyes are on Benita. Like, the performance that she's having today, all those clutch rounds, I completely agree with Pansy. I think she's been one of the keys that we see the second man coming to them. And now we have to ask ourselves, did she just screw up the veto?
Yeah, I mean, for me at least, like looking at the map vetoes, I thought Bind for sure was a map that Shopify could get away with. I was not expecting the Pearl, obviously, and so now with the 2-0 scoreline, we're looking at, you know, Ascent going forward, and I'm just like, I'm not 100% sure. But yes, I also want to give props to Benita because there was that one round where she used her Brimmal and then her Brim Molly. Then what was the quote again, Yinsu?
Molly in the sky?
You finna die.
You finna die. There it is. Yeah, like, you know, we literally saw that happen. Benita coming in with the clutch. Like, I think a lot of these small plays are just things that are kind of like in their blood at this point with Shopify. Like, they have these reads ready. And I agree. I think G2 is getting maybe a little bit sloppy on their side with their fundamentals.
A little bit shaky. I'm not going to say that they screwed up the veto yet. I think it was a fine risk to bust out the Pearl first. But a lot of questions because when you look at Shopify, they're starting to build up that confidence. And it's scary to think that if Shopify are that confident on those eco rounds, if they're able to tap into those eco rounds and convert them and have that confidence for their gun rounds, then I'm so terrified for G2 moving forward.
You know, practice makes perfect. We know that Shopify has had a lot of matches. We were talking about G2 only showing up a couple of days just because of that top bracket run. Now, the composition that they've shown, again, new for G2, hasn't worked. It's not the surprise that we expected. It's not the innovation that they've shown in other maps. So let's see what we can expect for Ascent.
But also, the first time I saw G2 without the smiles when they lost, right?
Oh my God, that was rough.
That looked way harder than it did against Cloud9 White.
Signs. Yes, that is such worrying signs, especially, you know, we talk about the experience of G2, the captain, the leadership of Giuliano. I saw Mary on the side kind of looking down. Yeah, it's worrying signs. But again, being able to bounce back, and we've seen it before, right? Those stats are ridiculous. The amount of times that this squad on Giuliano's side has been in the grand finals and has been in these positions before, it's immense, right? So definitely going in the back lines and just resetting yourself is going to be so crucial for G2.
A lot of that is going to come down to Giuliano, who did have a really good performance here on Bind. Here she is in the Verizon high-speed moment. And Athena, what a 3K from her as well. She kept them alive in this match.
This was literally insane. I mean, she just missed her satchel and we were laughing about it, and then she just turns around and does this, like absolutely taking the round into her own hands. This 1v3 was insane. I mean, the timer was running low, they knew they had to plant, and she just took that advantage and just kept them on their feet and pretty much forced them to take the fights.
Yeah, the correction is beautiful. We hear that last player sending, you see Giuliano, and she doesn't even bat an eye. That is the kind of performance that we need to see from her again. I wanted to ask you, Potter, like in your experience, you know, what wise words would you give to the G2 girls right now?
Oh man, I would say, I don't even know what I would say to them. I mean, just dig deep and lean into practice, right? Don't shy away from making the moves, making the plays that you would do in your own home, in the comfort of your office or your living room, wherever it is that it may be. Sure, you're on stage right now, but at the end of the day, you're still playing the same video game.
Yeah, you are indeed. We have a special interview for you guys coming in. Let's check in with Van Silly right now, who is in the crowd with Tiffany, who is Saunders' mum. Hi, Vans.
Hi. Hey, Yunsu, thank you so much. I am indeed joined here by Saunder's mom, Mrs. Tiffany. Welcome to the show. I just want to know the emotions. What's going on right now in this match as a parent supporting your daughter playing the game on the big stage now?
She's doing the good.
Yeah.
And I trust her. She can do the better. She's the best one.
That's what I love to hear. Now, Saunder has been very loud on the stage and had a great tournament so far this week. Is she like that at home as well when she's practicing and playing?
Yes.
How do you get around to do your chores? Like, it must be difficult for you to focus. Yes. That said, though, now Shopify Rebellion, nobody expected this, but they're currently in the lead 2-0, one map away from winning the championships for the Game Changers here in Berlin. What are the emotions going through your mind right now, too, to support your daughter?
She will be continue, go.
And with that, I want to know, is there any other Shopify Rebellion fans to support here, Saunder? Looks like we do. So we're going to pass it back to the desk, Yinsu. It seems as though it might be NA's title.
Thank you very much, Vance. I think Tiffany's been yoinking KP strats. Saunder, go. That is pretty much what's been happening. But imagine if she's able to lift that trophy in front of her mum today.
Oh, don't even come at me with that question because I'm going to get emotional very quickly. If she's going to cry, then I'm going to start crying, and then everybody's going to cry.
That's how it goes. Yeah, I mean, but it's not over yet, though. This is a marathon. It is not a sprint. And one stat I kind of want to bring up to you guys is this is a best of 5. G2, they've won a lot of best of 5s. Shopify, not so many. And the other thing is G2, they have never actually been 3-0'd. So the likelihood of 3-0, I don't know how likely that is. But do you believe in a potential reverse sweep, perhaps?
I do. I mean, G2 have everything they need to make this happen, right? Ascent, it's very 50-50 across the board, but I think, yeah, the experience of G2, I don't think they're going to be as shaky coming into this third map.
I mean, so their team has veterans, and I think this 2-0 could be one of those wake-up calls that they need to really step it up for the rest of this tournament. I think that for them, they definitely have the stamina for this. They've proved it to us time and time again that they do have the stamina for this BO5. And Shopify, like you said, like we haven't really seen them kind of win one or like a couple. They've only had that one win under their belt. So, you know, I think there's definitely potential. I think Ascent is one of the maps that if you fix your fundamentals on, it should be a pretty easy map from there on. And I think that just in general, like G2 definitely has that kind of ability. And if they just, you know, take a second to look at themselves and calm themselves down and, you know, that dark cloud that we saw over their desks as they lost, like maybe just, you know, clear that out, 2 is all they get. 2 is all they get. You know?
I just know that you say that to your team.
Literally
I
every
know
time.
you do that.
Yeah.
Like,
in the Athena
12
voice,
is all,
in the Myrna voice.
No, we don't talk about it. We don't talk
okay.
about that voice. But yeah, I think, you know, once they kind of like reset mentally for sure, like you mentioned, clear that space, clear that area, and kind of just realize that, you know, Ascent is a map that once we have the fundamentals down, once we stop like being a little sloppy, a little, you know, scared or hesitant, then this is the map that they can definitely come back on.
It's a map that they can also be scared of because of the showings that they have had during the tournament as well. Think of what happened in Pearl. We were talking about how surprising it was at the beginning, and now everybody's like used to it. Like Shopify did not have a doubt into how to attack and definitely overcome. So I expect something different from Ascent maybe. And I don't think it's only about the stamina. It's also the mental comfort of just thinking that it's not over till it's over, that you can bring this back. Yinsu, you were talking about it. They've never been 3-0'd. We need them to literally turn the tables around and be like, you know, we want it. We want this more than them.
Yeah, and I think for G2, they'll lean into the problem-solving aspects. I know we've been talking about the comp changes coming through. We saw the Brimmy on Ascent. Then we saw that slight adjustment to the Omen as well. Coming to this third, I'm very curious what their game plan is going to be because it seems like there was a slight disconnect. The Brim, it doesn't make sense on paper on Ascent, right? You generally only need one smoke when you're execing, either whether it's B or A, right? So having the Omen, it's going to change, and it should change the pace for G2. Having that paranoia to be able to follow up on all the ground that Giuliano is going to be creating for them. And the TP plays, I mean, a lot of questions coming out, but I'm glad that G2, we're seeing those problem-solving skills coming to the test here.
It seems like it's all doom and gloom for G2, but they've already been in a similar position in this competition. Of course, they did lose a map to C9Y as well. And let's take a listen to how G2 actually thrived the last time they faced C9Y in today's in-zone open mic.
Two here. I'm coming. I'm putting stars. They're playing close. Yeah, I'm gonna ult. Push it. You're blind? I'm blind. Two here. Wait, Mary. Wait. I'm waiting for Julia. Yeah. I'm gonna ult. I'm TPing. Go. I'm backside B. Trip here. Trip here. You're RTP. Care.
Cloud9, they've all rotated. It's a free plant for G2.
Hold heaven. Hold heaven. Okay. I'm coming to you, Julia. Okay.
Doing smokes now. Stairs, can you get out?
Yeah.
I only have one smoker.
I'm popping all. One. Playing bomb. Playing time, guys. Over that. Nice. Over back all. Wait, one team is Walden B-Link. Back all there. One of them is Walden B-Link.
Okay, never mind. One. Left screens.
Not on it. Jen. Good.
No!
Mary. Fucking one. Okay, let's go.
Well, Athena, I definitely want to ask you as an IGL, do you feel like those comms were kind of clean coming from G2?
Those were super clean. It was such a chaotic round. You know, the fake, the TP, the ults, the, you know, like pushing, the retaking, everything is all going on at once. And honestly, both teams had really, really good comms, but G2's were just so clear. And you can tell that they had that round planned ahead. Like, they were ready, they knew the exact game plan, and that's why the comms were so fluid and so calm and just smooth.
I gotta say, I'm pretty surprised to see the comms being that clean and that smooth. You know, when I first saw that round, that was the first Yoru play that we saw coming out for Giuliano's side. Everyone was confused. I mean, there was just so much going on across the board. So that's pretty impressive to have those comms be so clear and concise, because things can get so hectic in those moments. So that's definitely a plus for both teams, for sure.
If your players did that, you'd be loving it, right?
Yeah, I'd be loving it. I'd be like, give me some more.
I'm taking notes right now. Okay.
Like, better comms, please.
No, but we definitely need to see that from them coming into Ascend, especially if we talk about those plays, like for example the Yoru one. We're talking about a month in the making. They knew that they wanted to swap things around to give it a little breeze of innovation coming into making a new G2. Today they're not showing up, so let's see if actually they want to swap things around in Ascent once again, because I think that otherwise Shopify might make history in many different ways today.
I do want to talk about Shopify real quick, because they've never also 3-0'd anyone. The only time that they won was in the lower bracket recently against Misfits. That was a 3-2, a labored win. Again, that wasn't an upper bracket or grand final best of 5 that they won. So Kukuka, if you're in their position right now, you got to get into a headspace.
I'm on top of the world.
Yeah, but you don't want to overheat. You don't want to give G2 an opportunity to come back.
There's many reasons why I'm not a pro player, and that is one of them. I'm very much controlling my emotions.
Hey, I play with you. You're good. You're good.
But especially, I think that we've seen just that video of G2's comms. I think that on the side of Shopify, they're being the same, because compared to yesterday, I'm seeing their players, like for example, Lori and Benita, having calm plays. Like, even when things get out of control and they get like merged in the chaos, they know exactly where they are and who they can rely on.
Yeah, and I think that's the key point, right? And when we think of Shopify's path to here, you know, they've played so many games, so many practice matches almost on that stage, and that means a whole heck of a lot, especially when you're looking at the youngsters in Lori and Sonder. The duo of Launder. Yeah, I mean, okay, it works. It works apparently. But yeah, that match experience, it's, you know, money cannot buy that, right? So for sure, for these two, being able to have those reps on that stage, it should pay off, certainly here in the third.
I can't tell if that money comment was a pun that you intended, but I think I do want to say, as we head on to Ascent, you know, it is a 2-0 Shopify. They can close it out here, but this is the map that they've been banning this entire tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really, really interesting. I think that Ascent honestly is the map that can go either way. I think with Shopify, they definitely have that ability to overheat on this map, because on Ascent, like once you take the control of sites, you know, you're kind of clustered up. And I think like a lot of the times when you make plays, it's usually reactive macro plays in order to get space or to retake, you know, Cat, for example, on A, or retaking Market towards B. Like doing these sort of small macro plays are super, super important on Ascent, but they can also be the thing that kind of ruins the round for you. So for me, I'm a little worried for Shopify just in terms of overheating, but they haven't really shown that much. So I guess it's kind of like still a super 50-50. This is going to be a really, really interesting game. And for G2, again, like I'm really struggling to see exactly how they're going to pull it together. And that's why I'm hoping that they genuinely just rely on their fundamentals and rely on those clean comms that we just saw.
If we even look further ahead, of course, for G2, it has to start with Ascent, obviously, because otherwise we close the tournament and we go home. But I think that especially if we look at, for example, what C9 did on their finals, on the NA finals, you know, C9 knows Shopify perfectly. They know them way better than we do. And they decided to go for this first peak of Ascent, probably because of what Potter and you have been saying. They've been banning this map for actually a very long time.
They have indeed. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. They once brought out a Fade Sova comp before this tournament, so I don't know where they're going to go here, but Sonder has locked in the KO here.
So no Jet.
No Jet for Sonder. That is interesting.
This
you know,
is Juliana's
they're going with the Fade Sova. They're doing the Fade Sova. They're actually doing
You're the one having the script. I cannot believe
Give me the script right now.
Wait. So we're seeing changes on the other side. We see Sonder. She's having a good time. She's laughing. She's seeing the reactions. Okay, you get it. Yeah, you have everything that you want from us, definitely.
Yeah, I'm excited for Shopify's comp, the triple initiator. You know, we've tried to run it as well on my team. The biggest problem with this comp is just no space maker, right? You're missing the Raze, you're missing the Jet, you're missing the Neon. All three of these agents have been so good for Sonder. KO, you're a little bit restricted. You have to be able to tee up your own teammates, especially with the nerfed flashes coming through. So sure, Shopify, they're going to have so much information across the board. Triple initiator, so much utility, but they've got to be able to get the ground, get the space, and get into those sites.
Well, G2, they could be eliminated here if they don't pull this map back in their favor. Pansy and Hypog, I cannot wait to see how they're going to deal with that triple initiator comp.
Yeah, it's certainly a tantalizing prospect, Mike. What do you make of this? Because you know you're meant to be the brain of the bunch, right?
This was one that yesterday we were noticing. It was the composition switch coming into Icebox, right? Sonder coming away from the duelist. Thing is here, Shopify have so much strength in terms of the mid round, in terms of the audibles, right? If they're not able to kind of slow down the early round for G2, I think this is going to be a big ask for G2 to come back from where we've seen so far in this series, to actually come out, play that super aggressive, kind of controlling, almost oppressive play style that we used to from them. Shopify should be able to run, in terms of the fact finding, in terms of the information gathering here for Shopify, that mid round should look damn good.
But also, let's not forget Giuliano has switched here as well. We do have a different look in that aspect as well. This could be the last stand. We are now at the third map, which could be maybe the final map if G2 cannot recover. Diving into this one though, composition switch, a mad look from Shopify Rebellion, but hey, they've got two maps to the good. They are not under the gun right now.
The thing I want to see continue here on Ascent is particularly how Shopify were able to challenge so deep, be proactive on the defense. Obviously, composition aside, it's going to be harder here. Sonder, though, just exposing herself a little bit on that angle. KP also found out here. Big paranoia, but nobody to follow up. Mary actually finds the kill.
Yeah, Mary maybe just avoided that for now. You can see Laurie has been seen as well, marked as it stands, so not able to get too active in this. I should allow for the plant to come in here, but it is 5 against them. But there is some good chip damage done. You got Mimi down lower, Glance a little low, Petra as well, so only Giuliano and Mary sitting pretty.
Be the first one you want to find, though, but Mary able to TP away, fully safe all the way back into A main.
Where's that next bit of contact going to come in? You see Laurie starting to build up a little here, and the pistol's going to show. Lovely smoke there for Mimi to make the most of. As G2 this time, we got the Prime Gaming Flawless coming out here with a strong start.
If I'm not mistaken, again, the second Prime Gaming Flawless we've seen in the pistol round. I believe Bind started off the same way. G2 get themselves on the board. Off the rip here on Ascent, comfortable pistol round as well. Like I said, Sonder, I don't think she anticipated being punished from that position. Actually, even here, the reveal on the backside of the Paranoia. There's no chance for KP to find value off it. And just coming back to that sort of that composition change once again, KP coming away from the initiator here. Still possibilities on the Omen, yes, to set up some of these plays, but that's a part of Shopify's performance that has looked fantastic, has been KP on that role. Laurie, yes, as well. A bit of a stack towards B here. A couple of shorties in play.
Yeah, starting to see Mimi as well getting quite vocal. Have a little bit of that influence, get that positive atmosphere going. Quick beginnings, Benny can sit out the round.
Also with, it's almost kind of pulls G2 towards B site though, with where this kill has come. And the spike is fairly committed here.
This is dangerous.
Mimi still far back as well. Glance still pretty
Surely
far
you're
back.
worried though at this point. You're like, how is it not here?
The shorty.
Here we go. How many do they get? From the depths, chopping down. Sonder's got two.
The spike's down.
KP's got one as well. This is a tragedy in action. It's falling by the wayside. Two survive. Make it out of the massacre to tell the tale of do not go to the B site.
Hey, I mean, the only saving grace there is that these weapons are on lane, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they're not retrievable.
Yeah.
Thank God for that, because like I said, the spike was far forwards in the formation there for G2. Mimi off to a good start, though. 4-0. Good progress towards that null command already. Really to write home about for Shopify just yet. We'll see what progress G2 can make in this round. It's, I mean, only the two weapons retrieved across. Headhunter, yes, but two sheriffs in the hands of Petra and Mimi.
Bring them down.
The other thing just to note as well, with the proactivity we did see on Bind, like I said, this composition, it doesn't really lean in that way.
Yeah, you're right.
Big trade-off of damage. Actually, Mary coming out the worse off here. 2 HP left.
Yeah. See while that happened, though, there is a player creeping middle. Petra. Taking a little bit of space there. They're being given a fair amount of map control, so you're kind of walking in a little to the dark here, but the Paranoia and Smoke committed over towards short. See them starting to build in towards the safe side, but again, the spike isn't here with them. There is no full commitment just yet.
Trying to pull somebody out of position here. Petra trying to capitalize on the backside of it. Great awareness from Laurie, but gives up the angle. Benita there to pick it up, but caught with knife in hand.
Well, that's a fumble.
Didn't retrieve the weapon, though. The second fumble being
Side's
Flowerful
open.
falling.
Yeah, side's open now. Spike is still on a bit of a journey, Petra.
What?
Tries to go for the smoke, but Sonder just feeling it. Just all seeming to line up there for her. Maybe still on guard duty in middle.
Giuliano has to get ahead of that smoke drop in, and she absolutely does. So Spike will come through. KP still a million miles away from this. And yeah, 5 HP for Glance.
Oh, Mimi's timing can be atrocious. Yeah. Well, KP went for the smoke instead. And they might have just missed each other like ships in the night. I think, yes, they know where she is now, but Giuliano's still going to find Laurie. Sonder does isolate Mimi, so now it's just the players on the site. Pushing towards stairs, Giuliano not going to let another one slip. KP now.
Maybe going to get caught off guard there, but actually TP inside the smoke.
This could be nice, give them a fair 1v1. And Glance, 5 HP more than up, but it's Giuliano to find the critical ones on the site, converting the bonus here.
And a big indicator in terms of the composure coming into this map, right? Yep. Comfortable start for G2. Firmly in control of these rounds.
They need a pilot under them.
They definitely do. They need to maintain this, though. Like I said, we've already talked about, I know Potter's lent on this heavily on the desk, is that kind of composure, that stabilizing factor for Shopify.
I've got to say as well, we have seen starts like this in the other maps. G2 picking up pistols, a couple other bits going their way, and then once the gun round comes in, it starts to fall to pieces. This is not even that moment. This is a dangerous buy because it is Shopify Rebellion. Very good at these kind of like, you know, slight purchases, a little bit of a mini investment here, not too much, just that Judge and Marshall coming through. Good start, Giuliano. Clean. Taking one away, above a minute.
And G2 not looking to pop on the back of that either. Posting up, we'll wait for Petra's utility to clear through. Still 2 members to deal with. Laurie to an extent. Benito over towards lane. Yeah, we got a ton of information on the back of that Aldrone. Mimi takes the tag on the way in, though.
Yeah, Mimi looking a little wounded. There's still threats here. Oh, Laurie didn't get the reveal on any of the players. Maybe she could have used it. Laurie's just run over Mimi. And this is the round that, of course, Shopify get dangerous in. Benita overwhelmed, but what's remaining? A 3v2. Mary and Petra. And yes, you're right, they absolutely. And there he is. And there's a firing squadron on the other side. Petra 1v3. Detected and denied. This is a tall task. Gets the first.
Can't use that. Can't use that.
Back on board. All goes in. That's both players. She knows where they are. Petra! This could be everything. All goes up. Judge comes out. 20 seconds down. Petra's making the play! Big moves from Petra. Red Bull clutch. And G2 get past a very dangerous, threatening round. But it was with so little.
Absolutely. I mean, actually, almost a carbon copy of the start of Bind there, where Shopify actually got dominated in their buy round, come back through on the Thrifty with just minimal investment. This time around, Petra goes huge.
Laurie just runs in.
Can't use that. Can't use it.
Just waiting for the KO ult to fade. And yeah. To bring that Nightfall in. Lovely. Lovely stuff from Petra.
Great pressure as well, though, to make sure that KP can't swap away from that judge. Very on a swing. Laurie caught off guard a little bit there.
Mary, challenge dealt with. That's a double stack. Only noting one, though. You can see where the spike's heading. You can see where the rest of G2 are heading. This is a quick change. This is a different look.
Trap gone, so a little bit of space or opportunity opened up on the B side of the map. No progress just yet, but yeah, on the back of this utility, Shopify looking to clear through.
Yeah, they're in. And the paranoia was sent, but bear in mind there are players ahead of that, so that would be a punish on KP if she decides to push. Spray comes in. KP gonna pop one smoke down. There are now players coming back in from shore. This was the double stack that pushed her on B main, making it back around towards street. And it's actually Mimi and Petra in perfect unison to deny two fronts to make it a third. G2 looking fired up now. Laurie and Benita, the last two, like lambs to the slaughter. G2 firing on all cylinders now.
Again, this is where we can maybe open the discussion of this comp change. And some of the rounds that G2 weren't able to get the advantage in was because Sonder and KP were so good.
Yeah, they were.
Laurie was so good at supporting Sonder as well to get into these positions to really actually take these scrappy fights. We noticed on Bayern a number of times where it's like, you look back and you think, that's a round G2 should have won. And embrace that chaos here. G2 absolutely run away with it.
It's good seeing them getting a little bit more into it now. You could see
a little more vocal on stage.
Yeah, you could see even Potter kind of discussing it as well, and the desk noting, I think all of us did. They looked very sullen, of course, at the end of map 2. Don't blame you for being upset, of course, but it's that correction. They've come out, and it's always been the case. Don't piss off G2.
They were left baffled.
Yeah.
They were left absolutely baffled,
Stunned.
as were we watching some of these rounds back. So it's absolutely crucial they get off to a good start here on Ascent. Much harder as well, just coming back to that conversation, what are Shopify going to be able to do to kind of disrupt the early round from G2 the same way we saw on Bind? Much wider default from G2 on most of those rounds.
Yeah, certainly a predicament. You can see KP there having a conversation about it. Maybe discussing the best options available. This map, it doesn't sit well within the wheelhouse, I feel, here for Shopify. It has been also somewhat of a vulnerability for G2 in some aspects as well. It has never been their stronghold, I'd say, in my mind, but they're proficient at it, and you're seeing that here. A little bit of that comp change. Looking okay. How are you feeling about that raise now going out for Giuliano? Are you happy enough with what it's achieving so far?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen G2 have to rely on it too much just yet. It's not as if some of these rounds are going out where, G2 are required to clear a load of space to get onto site.
Ooh, the pace, hold on.
This might be the one we see it.
Certainly could be. A little bit of info found, though, and actually maybe some of that presence and willingness to commit denied.
Baffle's actually got a Spectre here. So, possibility to do damage. G2 desperately trying to figure out exactly where she's positioned. I'm not sure if she was noted, the reveal was shot, so...
There.
A little panicky there. Unable to get the Spectre. Positioned to do damage. Drone denied as well. Mimi has been positioned deep here in A lobby. There's a double stack towards main.
Does she hear the jump spot? I think she might do.
I think it's all to just kind of bait Sonder into a position to find a flash.
But KP's getting curious about short as well because they are so committed to this. And Mimi so far safe from Wine. Spots out one, but where's the swing? Sonda, they're coming for you, Sonda. Petra's got it this time. Now the site's on a platter. Available. I quite like this as well from G2, making no mistakes in this one. Didn't over-push the issue towards B, but it ain't over yet, of course. Still a couple of Sheriffs and that Spectre to work through. Not clean, but it's job done. Petra finds Laurie. And Benita and Flowerful. Last one's alive.
One enemy remaining.
Benita will fall. Flowerful, like I said, with that Spectre, it'll be difficult to find anything. It's another prime gaming flawless for G2. Hitting their stride now. No stone left unturned. Diligence shown as well. Like I said, Mimi was sat deep on A lobby, not really giving anything away. You even noted actually whether or not they were in range to hear the audio. But again, no hesitation from Petra. You see there on the replay, just barreling towards Wine. Making use of that time. Much, much better start here to Ascent.
Yep. Could change here though. We do have another buy coming out for Shopify, and they do have ults to play with too. Laurie's, KPs, and Flowerfuls. You can hear that invested at the very start. So G2 looking like they want to keep it simple.
Much looser hold here on 8. I'm sure actually if you see on the...
Good knife.
Yeah.
Well.
Big info. Big info.
I think they found a whole lot here.
How has that changed around though?
Because it's early.
Yeah.
They can still dismantle this now. Obviously, that.
Mary's actually, I think, spotted Flowerful on that.
Yeah.
The smoke will go up, preventing any freedom here in mid for Flowerful.
I like the way they're still trying to utilize this and being very diligent on the way back through, noting they probably lost some of that map control, having to build back in diligently towards B, but it's a double pump looking towards A. KP. Petra so vulnerable, and now that contact on Mary, they've got to be ready for this. They've got to know what's coming their way. Double stack towards tree, and the timing, Mary's got Sonda dead. And now KP can even get out of there in time, makes a mad escape. Giuliano clearing the site. Will send this deep towards CT if she has to. All to buy precious space. They have no idea. Laurie's waiting.
Laurie pinged it.
Yep, there it is. Delivery. But losing a lot of space, Glance gets it back, and Mimi shuts it down. KP was trying to make a bit of an account of something, and you can see that G2 mean business right now. Flowerful's naive. Need to go above and beyond there, but doesn't get it. I mean, this is... You might have just woken the beast, right? Like, this is G2 looking mean.
Giuliano taking all the space and actually glanced to backfill that as well.
Yep.
Reinforcing some of the things that we wanted to see G2 clean up on the previous map. Great round here from G2, once again putting even more pressure on the finances of Shopify. This time around, Flowerful not being rewarded in terms of some of these opening engagements, even given the opportunity. This wide default once again. Shopify, it doesn't feel as if they're able to pressure it whatsoever. KP taking a ton of damage there.
Yeah, go around the better on that one, Mimi. Giuliano. Meandering through middle. Flowerful does actually get glanced with that before TPing away. Laurie goes to show a little bit of the hand there, but doesn't find the connection, but does make it harder work to hit this cross now.
Very preemptive rotation coming out here. Sonda caught off guard a couple of times in this position. A little more defensive here, the fragment to slow things down. There's 3 members of G2 headed this direction.
Yeah, and Petra's got the cross straight over. Giuliano with that.
That's
Looking
the
towards the
site.
site, it's
Site
KP.
done.
And KP was already down so low, it need a miracle, and it's not going to happen. Mary and Petra in unison, walking through them.
One enemy remaining.
And this buy just ain't looking as deadly now. Crushed like fruit. You're just seeing Benita left alive. 4 to find. You a believer, Michael?
I mean, yet to get on the board, we'll need to find 4 with the Sheriff here.
Yeah,
we'll spot the first, but actually we'll close it out.
Revealing area.
Nothing left to find though.
Okay.
And the concern being, I'm starting to see a couple of things. Laurie throwing out the ult there. It's that composure, that game plan kind of being thrown off kilter just a little bit. Shopify, we noted yet, actually on blind, G2 looking rattled in some of the rounds. That's the sort of thing that indicates Shopify may be starting to feel the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, starting to wake up here.
Just desperate to have an impact, do something
easy
to slow
cool
G2
off.
down.
A little worrying for Shopify because it has been exhausting, and it's that when you finally rest, it all catches up to you. And this game could be potentially the one that brings them back down to earth. We'll see. It is 8-0 for now.
Juliana and Petra looking to pressure immediately towards Market. Petra desperate to try and find it. KP, though, punished on the other side. First time Shopify have looked to get a little active, challenge this A main control. Actually, previously it was just Mimi. Somehow glance there in unison. It's a 4v3 though. Juliana down to 10 HP with that early engagement in Market.
Nice, Mary. Finding it. Trade comes in, and this is getting a little messy now. 2v2.
Laurie's got to stay standing here. Don't want to give away really even any damage.
Doesn't really have to either. Still has the haunt to invest. Still has information for the post plan. Working back in with Sonda with 2 flashes as well.
Mimi has 2 flashes. Glance has the paranoia. Actually, the no command. Going to prevent all of that from being put to use.
This position, though, is so hard to clear. Do they have something to dismantle this, to dissuade it? No, they don't, and it's brutal to walk into. G2 keeping the record clean. What a way back into this matchup.
Even now, actually, coming back onto another ultimate cycle. Mimi one off the null command. I said Shopify just desperate to throw everything at some of these rounds just to get one on the board. Even here, yeah, Giuliano 10 HP, but gets Sonda down to 30, which makes it so much harder.
This post plant so hard to get.
Nice little setup as well. No risk from lane. Yeah, both posted up on the same angle.
And it's good to see G2 looking alive. They've been looking, you know, heads down low. And hey, I don't mind it. Oh, we've got a very aggressive commitment down the back of this. Hold on, it isn't just all posturing. Benita posting it.
Big damage.
Huge damage. The frag already coming as well. That's Glance gone. And you can see KP in the meantime going for a leisurely stroll up. Middle might be rewarded. That's one. The Spectre good in her hands. Finds Petra and Giuliano, and this could be the first round in a while, but Mimi doing anything she can. 34 HP in a bit of a dream right now.
Oh my God!
Mimi! Out of nowhere! And now maybe Mary wants a little bit of that action, and look at what she has. Spike and a minute to play with, and it's Mary. She has been on fire in these rounds. Gets the composure. 50 seconds to play with.
Good read from Mary here. And the double stack towards mid from Shopify. No paranoia, no smokes just yet. But with KP still being alive, Mary almost needs to commit to finding a kill. Can't reset towards main. Almost forced into playing sight here. Door going down. Yeah, I think KP is in range to hear it.
30 seconds left.
Is Mary going to go for the plant here? What does Mary go for? Quick handling of the door, though. This is hard. Smoke towards main, and the readjust towards Dice. TP potentially taken. They did. Oh, the read from Mary! You hear the TP. She turns. She finds her.
Such awareness from Mary. Incredible stuff from Mimi as well. The one to really flip that round on its head. Make it doable for Mary.
Look at this round. It was the first one in a while that looked hopeful.
It's heartbreaking for Shopify. It's another one where they're looking to challenge, looking to create some threat. That is ridiculous from Mimi. So the awareness here, though. Massive plays coming out from G2.
And they're right back into it. Hold on, the pace isn't ceasing by any means. It's not slowing down. They're right back into it. Over towards B we go. Shopify Rebellion on the receiving end. Floutful, are you ready for what's coming your way? You get one. But Benita's got your back. Sonda there. The pace better. They're meeting it. They're greeting it. They finally get one.
Blink and you miss it. G2 looking to pile the pressure on. Put Shopify on the back foot. Actually a big ultimate investment here.
Yeah.
Mary will bring the tour de force into the final round. But it is a 10-1 scoreline for G2. Even if they get a consolation second round here. G2 almost just wanting this half over and done with.
They are running through him a little bit here. But you want to close the account cleanly. First contact made. Benita. Got a Flowerful. And there's
just confidence time and time again.
It's what's been missing, Mike. This has been a very quiet performance from G2. This time looking way stronger. Wow. Well, that's the first half.
Wrap it up.
Yeah? Done?
Yeah.
Calling this one?
Yeah.
You ready to be wrong?
I mean, the concern being we come into the next half with a triple initiator comp, right? And the Desk touched on this, the inability to comfortably create space. And, you know, I was talking about just this adjustment of play style that Shopify lean on with these sorts of comps. We saw on Icebox previously. It's not working out here. G2 taking absolute control of these rounds.
They're waking up, they're firing up. G2 looking a little bit different here this time around. 11-1. Let's hand it back to the Desk to talk through what we've seen.
Holy moly, I'm scared. Christine, I think G2 might be a little bit pissed.
Just a little bit, man. When you're looking back at that first half, you just look at the players' reactions, their faces, they are dialed in and super focused. I mean, and that's great, right? It's great. It's either you cry or you get pissed, right? And it seems like G2 are pissed and they're really leaning into that, and we're looking well. It's looking really good.
Yeah, especially doing the first two maps and with the reactions that we have been getting, them being sad, definitely not being 100%. At the beginning, you know, the rounds, they had this hunter look on their faces, being like, it's either do or die, literally.
Yes.
And I don't plan on dying here, so we gotta do something. But I also think that we're talking about their attack. You know, when you pick this map, most likely you're gonna start on the attack. We love that Giuliano pick, and honestly, I am not that convinced on the triple initiator from the defense. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I mean, going forward, Shopify really has to pull out some magic tricks out of the hat here. The triple initiator, it really just means that, you know, they have a lot to work with. They have a lot of util to take space. They have a lot of util to play post, to deny retakes, retaking space away from their team. I think one thing that they're really going to have to focus for here actually going forward is setting up Flowerful in those spots that she can be really good at. Flashing for her, setting her up, or literally just leaving her, letting her do her own thing, setting her up for first kills or setting for her up to lurk, and just really depending on her, because honestly, looking at it, there is no space maker. There's no way that they can get onto the site other than dumping that util or at least denying them from getting, like, you know, the first kills and just letting Flowerful really take the number advantage.
Yeah, and that's so important, especially considering on the first half, they didn't really do much of that, right? They're really going to have to lean into the strengths of this composition, start utilizing those utilities to regain that map control. We always talk about, we want to see these little small hunting parties, either a hunting party of 2 or 3, go out, go sniffing, go look for little skirmishes across the map and start utilizing that utility.
Well, this is going to be a tall task. Pansy and Hypok, over to you.
Yeah, let's waste no time, because this could be a blink and you miss it sort of deal, Mike. We are at 11-1, and we did doubt the comp anyway, and I think we may not even get to the point of seeing those issues here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Des hit it perfectly, right? They need to really rely on some of these choreographed executes to make use of this composition. And with a couple of the individuals for G2 standing up, though, Mary being one of them, challenged immediately here at the start. TP's away. At least information relayed here.
Yeah, it gets noted, though, on the readjust, so they will know the position. Sonda quickly gets to business as Mimi wants to overwhelm down by main, and she's not alone in doing that either.
That's huge, actually. They have 2 towards main.
One towards CT. They're both going back through from middle, which is the interesting part. I wonder how much KP's going to read into this. Obviously, they don't know how much space they've got. Now, with the contact on towards door, they're questioning.
So have lots of utility for G2, though. Petra and Giuliano. Paint Shell, most notably. It's a big kill, though.
Yeah, great positioning from KP there to make the use of it after they got smoked off towards heaven. It's Laurie to find Glance. Now down to Petra and Mimi in a 2v3. Make it a 1v2. And a 2v none. Shopify Rebellion make it to 2.
On the board here with the pistol in the second half. They need to maintain this pace, though. Coming in, considering 3 Bulldogs. Hey, I'm with you. We see OT. It'll be a banger of a map.
I want to go home at some point, please. I'll be starting OT talks at 2 rounds. Whoever's in the audience saying that, get them out. Get the beers away from them. Huffing the copium.
Let's guarantee that's Mel.
It's 100% Mel. That voice is not subtle.
Yeah.
Go back to doodling on the pictures. Right, 2-11. It is classics.
Maintaining pace, though. Yeah, Shopify, no secrets about this on the way in. Nearly a big combo, though, but Giuliano and Mary going to find kills.
Okay, Laurie,
That's
Benita,
Spike as well.
Flowerful, you're absolutely right, and they're just going to swarm it. Market now has bodies put to it. Benita put to bit. Okay, finds both of them. No shot. Does she keep going? Giuliano can't close it down. Now Flowerful's there on the case, and now it's just Giuliano. Picks up a Bulldog, but loses her life. Shopify Rebellion get to 3.
See, immediately G2 want to collapse onto that position in market. Benita goes huge with the Spectre just to deny that, but damage done. And really, you'd want Shopify to build up a little bit more in terms of a bankroll here. They almost have to, I mean, they're forced to consider purchasing into this round. And it's just how it settles. They'll be able to maintain a little bit. It's Bulldogs, Sundo with the rifle.
Shutting them down.
This crowd's actually fun. It's weird. Sonda. Remove the alcohol from the venue.
Yes.
3 to 11. A little bit of damage done. I'm ignoring them now. Mary down to 15.
Yeah, forced so deep as well, all the way back into spawn here. Committing to just jump spotting mid. Double stack towards short here. Glance and Mimi almost looking to get behind this. I mean, Laurie noted outside they might even be able to backstab. This could be huge.
Yeah, this massive.
G2 taking matters into their own hands.
Yeah, Mary though, so vulnerable here. How are you alive, Mary? 15 HP in a dream, keeps her standing. 3 agents noted as well, so she'll be very aware of how many players are present on this. Post-plant could have some potential with Benny in position. KP. Yeah, a little risky. Obviously the smoke going to be committed towards main. And the retake utility starts coming in, pouring in towards the site. 3 towards heaven. It's Glance with 1. Sonder can only deny so much through door. And Mary shuts it down. It's now just Sonder alive! And it's going to be 12. G2. 1 round away.
Played this perfectly on the way back through. Numbers advantage. Even here, just the awareness. To find that kill onto Generator, actually. No counter peek coming through from door. A little bit rattled here. Like I said, actually, this is where that financial disadvantage will continue. The fact that they were in a position they had to force back in on the previous. It's a Sheriff, a Ghost, and 2 rifles here for Shopify to work with. Sonder 1 away from the null command.
It'll take a lot now to close this gap. And the reality's starting to set in a little bit. G2 have their reputation for a reason. Mimi first to get contact here. Noting that they're close, has to be careful. Does have support as well. Glance trying to pull all that attention. Prowler goes in, does not find Mimi. Mimi is now just going to teep herself in the corner. They don't know she's there! And Mimi with the worst surprise possible denies them all! And now just Flowerful. There's so little to play with, not even the headhunter to hand.
Well said.
True. And time to face some music for Flowerful. This one doesn't even get Mary. Will be found by Mimi. It's 13 to 3. It's quick. And it's deadly. G2 not out of it yet.
In terms of the rhythm in this game so far, like I said, Shopify embracing that ability to really control this series from the get-go. And this is a total spanner in the works. Completely throws things off kilter. Mimi stepping up here. I don't want to say a quiet, I don't want to say underperformance, but definitely a quiet start to this series.
Sure.
Her and Glance in so many positions, looking like that dynamic duo that G2 needed.
Yeah, they certainly needed something to come through because it was getting a little quiet, it was getting a little uncomfortable for them. They have found a little bit more validity now going forward, maybe some confidence there. Giuliano did have a quiet game. We have seen them sign a hit here. She needs to fire that up.
Wasn't called upon.
There wasn't needed.
Yeah, there wasn't times where Giuliano was having to, you know, completely open a site single-handedly. G2, like I said, just given so many opportunities in the first half to create advantages.
Yep.
Like I said, a couple of these players for G2 starting to fire up just a little bit. Petra with this clutch as well in the first half was fantastic.
Absolutely. And a reminder to themselves as to who the hell they are.
Absolutely.
You know, they are the ones to be, they are the ones to look at, to look up to, that half these players have been inspired by. So we're starting to see a little bit of that show finally. After 2 maps of quite close affairs, it did go Shopify Rebellion's way. G2 finally mark 1 back on the board. But we have to talk about Icebox now on the horizon as well, Mike. Where does this now sit with you?
I'll come back to what I said before this map, right? When we see this composition change, yes, on Icebox, they're able to really mix things up versus C9 White. I'm concerned, though. That's the thing. This moving away from Sonder being on the initiator, not really having that same pop, the ability to challenge the backlines, be proactive on defense. I don't know, G2 now with the kind of benefit of momentum, it's concerning coming into a map like Icebox.
It's not over yet. This could be a long day. This could be a long series. We're going to find out after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a response from G2 goes, and they're down, but definitely not out today. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. I've got Kukuka, Potter, and Athena back with me. And Potter, you believed in the reverse sweep, and I think they also believed in that as well.
They did, and you know, I wish I could give all credit to G2 here and say this is it. They're bringing it back, but all I keep thinking about is Shopify's composition and the failures that they had in the first half. Look, that was looking like a 0-12 first half for a long time, and I think Shopify are lucky to even get away with that one round. And looking back on that first half, they were just too stale. There was just not enough information across the board early on in the first half to get those pieces moving. You know, Myrna was talking about, let's get Sonder involved. Flowerful has been so impactful in maps 1 and 2. Find Flowerful some sort of a duel, some sort of a skirmish towards that B main, get some map control. Something like this should have made that first half look a little bit different for Shopify, but again, too many questions going through my mind right now.
Yeah, and feel free to disagree, but I do not think that I've seen G2 bring in something to the table that is mind-blowing, that there has never been seen before on Ascent, something that I expected, you know, Shopify to react to in some kind of way. And this opens a very dangerous dangerous wound and a very difficult possibility here, and is that you're giving G2 the room to recover from the 2-0 that you just planted on their minds. You were the winner until we got onto Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, watching G2 just kind of like fix their small little mistakes, they definitely didn't give anything crazy original, like you said. And I just felt like Shopify kind of just let them take this space, even though they had so much util to kind of counter that and to kind of push them off of angles. They weren't playing it exactly the way that that comp is supposed to be played. So I agree with you. Like, there was no seesaw. There was no back and forth, kind of letting them push and retaking that away from them. It just kind of felt like they were playing Ascent, but not as a triple initiator comp.
Yeah, Sandra as well. Pot, I know you wanted to speak about her too, because there are so many agents that she's been really impressing us with, even the KO, but on Ascent it just didn't look like the Sandra that we know and love.
Yeah, exactly, and it just kind of comes with the territory. Being on that initiator role, that knife in the mid-round, those flashes are so crucial at setting up your own teammates. So like we talked about, it's a little bit restricting. And what we know and love of Sandra is having the freedom to just be decisive in those skirmishes. So I think moving on to the Icebox, though, as we can see in games 1, 2, and 3, these stats are ridiculous on the Raze and the Neon. The KO, the stats are still good, and so Icebox, I think that's what's skewing these stats for her. Saunders should be a lot more comfortable moving on over to this Icebox, especially on that defensive side.
Yeah, but it's going to be complicated, you know, because I feel like they've been relying on that Sunder time that we definitely learned to love, and that has given them the trust and the confidence to keep pulling rounds, to keep behaving in the server the way that we've been seeing from them. So, as you said, moving into Icebox, maybe we need to give Sunder a little bit more freedom. Even if she's playing from the KO, we want to see maybe more of those individual plays, maybe 2-woman pushes that have worked so well for them.
Yeah, well, G2, they're coming back into this series now. We have another player from EMEA actually in the studio with us today. It is Nello from 10 Star Nova, and she's standing by with Vansili.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. We are indeed with Nello of 10 Star. Nello, thank you for your time. Now we've seen a great series. Looks like we have a game on our hands, and I want to know your thoughts. It seems as though G2 really came out to play in this third map.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Shopify Rebellion are 2-1 right now. I think like this map, Ascent went on the G2 side, and they like gained a lot of confidence because of it. But I think Shopify just gonna go next, and I think it's gonna be 3-1. I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh, okay, the spice. Even EMEA is going for NA. I like that. But let's talk about Shopify Rebellion, because it's not Cloud9 at the grand final stage. So what is Shopify doing that's so great that we are impressed about?
They're playing together. Like, they just are a team. Like, there is Sunder who is like just going crazy and just go kill. But like all the team is like playing around it, but not only around Sunder. They're just playing around everyone. They're supporting everyone. There is refrag every time there is someone getting killed, and it's just impressive.
Awesome. Well, last question for you as well. So Leo earlier on today on the show was talking about how we're going to have great support for Game Changers in 2023. 10 Star has won the first series for EMEA this year. What does this mean for you all for next year for Game Changers?
More occasion to win, definitely. It's also like more exposure for the scene. That's what we're waiting. But like definitely more like exposure for like show that Tensai is the best. And
Awesome. Well, with that said, I apologize before to the G2 fans. We do have a game on our hands. So do we have any G2 fans in the house? We do. So we got a game. Let's pass it back to the desk with the Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Vansili. And Nello, my girl, I needed you to back EMEA with us. What is going on? But we are going to head into map 4. We're going to head into map 4 now. Of course, it's the Icebox. And yes, Nello Kakuka might be right. Maybe. I can see why she thinks it's a 3-1.
Oh, yeah. I can totally see it. But again, I think that after 13-3, your mind is on a different state when you talk about G2. Now, all the resilience that we were expecting for them coming into Ascent has to go the other way. Now it has to be Shopify coming back for that and maybe thinking like, you know, Ascent is a map that we really did not have that prepared. That we know that they have the advantage of banning the 2 maps. Now, jumping into Icebox, we have seen them develop a lot just now.
Yeah, and that should be the key, right? Is Shopify should be able to easily shake that one off. Just the fact that it was a new composition, it didn't work out. Icebox, as we've been talking about, this is comfort levels for both squads coming into this. Lori, I'm looking straight at this one. The youngster on your screen there, she's been explosive all week long on the Sage, on this Icebox. The way that she's able to find duels, the way that she doesn't just tunnel on planting, she is the key for Shopify on this map for me.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, and Athena, we could maybe see the Fade raise again out of G2.
Yeah, I mean, G2 definitely showed us that they know how to play Icebox and they are comfortable with it.
That's EMEA for you.
Yeah. But Shopify have showed that they really, really liked it and they learned from their mistakes fast. And I think that against C9, they really, really proved that as a team, they are strong on this map. They understand the fundamentals of this map, not like Ascent as we just saw with that comp. It's just kind of weird. And so I do think that this is going to be a mental reset. And I also want to touch up on what you said about Lori, because Lori actually made a tweet saying, I actually hate playing Sage, but I guess I'm insane on it. You know, like she made a tweet, something like that. And it's true, like her Sage has been really, really impactful. I mean, both Mimi and Lori have been playing insane on these Sages. So I'm really, really interested to see how this goes. I think that both teams have super, super comfortable comp picks on this map, and again, like Sonder with the KO just flashing for herself, making individual plays. As soon as we see that coming out, I kind of think it might be a 3-1 here as well.
Well, Shopify, they have a chance to close it out here. Pansy and Hypok, let's see if they can do it this time around.
Yeah, that's the plan. See if they can actually pull it off. It seems like the desk is tilting a little towards that 3-1 favor here. Do you echo that sentiment, or where do you sit on this?
I'm concerned with if G2 had the ability to sit back and watch those games and see the manner in which Shopify were able to employ this composition, the conditioning, you know, forcing errors out from both C9Y and Liquid on this map. I'm not sure if they're going to bite, right? G2 like to lean heavily on almost playing very fast and loose here on Icebox, but with that very recent tape, if Shopify bring the same thing to the table, it almost relies on, and actually noting Sonder and Flowerful on the desk, those are the two power players for Shopify here. So, yes, there's definitely a chance, but I'm hoping that G2 bring across that same kind of ferocious approach to some of these early rounds and really set the precedent early here.
Let's get into it now. G2, can they pull this back to a 2-2, or will this be that 3-1 at the desk? Thinking quite likely at this point. Plenty to be seen. And we were thoroughly impressed by the look by Shopify Rebellion on this one. Incredible work. Some of these reveals from KP were just out of this world. Giuliano with the early walk up towards Tube, and to deal with the trap quite early on.
Belisa here though to greet it. Should hear two, but Mary none the wiser. That peak coming through. Will she get the second? No, Giuliano equalizes here. Flowerful desperate to try and respond. Doesn't get it.
He's being ferried over towards B. Does actually catch Mimi, not Giuliano here. So going to be noting at least one more player around middle. They should have the fight on the site.
And that's the heal gone though as well. So Giuliano going to have to ride this out on 19 HP. And she's got visitors here. We'll find the first.
Still got one. Hey, worth the value at that point.
Definitely.
Do get the plant down. Let's see what Glance. Petra can do this. Never seems to work out. You play CT, it always seems to go terribly wrong. But hey, you know what? I'm down for a new outcome.
Glance will catch the cross though.
Petra.
Pop and B and KP upstairs in kitchen.
Needs to make this clean. And actually now it's problems for Petra. How's she got another? KP, great work. But a 1v1 and Glance is ice cold with it.
Beautiful post-plant setup there. Again, Glance's position enabling that swing on site to come through. Fantastic way to flip that back in their advantage. Early on though, G2 almost doing the same as what we alluded to. Maybe Shopify doing, showing presence towards kitchen. These sorts of things are what pull players out of position on the defense. So Giuliano even finding the first here is massive value.
Yeah. Okay, it's getting tense now. I was really impressed with the balancing act that they struck between, you know, kind of Benito almost soloing that B site when they pulled Flowerful over, and we saw so many teams struggling with getting a grip on what Shopify Rebellion were doing on this side as well. So I wonder what G2 have extrapolated from that, being able to watch it. At this point, Sonder.
Double shorty set up here.
See how this gets cleared. Contact made. Not much damage done. There it is. KP's the one to get first found, but they still haven't got past this. That's the first bit of damage. And actually, Sonda gets away with a life. No. Paint Shell's there, and Mimi overwhelms the angle. They're going to lose one, but they take the site as an exchange.
Here.
It's planting. No questions asked. And Flowerful not even challenging just yet. The very late wall coming through. Cut off the possibilities even further here for Shopify in this 2v4 retake. Actually, just stuck the other side of this wall with a shorty. I think even spotted here with the ping coming through, yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, nice and easy clean up here for G2 Benita. Now down to 20 HP.
And I rarely talk about it, but because it doesn't affect, I feel, G2 in the same way as others do. But having a clean start here, you know, let's say they get the gun round 2. Bonus, not so much worried about, but it should be pretty solid considering the buy they're playing with. But assuming all goes well. Yeah, okay. just
yeah.
Wait a second. But they're not normally a team that needs confidence. But I think, considering how the first 2 maps went, having a clean start here could actually get the mental for G2 in the right place. Whereas Shopify Rebellion, they still have, you know, maps to play with. You don't want to go the distance, though.
No.
You want to win here. Like,
Absolutely
it has to be here.
I think what's most important is talking about G2 establishing that momentum, right? We know how they like to maintain that level of pressure in terms of the pacing of some of these rounds. We saw what happened on Ascent, right?
Okay, pacey beginning. Giuliano turning the screws. Identifying Benita's isolation over towards that B site. But there is support here. Not alone this time around. Flatful with the follow-up, but it's glanced with a trade out. It's still all effectively in favor to G2. Noting additional players towards Kitchen early on as well. They've got a good read on this positioning. Mary stunning shots. The last 2 now. Not quite a formality, but feeling somewhat like it.
Comes through. Mary looking sharp here on the start of Icebox. It's on to the last one to find. Beautiful, crispy shots from Mary. It's 4 to survive here in round 3, so a big boom to the economy.
And I absolutely love the pace change there as well, Mike. That just right up the guts. Giuliano just straight in there.
It's key as well, you notice as well, identifying that Benita's sort of on this island. A much better start, I think, well, I don't even want to quote the numbers from the previous, but already here 6-1. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
6-1 here on Icebox. 1 away from the showstopper. That'll be online for the buy round, actually, potentially.
Big, yeah.
A massive tool at G2's disposal. Looks like Flowerful might get a little curious towards mid here. It's only Giuliano noted outside B. That seems enough of an indicator for Shopify to force their way through. Petra got to be careful on this crossover because Mimi doesn't actually have any information on mid here, but Shopify drifting away from it.
Okay, diligent peek. Not lazy. There it is, nice from Petra, finds Sonda. Shopify Rebellion not really finding their footing in this round yet. Normally quite deadly in these though, so don't completely rest on this. Giuliano deals with 1, Mimi again, this is clean. This is looking more like Ascent than anything else. There it is, Laurie. Could do a bit more damage here. Glance needs to be careful not overextend. Do not give opportunities because look what's happening. Yes, there is a flank on the way, but still, keep it clean. Do not make it costly. Mimi is there. G2 shut down the round with 3 standing.
This first whole cycle is going to look very comfortable for G2. Res online as well. 2 away from the Viper's bit, Petra 2 off as well. This is just clinical from G2. Like I said, even the diligence you noted from Petra drifting back across mid here. Shopify actually, they call the timeout here, coming into round 5. Again, lots of considerations to make. It's one that actually, if it does slip in favor of G2, that snowball effect comes into play.
Yeah. I do wonder how this feels for Shopify Rebellion, because in such a unique position, kind of outdoing a lot of expectations, being the underdog here, it's time and time again, and they get off to the perfect start. They kind of put themselves finally in that favorable spot, right, where you're expected to close to a degree, and then now you're starting to get a little bit of a fight back.
Perfect start, yes, but it's always such a crazy dynamic to see such a one-sided map come through. Yeah. In a best of 5, in a grand finals, it can really throw things off kilter. A real confidence killer, right?
Can be.
Number 2, yes, Shopify felt cleaner on the first two,
yeah,
but it definitely wasn't, you know, exceptionally one-sided.
No, they weren't blowout games. They were still quite close. And I think a lot of us noted a couple of players being a little bit quiet for G2 here and there. They did build up eventually throughout those games. But hey, if they turn it on now, what does it matter?
I mean, even last map, Giuliano looked absolutely locked in.
Yeah, the focus
ferocious.
Is there. We are getting back underway though. Shopify Rebellion with a purchase this time. Ult's not too far away. Benita, 1 off from hers. And then 2 mostly throughout, apart from Laurie, who's 3 off still. So, Benita getting a little proactive here. Did that get noted? Apparently not. Benita getting away with a little bit of murder there.
I think maybe the shots were noted though. So Petra should know there's 2 stacked up here. Benita's still walking.
Dangerous, Benita.
So risky.
I don't know if the reward was high enough for that one.
I mean, this composition as well, losing Benita so early on in the round, gives G2 so many options.
Certainly does. You can see that just pumping the brakes here, G2. Just going to pause for thought apart from Glance, who's making a little bit of progress towards Tube. Beyond that, everyone else holding somewhat of these extremities. You can still see that trap in place as well. Petra the one to build towards the A site.
That feels like map control gone, right? Trap down, Benita gone, no possibility of smokes, all that wall going up. It's really going to pull Shopify into an awkward position, but Glance caught off guard.
Yeah, just as she was about to move away, KP takes that space back, but it is still eyeing up towards the A site. 1 player seen, but still 2 there. Laurie on the site itself and Sunder not far away. Giuliano gonna have to deal with this one. High flash comes in! The ult comes out. Petra in unison as well, clears the site. SKP made it there eventually, but by now Spike's gonna go down. Can KP do anything about this one? There's Flatful in this too. Red's gonna come out and maybe a quick punish on that, or at least a consideration of it. Not gonna happen. Mimi's there. Back up to 4 standing and Flowerful. Oh, well, not looking so good now. Giuliano offers herself up to that almost. Creeping out. Finding 3 here would be near on unthinkable.
Mary's deep position makes it even harder as well, so Flowerful just considering holding on to this. I mean, even if she dies here, got the tour de force regardless. I think Petra will look for it.
5-0, Mike.
Yep, that's a very concerning round to see G2 close out convincingly. And like I said, it's Benita just drifting so far ahead of the mark. Then the trap being dealt with, and like I said, it forces Shopify to act. They have to do something. I mean, actually, after finding the kill onto Glance here, there's just so much progress made towards A already, it didn't even matter. You didn't even need the Viper on this execute.
G2!
5-0 now, G2. Giving us potentially a very long evening.
I have the spike.
And ideally, a very good game. Now, we need that wake-up call to hit for Shopify. Yes, you did well in the first 2, but this is a matter of a marathon. It is not a sprint by any means. You have to be willing to go the distance. Show that longevity and discipline over time. And Benita tested now.
Finally backing away. Mimi just coming through now with the wall.
Face your fear!
Actually, a trade-off from ultimates here, but Mary finds a kill onto Flowerful.
Oh, the ping though. Complimenting KP about this previously, and so much damage achieved, making these pistols so much more deadly. Even the Bulldog still in play. Petra down low, Mimi down a little lower. Petra looking on the chopping block. Yeah, so much invested. Petra, can you get something? No, gone down. Benita's there. 3 now alive. Viper's Pit just came through, I'm pretty sure as well. Yeah, absolutely. And Giuliano's just going to walk it through the ice box, through the ice. Can't quite melt Benita, who's still alive, but only for a moment. And KP with it all to do. Oh, and she's done it. Catching off guards in the end, around with nothing, making something of it.
Yeah, it almost feels like another round we noted previously in this series, almost hitting that panic button on a lesser purchase here, but converting the Thrifty. And Shopify have had a great track record here in Berlin of doing so. Another one to add to this. Massive damage done by KP with this Hunter's Fury.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Even with Giuliano barreling into the Viper's Pit, you think it's all going to fall apart for them.
But I do want to be, bringing it back down to earth here. That was heroics from KP.
Yeah.
I mean, that was beyond what we'd seen. Maybe enough to instigate something for the rest of Shopify, but we need to start seeing that soon. As G2 will be right back to business now. A little bit of a difference here for Laurie. See what the protocol list looks like for G2 to clear close.
Glan's going to post up early in this mid lurk. KP now wise to what she's been up to. Kind of doubling down on that trap. G2 just waiting to see if Mary gets an opportunity.
Oh, the Boombot.
Boombot's massive, but Sonda great for the counter peek.
Big trade though for Mary there. Finding Sonda quickly going to quell that threat from building. Laurie's position did take that damage early on, had to fall away from the angle of playing up towards pipes, but back towards the side they go. No harm, no foul at this point. One apiece traded out. Giuliano on one side and Sonda on the other.
G2 just on cutting sound. Maybe waiting for an overstep here, or maybe for the toxin cooldown.
Welcome to my world.
Actually, the Viper's pick going to be employed. Should give them decent access towards site here. So forcing Benito a little bit deeper, and like I said, Laurie a little disconnected. Petra's ahead of the wall though.
You could read lips. I think you know how they felt about that one. Benito has to back away though. No one able to actually punish off the back of that. Could have been a problem, but it isn't. For now, they're down to 3. Benito, Flowerful, and KP trying to work this back through. You got Benito, who's been lingering on this side for a while now. Takes those first couple of steps, and the position's ratty, but she's seen it, and she finds it. Petra goes down. Now an even affair, 3 apiece, but bear in mind that ult is still in play. Oh, Mary, eyes from above, keeping watch on the drop over, but Flowerful's trying to meet me. First glance at this, oh, she's fine. Glance, no sweat, but Mary with another big round.
Yeah, key time for that swing to come through from all the way back on belt. G2 answer back, and even with actually flipping the Thrifty, Birch is going to be fairly uncomfortable here for Shopify. Might just be the hero rifle. So there's a moment there, if Benita didn't give up some of this space, could have capitalized on Petra being ahead of that wall. Been very, very unfortunate.
Let's go, high five. Jesus.
G2 in another position now to convert around. Not Shopify. Have another good shot at this Thrifty. See if they can convert another. Well, no, actually, G2 respect it.
Not this round. Shopify, not really much to bring in with. You got that hero rifle and Flowerful, but beyond that, it's really scrappy. Benita left all alone on B. You can already see that she's making good progress here. Benita now spotted. Nowhere to really go on this one, nowhere to fall back to. So, one going to come in. Nice shot from KP. Kill. That's a rifle recovered, I'm pretty sure. So that's 2 rifles in play, KP. I mean, ooh, I can't make jokes.
Yep.
I can't be making jokes today. Petra! Maybe I'll get fined, who knows. That's the first verbal warning. For now, we have the 2 rifles, Sonda and KP with theirs. Classic with Laurie. But for threats, it's brutal to try and get to the site. They're trying to cut me off, folks. They've heard me. KP found second, found Mary. Want to do it all herself. Doesn't have to though. 3 behind her, and the time running away from Sonda here. This is going to be 7. Not much else to say. G2 running this game back so far. 7-1. Shopify need to wake up here.
You see that decisiveness come through for Shopify once again, and not Benita. Seen her drift a couple of times looking for this first engagement. So there's just no weakness, it feels like, for G2. There's nothing really for Shopify to try and exploit. Mary back on that operator.
We go. Here.
G2 stacked up once again outside 8. It's going to be Glance or Giuliano towards mid, maybe even just relying on a little bit of that conditioning early on. Has drawn 3 members of Shopify here. KP, Laurie, and Sonda, all desperate to try and negate some of this pressure early on, but there's nobody on the other side of it.
No, this is quick work and quiet. so far. Not really having to give away too much on the way through. Benita just back of sight. At least there's no Yoru around the side of the head this time. Gonna get the best of Giuliano. So not for free here. I'll have a fight on the site itself. Spike gets collected, and a lot of presence now noted over by screens.
We're all going to go up. Last going to try and put the snake bite down slow. Shopify's advance. Problem being, Mary's back in that power position with the operator this time around. And the possibility to reset all the way back towards Belt once again.
This position from Petra could be huge as well. Yeah, it's stunning from Petra too, but they are answered. Glance takes a step further ahead though by 410, finding Sonder on the way in. Glance pulling all that attention to try and play in Mary on this position. Do they clear it? Do they not? It seems like not is the answer here. A little bit messy, and Flowerful can't get to it to survive, and G2 striding through the game now. There's a reason they are the team to beat. The ability to come back in these series, this is looking like we are going the distance.
Great discipline shown on this post plant as well. Petra's position paying off. And Glance and Mary just slipping into this crossfire here. Glance actually bailing out Mary with the 2 final kills. And a massive gap now. A 7-round deficit for Shopify. And we did see them find a lot of success on their attack. Like I said, those conditioning factors, the mind games they were able to employ. It's again.
Oh, okay. It's all going their way now. The game feels hard to lose almost when you're having some of these moments. Just feeling it out. Giuliano going to get HP back to full. And already playing with the player advantage. Benita going down. So do they decide to maybe explore the B side? Do they feel that maybe Flowerfall's over there? What can they read into this? Taking their time here, G2.
Maybe feeling as if they've created a little bit of a gap here. 3 members of Shopify looking to explore outside A. Not the timing, G2 are going to be able to backstab Flowerful here.
Oh, the timing.
What is that?
I don't know what just happened. Flowerful somehow got 3 within the split second. We didn't see it.
No way!
She got 4! Show me it again. Could be 5 here.
30 seconds left.
Flowerful on for the ace. They're trying to give it to her. She's got it.
Oh, thank you.
Now give me that damn replay.
I was staring at the minimap, but I was thinking if they drift under tube here, holding the angle towards Boiler. This is ridiculous.
Ooh.
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Flowerful is so damn good.
Yeah. Now you
What
just
a
need
way
a
to
couple more
flip
of
this
those,
again. Bringing nothing into this.
No, nothing. They had absolutely no right to do that. Still, we have to go back into this. 2 rounds. They need to close with it, whatever they can. And Flowerful off to a start. Observers, stop watching anyone other than Flowerful. There you go. That's your lesson. How
It's another
dare
Prius
you?
moment. Petra, though, will respond. Sonder will fall. Giuliano now with the showstopper, trying to create a little bit of space towards A site. The follow-up at you with the Nightfall. Not going to tag anything at all, but Glance picking up Benita on that lurk.
And now look at so much of the space has been taken over here. Laurie's found Mimi. Glance, yeah, perfect, lovely shot from Glance. And the ult going to be invested just to really deny any access points. That choke is under wraps, Glance has it. And what can KP and Flowerful do with this now? They're trying to clear close, but KP not given any chances at this. Flowerful need more of what that round was just now. Need to find 3 here. The time is really against you, and look at the utility in the way. Just gonna get melted down. Glance. See her in a second. Yep, got her. And Glance having a round right back at you. KP, not gonna happen. G2. This game looking way too easy now.
Yeah, Shopify unable to build anything on the back of a thrifty flip once again. Luckily, though, come into this tour de force available, so rifles across the board.
Down A.
So Glance so impactful in this position. As I said, the ultimate just seals the deal.
Enemy remaining.
Can even hear she's staring down. 2 horrendous outcomes regardless of how round 12 ends.
away. KP gonna spot contact quick. Gonna note the player going on towards the top of tube. That's gonna be Giuliano. Our drone right back in. Sonder's there, not far off it. Giuliano has to respect that. Has to pull away. Big exchange here at the start towards middle.
Yeah, Mary almost hanging around here to wait for this poison orb to drop. Drifting ahead of it, actually.
Mary's so far ahead. Sonder had no idea. Trying to wander back towards A. Absolutely pulled astray, and now we're looking towards B. Wall still in place.
And this was a good setup as well. The wall towards B main and the Viper spit on A. The fact that G2 find value in mid doesn't really matter. It doesn't draw the rotation.
Okay, flowerful position found.
Let's play.
Tour de Force invested too. Hunter's Fury going to be sent through on this, and Petra swinging deeper towards middle, trying to clear it. Flowerful still standing, KP still alive. It ain't over just yet. 2 players, Benita and KP up against 4.
1 enemy remaining.
Make it just 1. Benita, last player standing here.
30 seconds left.
And what more can she do? The reoccurring nightmare of Giuliano in finals, Petra in finals, Mimi in finals. She's faced it before, and she's facing it again. 2-10 on the half here, Mike. It's looking like G2 are back in the building.
Absolutely, and it requires Shopify to completely turn things around in the second half. G2 just in control of the pacing once again.
1 enemy remaining.
This is where that conversation comes back towards this comp. Whether or not the switch up really does look good for Shopify.
This is getting scary now for Shopify fans and for the desk who backed them here. Let's find out if they still stand by that.
We will indeed in just a moment at Pansy, but first, again, Kukuka, it might have been even worse if it weren't for another thrifty from Shopify.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to take a look at this round because I think that the first half has been everything that we expected to see for G2. I wanted to come in here and say, oh my god, Mary mode activated for having everybody going crazy, but it was actually rounds like this where we see sloppy mistakes. Petra goes in to plant the spike, but Mimi's on the back, there's still no wall, and then everything starts falling out of piece, and we can see that it is not Shopify that is completely disconnected from the game or just not even trying. It's actually G2 going on a different gear and just maybe losing control of the speed that they're applying onto the game. Still, it's a 2-10 half, and you know what they say, 2 is all they get.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like G2 kind of like lose the eco and then they like quickly fix themselves up. They're like, okay guys, wait, let's not do that kind of stuff again. And so like, funnily enough, Shopify only won the 2 rounds on eco, and one of them was Flowerful getting an ace. So, you know, it's definitely rough, but I think like, yeah, going forward, Shopify is definitely going to have to pull out a lot of stops for this one.
They really are. I mean, the confidence that they need on those ecos, they need them on these gun rounds. But thankfully for Shopify moving over to the attack side, we've seen their Icebox, we've seen their B main protocols coming out and really rewarding them. The layers that they have and the way that they utilize KP and Sonder together, both the initiators with this utility, it's so crucial that they get the right information so that they know when they can actually press the issue and move forward, gain the ground, and actually use Lori so that they can put themselves in those post positions, right? And yesterday, they also had some interesting looks where they sent KP across map all alone, solo, and with that distraction, they're able to send Lori in and get a quick plant as well. So a lot of options for Shopify, but a huge mountain in front of them.
It's so important that you mentioned that because in so many instances, we've seen Glance, Mimi, even Giuliano sometimes just going on the flank, just being so cheeky and unexpected. We need to see the same for Shopify if they want to close this out. Otherwise, I guess we'll go to map 5.
I mean, it's a hard hopium here. Pansy and Hypo, let's see if they can make that comeback.
Biggest question there is, but at 2-10, Mike, I feel we are going all the way here. I think it has to be all the maps. And at this point, you've got to feel there's that sinking feeling in your stomach if you're Shopify Rebellion, right? You had map advantage, you had 2 maps up to the good, just 1 more to close it. We've got them on the ropes. And then suddenly, G2 have woken up. You've prodded the bear a little too much.
That works.
And now look at what you're facing.
Early on here. See that? Under the headshot though. Got to slow things down here. Quick push towards mid. Nullified here by the slow orb. Quite seemingly looking to commit on it though. Lots of damage done. Giuliano posted deep below belt.
Oh. Turns around and spots Flowerful. Tries to dip away. 22 HP and gets healed up as she does slip away from this. G2 are here though, not alone. 4 players leaning this way. As we are starting to see Petra now making her way over towards that A site.
Great damage control as well in mid. Glance already posted up deep outside tube, so has control of this rotation here, but just gives up the angle.
And spotted 2 though, that's quite big information.
Yeah.
Noting the Viper initially and then the KO, so she's well aware that they are now changing their mind.
Petra's still over here though.
I don't know how Petra got over here so fast. Move just instantly called it. Now, if Petra can do some damage here, that'd be fantastic. Gonna drop out a little bit of utility, but now overwhelmed. So many players coming her way. Does have support, but not quite there. Petra 1 with 2. Oh, Petra goes huge for G2.
It's another Prime Gaming flawless on the pistol for G2. Time and time again. Absolute insanity from Petra.
The fact she was there that early, the just control on this. And this was the start again, though. The rotation wasn't a bad shout either. Glance able to see it so quickly, but yeah, just beautiful work.
And Shopify only going to bring 4 Sheriffs to 1 scope in the hands of Flowerful here. I want to try and flip round 14 in their favor. Again, the adjustment of the trap as well. This is the sort of thing I was talking about with that recent tape of what Shopify tried to achieve on the attack, dealing with that trap, pushing and pulling rotations.
And they just don't even have the rounds to really explore, noting what they've achieved or not.
They can't really employ any conditioning because I don't think this half's going to go long enough.
No. You'd have had to have won the pistol and give yourself that little bit of a buffer to try and do that fact-finding, get those results in. Here it's, we got to make something happen now. It's got to be kind of working in the dark. Juliana, they want to be disruptive, want to get in their face, and she does! Drags 2 away and spins off into the distance, trying to find Flowerful. Benita finally stops the rot, but by that point they're left in tatters, down to just 2. And it feels like 12 is about to be etched on that board, and G2 might be breaking Shopify Rebellion in half with this.
Petra and Mary still here, deeper hold, but 2 players on the flank posted up, and Petra with a very awkward angle to clear, and it will pay dividends. You see here, Shopify going to be struggling to even bring anything into round 15 with G2 on 12 already.
And this is going to be the most bitter of losses if it does come down that way for Shopify Rebellion. 2 blowout games, 2 blowout maps after really clawing it forward, after facing so many hurdles, getting to this point, and then G2. There was a switch hit. I don't know what the hell happened between 2 of those maps.
I mean, like I said, it's heartbreaking to even see such a stomp coming through in any map in the grand final. The back-to-back stomps raises even more questions.
I feel like you've forgotten how to win, how to shoot, how to do anything. Giuliano gonna find Benita. Shopify Rebellion on the run, trying to quicken the pace a little bit. There's 4 players here. There's so much presence on this B site already. Petra, ready, waiting and willing. Does get overwhelmed in the end. A little bit of chip damage done, but they make it count. Shopify gonna find 2. Now 3 more to go. Oh, and it's messy, but Mimi still gonna claim 2 of them with her. Down to a 2v2 now. We have KP and Flowerful. Mary and Giuliano. It's Giuliano to pull out KP, but it's Mary to find him. And Flowerful now, last one alive. How much can you do here? Already spotted by Mary. They're toying with her. 13-2, G2. This is devastating to watch.
So demoralizing for Shopify as well. Like I said, this comp switch up, talked about it, it's leaning heavier towards these initiators. It's just not paid off. G2 absolutely have the answer. And look at it a little more lively now.
Back in the game. Never doubted it.
Mary with a phenomenal performance here on Icebox. Putting in numbers. Giuliano as well now. Talk about having a slow start to the series, but stepping up to the plate. This is an all-round unit. G2 looking much, much better now.
Yeah, smiles. Starting to feel the game a little more.
And unfortunately, there's just so few positives to bring away from not just this map, but the last 2 maps in this series for Shopify.
they need to have a chat. They need to be able to regain that focus, pull this somewhere back into the realm that they're happy with. Because I would say the other scary factor is now we are going into Breeze next. One of those that Giuliano has been exceptional on. We have seen great things from G2 on this map.
Well, again, just to counter that though, this is one that actually might see Sonder back in that role that Shopify can enable. We need some numerical value coming out from one member on Shopify, because it hasn't been there for 2 maps now, back to back.
And what I'm hoping is the clash of both elements working. We get G2 at full power.
Exactly.
We get Sonder on the role that we like.
What a banger for map 5.
That would be the absolute
insane.
dream, right? That's what we're hoping for here, which Breeze could be that tantalizing prospect. Because so far, yes, the first 2 were quite scrappy, but of course it did end up very favorable to Shopify Rebellion, changing most of our expectations. And then the answer. It was quick, it was sharp, it was to the point. G2 turning back up, looking mean, looking nasty.
Looking like G2 again.
Finally.
Looking like G2 again.
Yeah. Taking a little bit of a extended break and now taking a moment to compose themselves and coming back stronger now. We have one more map to go, Mike.
I'm so glad it's actually ended up on Breeze now. We were talking about the veto earlier. We had our reservations, but the stage is set for a banger map 5.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Jort, I don't want to wait with us too much longer. I think the fact that Breeze is on the horizon, I think we've teed it up pretty well. I'm sure the desk really wants to delve into that too. Wrap up this previous map and get to that final one. What a grand final we have on our hands. Let's jump to that break now to get it back underway as soon as possible.
Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface? When it doesn't match the skin tone. So blue, no sight, yellow brick road. Cause for the worst, don't come back to San Francisco. Live and let live, let them figure it out. We can do whatever, I just want you around. Tell it to the world when I don't pick up your calls. And if you're thinking something stupid, don't say nothing at all. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have some. Like the taste.
Well, this grand final is going the distance thanks to G2 stomping Shopify on Icebox. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Kakuka, Potter, and Athena. I feel like we're getting to a territory where you are going to tell us consistently that you were right.
No, I'm not going to pull that card, not just yet. I would never do that to Christine. I admire her too much to do that. But Christine.
Yes. Yes.
Do you think that maybe G2 screwed up a little bit with the veto?
They did. You know what? I'll walk it back. They absolutely did screw it up, but only because, you know, they're allowing this sort of confidence to build, right, into G2. Sure, those first 2 maps didn't look good, but I can't believe that Shopify Rebellion are allowing this to happen. I'm so everywhere right now. My emotions are everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, those last 2 maps, I mean, 5 rounds total over 2 maps for Shopify, and you're going into the last, like, most important map. It's like, it's going to be really hard to recover. It's going to be really hard mentally as well. Like, I think that's definitely going to be like one of the biggest obstacles for Shopify moving forward, is just being able to, okay guys, let's reset. You know, this is the last map. Let's play it like nothing else has happened. And I think that is just going to be the most important thing.
It's a complicated situation, right? Because we're talking about a team that is used to being on that 2nd place. And for them, they couldn't so close to achieve the big win. You know, the 2nd, we can call it even, because they even got forward and past Cloud9 wide. So this is like the closing for their cycle, something that they definitely need. But at the same time, they've been in this position so much and getting so close, but not actually achieving the series, achieving the final moment that will give them the victory. And for G2, all those nerves, all those mistakes that happened during even the 3 first maps, even if they won that ascent, I didn't see anything out of the box. For Breeze, it has to be something else. Good thing, though, that when we talk about Shopify moving into the next map, we're talking about a Sonder that goes back into being the duelist, but we'll get into that.
Yeah, how much of this do you guys feel like is, Potter, I'm looking to you here, is a LAN experience diff? Because we talk about, you know, nearly 40 years on the side of G2 Gozen, the fact that they're able to claw it back in this fashion. Is that down to maybe the powerhouse trio?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know, as soon as the camera panned over to Petra, panned over to Mimi, and they just had those dialed-in faces, that was the moment. You know, as soon as they went to the back room, I thought, G2, they're looking like they're on a revenge tour at least right now. So definitely experience leaning into that. Certainly, it plays such a huge role, especially on that big stage.
Yeah, I think also when we saw the stats with G2, you know, they've played VO5s a lot more and they've won a lot more. So I think that that also might have a little bit of play into this. I think Shopify for sure, we've seen them kind of only winning the one BO5, and like that kind of stat is just, it's hard to not look at it and not see it as somewhat of an indicator of maybe they won't be able to recover as well. And maybe G2 is used to it, you know, they brush these kinds of things off. So we'll have to see.
I think you mentioned that the 2 rounds that they got were actually eco, so we're seeing a Shopify that is definitely, you know, falling asleep a little bit. And we see on the other side a G2 where every single player is stepping up. It's not only that Mary has good runs when she's on the chamber, it's not only that Glance has good lurks, it's a little bit of everyone coming together and actually acting like a team.
Also, I think Laurie showing us why Chamber, and Flowerful even showing us why Chamber is just getting so OP on the server. Speaking of Chamber, we have a cosplayer and streamer standing by right now. It's Crunchy Cupcake with Van Silly for a quick interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Indeed, I know that G2 came out to play, but we also have a Chamber that came out to play. We do have Crunchy Cupcakes. Crunchy Cupcakes, how's the experience been so far for the game changes here?
It's been amazing here, as you can hear. Like, people are like cheering for the teams, and I'm like living the moment and enjoying it.
That's awesome. Well, let's take some time to look at the cosplay. It seems as though it's taken a lot of time, so tell me how long it took.
I was crunching for like a week, but I think I needed like 2 weeks to make it.
Because not only that, I think you also came as a Killjoy earlier on this week as well, so you had a full set coming out too. But now, we do have a 5th and final map here between Shopify Rebellion and G2. Who do you think takes the cake?
Since I'm from EU, I'm rooting for G2. Let's go, G2 fans!
Did you guys hear that? G2 fans? All comes down to this. Back to Yinsu to see who takes it home.
Thank you very much. You two, we've had Crunchy Cupcake, we've had Muffin in this tournament. What's with like
I'm hungry.
the baking references? Yeah.
Also, she made the cosplay in like, what, 2 weeks? I cannot even dress myself. I need Mina and Christina to dress me up to be here. I feel so useless right now.
Yeah, shout out to Mina and Christina, by the way, our favorite stylists here. But speaking of style, we got to talk about the next map, because there is a chance that either Shopify Rebellion, they recover, or G2 are going to complete this reverse sweep. And just look at the scoreline. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is looking rough. I mean, single digits on both wins, you know what I mean? Like, it's gone from 39-39 to 13-3, 13-2. So you can tell that there's obviously like a big difference between these first 2 maps and the last 2 maps. And I'm wondering if maybe G2 has just warmed up. Maybe now this is the team that we saw previously beat C9. And for Shopify going into Breeze, it's definitely more and more about the mental for me. Like, I really think that's going to be a big aspect on it. But Kukuka, I know you're so desperate to talk about the duelist coming into here.
No, of course I want to talk about the duelist, because I think it's very important that we bring it back to the biggest all that we've had, which is experience. Not only the LAN, but also the amount of matches that they've played. Because probably Shopify is the one that has played the most. But when we talk about maps, we do not see Breeze. We talk about a lot about how G2 has surprised us on this map. We talk also a lot about how we want to see Shopify here on this territory. Of course, they decided to not pick it before, so that brings a little bit of a question to our heads into, is this ready for a LAN? Is this a comfort pick? And is everybody going to be given their 100%? Because we talk about the Sonder time, how important it is that she's flashy, that she's, you know, the neon that we want her to be. We don't even know if she's going to be in that pick. And definitely, we do not know if she's going to recover from the last 2 maps.
A lot of questions. But I don't think, though, Breeze is going to favor G2 as much as it looks like on paper. I know the Reyna's pick is going to be a little bit scary. It's a little bit intimidating, especially if you're not used to it. But we got to remember, we're in day like 6 now. Day 1 when Yoru was busted out on Pro control for G2. It threw everyone off guard. But I think at this point now, we're kind of getting used to the Lears. We're kind of getting used to Giuliano being that lurk in that A-Halls area. So I think for Shopify, they should have a pretty good idea at how G2 want to approach this last map.
Yeah, and we're into the Prime Gaming Agent select. Giuliano, as you said, with the Reyna pick, has done a lot against their opponent. Athena, what do you make of the fact that she's going with this even again?
Oh my god!
Wait, okay. Ignore that question. That's what we want to talk about. Ignore that question, Athena. Sonda, Reyna, go.
I literally think this is just a battle of egos now at this point. Like, Shopify is trying to push themselves back into this game. She's like, you can do that, I can do that too.
Listen, I am so happy that this is what we get for Game 5. If you're in the audience, I do not care who you support. I do not care how your throat is going. I want to hear you scream for your team and give them everything.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see. Well, look at that smile. Let's just get back into this game, Pansy and Hypog. What do you make of this?
You couldn't ask for a better final map here. We're seeing Sonda coming in on the Reyna.
Dude,
Mike,
I love this so much as well to pull this out. Map
So
5
sick.
of the Grand Finals and just looking to Reyna diff Giuliano here on Breeze.
God damn.
I mean, this blows the entire decider wide open, right? We're
100%.
talking about Neon leaning back on that more comfortable setup, that more, I guess, considered and looking to put Sonda in those positions.
Yeah.
This completely throws that to the wind.
The audacity to bring in a Reyna here up against Giuliano. It's the final map. Berlin, you've been incredible so far. I want to hear you throughout this game behind these two teams. G2 starting this off with the upper hand in my mind, bouncing off the back of those last couple of maps. Huge performances. And now Shopify Rebellion better be ready. Sonda quick to business here. Flash in hand for Laurie, and they look ready to go.
Key engagement here. No way! They pass each other.
What? They've just let past each other in the middle. They have no idea. But Laurie's the one to draw blood. And now we're already going to have 3 players standing for G2. Powerful in middle. Going to spot out a whole lot of information, potentially. KP. Looking a little isolated on the site here. Has to dip away. Mary's found Benita. It's down to even numbers and then traded back through. Petra still firing. Petra and Mary working back through, but Flowerful goes unnoted and finally shows their hand. And it's all on Mary. How much more can this young gun do? A 1v2 here. Spots out Flowerful, gets them down. KP noted earlier on. I'm trying to get the defuse, going to get at least a halfway. KP called, has to check, has to look. Mary toying with the timing, 2 more bullets, finds a shot, but does she have the defuse? I think she only just about does it. Mary, how is she doing this so often?
Isolates both of them perfectly.
Come on.
Mary going huge in the pistol round here on the decider with the Red Bull clutch. And Flowerful just a little disconnected from that, but no possibility of the counter peak. And such a crazy back and forth as well. But plays the timing to perfection here. KP tagged down to low HP, doesn't feel comfortable with that peak on the first, allowing Mary to get that half defuse.
G2 up, 1 to the good, but we do have a force coming back in for Shopify, getting the plan, getting plenty of kills, everything that they kind of needed in this one, excluding, obviously, round conversion. It looks like already a bit of a lean towards the B site.
This is huge as well, considering only success coming from 50 rounds. This force in the second. Shopify obviously feel comfortable about that aspect of their strat book. 3 Bulldogs to overcome here, though. Is that ranged engagement going to feel a little more comfortable for G2?
So difficult on this map. Make it work in the timing. Gonna have to fall off that. And Sonda has found a little bit of a route here. Waiting for the attention to be pulled potentially. Looking for Laurie to get the glimpse of the eye. You can see now the push-up. Flower working off the back of it. Punishing Giuliano. That's good. They noted another towards top middle, and Mary has to fall away.
Has to respect that. Actually,
Great early work.
Yeah, weapon retrieved here for Sonda. So Spectre in hand. Again, a possibility actually even to catch the overheal. She finds another Petra.
She's been seen. Absolutely been seen. Mary wants to try and help her out here. She is very much alone, but still going to find one. Expects a second. Oh, the third just slips between her fingertips. Flowerful finds Mary. That's the site open. And now Mimi, a mile away from Glance. Quick little grab on towards the Bulldog, and Flowerful is low HP. Any quick glimpses? Anyone out of place? No. High Flash comes in. needs to clear some of these corners. Glance is getting there slowly but surely. A lot of attention being drawn towards Mimi, noting one. Gonna have to expect the rest to be pushed up on site. They didn't expect the angle from Glance. Now they need to clear the pillar and maybe consider Flower full time. Oh, goes back for seconds and this time's got it. Glance now, time being bought, being purchased. 80 HP and Flowerful's got him. Huge round there. Brilliant contact piece in middle. Finds Giuliano, gets the gun and gets the damage done.
And like I said, it shows as well, feeling more comfortable in this sort of round, bringing just Sheriffs and an SMG or two in here. And that's crazy as well, to come into the decider. G2 haven't lost on Breeze at a Game Changers event since October 2021. Terrifying stat to be on the other side of. But Shopify back on the board in round 2.
Shopify keeping up this time, not having the pace or the scoreline dictated to them.
Crazy win rate on these sorts of rounds.
Heroes of their own fate at times. G2 don't boast the similar sort of numbers here. Bit of pressure being released towards that A side. Cross should be facilitated. Sonder with a freebie there almost. Glance goes down. And the spike should go down scot-free.
Makes it difficult as well with this Viper wall. Not possible in the retake. Shopify can just play distance on this. Stacked up on site though, happy to take these engagements.
Really nice work, clean from Shopify there.
Prime Gaming flawless. Comes through for Shopify in round 3. And even coming into this next one. I mean, almost level pegging here. Flowerful actually has the tour de force, which could be massive. And actually, yeah, we see the Spectre cycled across. So are going to employ that here.
Right here.
Mechanically, Sonder looking a little nasty with it right now. Have to wait and see if that carries on though.
Such a bold statement to pull this Reyna out.
That's a BDP if I've ever seen one.
You want to play? Let's play.
There's the tour de force. And Mary went for a walk in middle. But in the meantime, Giuliano did push up as well, playing by the double door. Quick trade though. Flowerful gonna punish. Big info in middle, but do they keep dipping in towards this or do they respect the space taken?
Mary definitely doesn't respect it. Creeping
again.
Once again down mid towards pillar. Flowerful's posted up on this angle though.
And it doesn't matter. Mary breaks their back this round. 2 picks, Sonder down, Flowerful down. Laurie doing incredible work to try and even this one out. At this point, surely you'd expect Mary to back away. That's what you'd normally do, right? They'd have fallen off this, but it's Mary.
I think KP should just about get a recon back, whether or not they invest that towards mid. No. Gonna hightail it towards A, which is wide open right now. This time around, Glance not falling early, so that retake wall set up here. Good information on backside as well. The knife onto default. Gonna give them a good indicator. Laurie actually popping the null command.
Yeah, taking absolutely no prisoners this round. Flash through the wall, but no one to swing it. But it's KP creeping up tube. That can be huge for this. That would be checked on by Glance in a moment's time. And actually Glance wins it though. How is Glance so quick to even expect that? Still considers it well. And now Laurie has to find at least 2 here, I feel. Dips away to the wall and now needs to depend on the others. The post plant setup overwhelmed. And Benita's got to buy the time here. Already started the defuse. She needs to commit to the angle as well. This is not enough to just leave it to tick away. Has to try and shoot towards it. They've done it. They've got the defuse. Benita left to watch as G2 tie it all up.
It's tough as well because the poison orb committed towards Nest in the early round means that they can't really rely on these snake bites. And like I said, that retake wall from Glance paying dividends. KP a slight overstep here in tube. Even here creating a bit of a distraction. Both shock darts available as well, so if you're going to rely on those snake bites, it makes it even more.
But let's also remind ourselves how that round started with Mary going walkabouts in middle, not once, but twice.
Double dipping in mid.
You don't see that every day.
Exactly. Finding so much impact.
It looks like it's just brute force this time around, at least for the beginnings. Straight up the gut, straight up tube. Sonder, no subtlety to this. Quick to work. Laurie by the side as well. The flashes were good last time. They had good success through this. Already, I wonder if G2's gotten onto the idea here.
G2 trying to prevent any pop flash out of doors here, but...
Might be close enough to handle this. No, Laurie is a little too quick with it. Glance has to respect this now. The site's been overtaken. This is good from Shopify. Really nice work. Glance are still going to find one. And Giuliano on the trade. What do we have in the post plan here? Flowerful, Benita, Sonda still alive. Defending the site though. That's the difference there. Giuliano going to find Sonda this time. Benita on the quick flank. Petra has the fright of her life as she turns around. But the spike's still ticking. They still need to work on that defuse. Mary wants to try and get this towards half. Flowerful goes down. Mary with a shot of her life, and Benny once again in that undesirable position to try and keep that composure. Try and do something. It ain't happening now. Giuliano coming alive here.
What a cleanup from G2. Even the setup here, like I said, putting the poison orb down on the top of steps just to deny any possibility of that pop flash coming out. Unfortunately, even still, Laurie finds that kill. Giuliano goes huge on this retake, and the timing just not there.
Bloody hell.
Mary's so sharp to that headshot on Flowerful. Talk about relying on the Reina diff. You're relying on the chamber diff as well here.
But it's still a close game, 3-2. It's when the money breaks, right? Which could be that next round. The one coming up here for Shopify. They are going to be desperate to make this one count. There's going to be the Viper's Pit committed over towards that A site. Glance at the helm of this. But she isn't alone here.
Mimi not actually noted as well. Will be now with the knife. It should be 2 noted. Yes, it is. Spike not this side of the map, so no real concerns here on that trade-off of information. Much deeper hold towards B here from Petra and Mary. And Flowerful and Sonda almost just posted up, anticipating a little bit of aggression, maybe on the back of this exchange outside A.
And B site, the goal here, as they slowly work their way back through. Giuliano is quite far off, still more dedicated towards the A site here. So it will be down, as you noted, Mary, Petra. First real utility now noted. They're going to be on red alert. Okay, first couple of steps taken, contact made as Petra to find Sonda here. Mary going unnoted thus far until now. Double swing, double face, double frag comes in for Shopify, and there's going to be the counter Viper's Pit coming in on the site, securing that spike and making this incredibly difficult.
Giuliano's here so early though. She can actually get a kill somewhere on the outside there. She has the dismiss to play around, but they're passing each other here on elbow.
Yeah, but that's
Laurie
quick.
just none the wiser of how early Giuliano was.
Yeah, she was there so fast. Benito fully flashed, fully blind. Mimi's taken over the site. KP has Hunter's Fury. The diffuser started.
Can't rely on it here.
Yeah, not enough to work with. 3 players, 3 targets, 3 victims wanted, and none to be truly put through. 4-2 now. G2 starting to tear this one away.
I think G2 4 for 4 on diffusals. Yeah, absolutely. Look at that timeline. It's looking so comfortable. Retaking these sites. It's almost looked like it was leaning heavily in favor of Shopify. Giuliano so ahead of the curve. You see Laurie's just not even considering the possibility somebody's just shift walking back onto site. Shopify still with a purchase.
Still able to scrape it together.
Yeah, I mean, Bulldog in the hands of Benita. Deal with the trap nice and early here. And Shopify leaning back on that kind of push and pull that is the cornerstone of their early round. A little bit of a fake with the wall here. There's nothing really to make this A push comfortable.
Glance. Tricky. Glance, what a shot. Dips away to the back of the site, but it's going to be how much more can she handle? Plenty. Oh, Glance 3. Back to back. She has the support now. Shopify Rebellion are left in tabs by Main. G2 devastating now with a flawless round.
Glance just standing tall on default. Happy to take these engagements and looking so sharp. Even here, somewhere in the backlines, Benita finds Mimi. I think on the rotation, just outside double doors. Glance barely feeling any pressure whatsoever. Shopify, timeout ahead of this round. Again, it will only be potentially Sheriffs to come in the mix. Talk about that financial position they were in. No command available, and they've been happy to throw ultimates into some of these Drifties because they've looked so good on them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, actually with Mary on the operator. See how that kind of dynamic shift impacts middle. Well, not Shopify even looked to explore that once again. They did previously on the Thrifty at round 2. They're happy with just the one SMG and a couple of Sheriffs. Kind of shift walk up.
Trickier to maybe make that happen. Mary now operating in hand. Maybe you don't get as much freedom as you'd like before to try and determine those outcomes, but I want to see what they come up with, because it's genuinely been quite creative from Shopify Rebellion, but now the reality is starting to sink in a bit. This is 4 on the trot here for G2. They've started to look like that final boss, the one to beat, which they always have been.
And Shopify haven't necessarily forced any kind of adaptation yet from G2, right?
No.
Some of them are kind of very clear-cut rounds.
Yep.
Very little kind of recovery mode forced by G2. Mimi revealed, suppressed, will fall away. Glance a little bit of an adjustment here on her positioning. Once again, Poison Orb committed towards Nest for Shopify. So again, first on the checklist being this mid control.
There.
That's invested as well. There's Sonda, bring the Guardian across. I almost imagine that's going to give her enough for the light shield and a rifle nonetheless, but Mary posted on this angle now. That's the adjustment we saw in a previous round on this B-site hold with Petra, and it pays off here. Well, good for the second, but will definitely slow things down.
And the amount of pressure that's just been felt by B, but they are still going to be trying to swing over towards this A side. So swings and roundabouts for sure. Going to be Glance on the chopping block potentially, and Mimi. Bail out from Giuliano towards middle though. Benita gets cut in half. Nori. Oh, challenger right now. Mary spotting another. Giuliano wants it done. Can't do it herself. KP this time will be the victor in that little battle, but it is a 4v2.
30 seconds
unfortunately.
left.
A little bit of a disconnect here. Flower elsewhere. Mary has to find this. Shuts KP down. Just leaving Flowerful standing. And Mimi wise to it as well. What?
Shots from Flowerful. 13 seconds to make a couple more of those happen. And she's done another. Doesn't have the spike though. So the rest of the work feels impossible, but credit here to G2 again. Very prepared, very aware. And 6 rounds now. And momentum starting to build. G2 looking exceedingly strong. 5 consecutive rounds.
Like I said, this isn't even a forced adjustment on the side of G2. We saw this hold previously on B site. Giuliano looking so clean for these first 2 kills.
Yeah, really nice.
One enemy remaining.
I think when Flowerful's landing shots like this, it's no surprise Shopify are constantly doing damage in Thrifties. That Headhunter looks deadly in her hands.
They do need to get a grip on this game here.
They do.
It's starting to go wrong. It's starting to fall apart. Shopify Rebellion starting to be dealt with. Sonda made her sit down. Mary, large and in charge here. Ori, KP, Benita, and Flowerful to try and pull this back towards B. You've still got Petra to get past. Good safe pair of hands here, normally good for one. Angle could be tricky, but still gets it. Petra has the bailout from Giuliano as well. There's a reason she's a legend in her own rights. And these sort of games you're seeing as to why. And KP now has to face the music. Where can you take this? What chance do you have?
Look where the spike's lost as well. Yeah. That support system from G2 is looking so robust. And Petra playing the line of sights perfectly as well.
Could be the...
Good question.
Could be using this like attack timeout. Almost the old French pistol rounds, if you roll your mind back, if you are old enough to remember them. Take a moment, talk through the options. KP here.
You can see
discussing.
KP, discussing the next.
And they kind of need it. It's time to discuss going forward. It doesn't need to have necessarily the tactical timeout just yet, but talk through the options. Try and find what's been going wrong. Lots to talk about here for them, but they are being hunted down. KP's in danger now. The conversation might be coming to a close. 5 HP. Let's hope they found a solution, because G2, they're up to 7 now.
So many flawless rounds for G2 this series. And Shopify need to find a response. It doesn't feel as if, like I said, they're really pressuring many sides of this G2 defense.
G2 are looking incredible.
Giuliano's looking deadly.
It's grand finals, Giuliano.
Yeah.
She has
It's a
had
different beast.
highs and lows, and I think she'll say herself, she's, She'll play her game that she needs to, but when G2 need her most, apparently she arrives. 10-6 so far. Only Flowerful outdoing her on the board at the very least. And we are going to hear an investment. Mary, quick to handle it. Sonda is not finding the success we were hoping for here.
Again, with this sort of composition, there needs to be some pressure towards Mary. And posted up in this round. Lesser purchase.
Juliano's back here again. They commit to this.
KP's actually bought the Bulldog and the Light Shield all the way down to 400 credits.
Take flight.
So again, intention to make something work here.
It's a tag, I believe. They can't work off the back of any of this. They've drawn 4 players to the site.
Yeah, because Mary's still holding down the fort. There's a trap over on B main. Mary can post up on this angle. It's a safe-ish TP. If she feels the pinch. Petra posted up here, Bomber Tube. Benita. Actually, yeah, Petra.
Careful now. They've done nothing to... that pause in time has done nothing to change the outcome here. Even if you do the initial damage, Giuliano's still waiting. That's big, though. KP finds Giuliano. First lifeline in a while. Flowerful and KP, can they make something of it? Need the plant. It's been the retakes that have been tough.
Spike planted.
Petra's angle is going to make this trickier as well. Can slowly build up here, but when does Flowerful start exploring? Just about now, so they've missed each other in this. And now the advantage sits with Shopify until then. Mary beheading KP, and it's all in the hands of one. Flowerful with it all to do here. Shot's gone. The second shot goes as well, and it's absolutely falling to pieces. G2, welcome to the grand final, Shopify Rebellion. G2 have been here before, and it looks like they'll be here again.
It's the first time actually in that sort of situation we haven't seen Flowerful landing those sorts of shots. Petra a little bit slippery on that peak. Make use of the ramp down onto site.
30 seconds left.
This even actually is, it looks like Shopify are going to flip this back. Great off angle from Mary to find the first. Gap now stands at 6 rounds. Shopify, nothing behind this as well.
No.
It's always a concern to see this purchase in round 11.
Starting to flounder a little here.
Very early Viper wall as well. Big indicator towards A, and there's a Viper's pit here. With that earlier commitment on the wall.
And there's no flex through middle. You still have 2 players posted up from G2.
Mary's all the way past pillar. She has a deep angle towards spawn now. And she's posted up with an op as well. I mean, the point of weakness is Tube.
Sure.
And that's why we see Shopify.
Petra's already...
Rightly so, yes.
Yeah, Petra's already... Yeah, no, okay, send
no
it!
Way.
Oh dear! Scatter and run! Flee for your life! Petra gets 1, Sonda goes down. But the chip damage is massive. Lori and Benita down to 70 now.
Heads up awareness as well. We were just noting this is the point of weakness. But he's just going to try and challenge here.
What
Petra
a shot!
Up to it though. Find another, will spot KP. That's what I was talking about. Just completely unfazed in this position.
Didn't move a muscle, didn't blink, didn't miss it. And KP and Flowerful, the last 2 alive. And the problem is that pit's still in place. They'd need to navigate around that. But Petra has been a rock for this team. She's still very much in this.
30 seconds
KP looking for an opportunity. And she's not getting much from it. No one giving a chance. All right, relax. You're not Danish. You're not giving away positions. KP on the hop up. And the trade for Petra. What a round from Petra there. You noted it, the only weakness.
But the awareness is to actually post up there with a Hunter's Fury. It's the worst place to be locked in. That long, narrow corridor. Massive, massive damage done by Petra. And again, Mary just completely unfazed by the early round that's so heavily emphasized outside cave. The best thing for a chamber, you're playing towards tunnel, you see that wall committed so early, even pre-round, to be able to post up like that.
And you're seeing the look on Shopify Rebellion's faces. It's dropping.
A little disheveled, yeah.
It's gutting to see because you've just fought through an entire game. You fought probably the hardest route possible, and somehow they need to pull themselves together. That's a good start. Give them a buffer. Give them something going to this half. One more round, curse or not, could be good for them here. Petra looking to backfill this, though. Confident play.
All the way towards Cannon, actually.
She's gone incredibly far.
She's crossed. She's making noise, though. But the A-side hit's coming through regardless.
Got to feel Flowerful has that kill in the backline. Yeah, it does. Brilliant work. Okay, two-player advantage here. Viper's Pit on the site, trying to really seal this. They want this round with everything they can muster. Flowerful again, another challenge. Succeeds it. That's 3 in the round. That could be the wake-up call, enough to rekindle that fire that started to dwindle. And Mary and Glance, this is a really tall task for anyone.
Glance down to 30 HP as well. Clear so high.
Grim. All right, Mary. There we are, okay. 9-3, Mike, it ain't much. It ain't much.
Ride that Curse Copium, because that's about all there is to do here for Shopify. Again, very few positives to take away from this half, and that's been a recurring theme in the back half of this best of 5.
It has, and it's scary times. This is when you truly have your mettle tested, that capability to carry on.
Credit where credit's due. Flowerful in a 9-3 deficit is sitting at 17-8. Yeah. If they can build upon that,
yes.
Flowerful still delivering numbers here. Maybe, just maybe, there's hope.
That's what we're going to hold on to, and let's see what the desk has for us.
Thank you very much, guys. Athena, 9-3 curse.
9-3 curse, I believe, baby.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely looking rough for SR. I think G2 was just playing their game. I actually wanted to go into one of these rounds here, round 6, because we just saw G2 like retake this amazing round, and SR kind of looked a little lost. Like, here we have the post-plant, we have the entries, they have the numbers on site. Benita puts down that Viper Pit, but then here Giuliano just manages to lurk up, and no one is aware. They are completely unaware, and just like that, the retake, the flash into the smoke, the util used, and every single trade is just perfect here for G2. I think G2 really took a hold of the mistakes and the loopholes that SR just kept leaving in their gameplay. And so going forward, like, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to recover from this, but I still believe in the 9-3 curse.
Yeah, and you know, that wasn't the only round that SR looked a little confused either. Towards the mid area, it seemed like Shopify Rebellion from the Agent Select locking in that Reyna, which was exciting, but that is a telltale sign. They're kind of playing G2's game, right? They want to have this Reyna diff, Reyna on Reyna, and the game plan, the pace also was in G2's territory. It seemed like Shopify was just playing G2's game, and Giuliano's going to eat that up.
Yeah, completely. I love that you bring it up. As you see on your screen, this is a kind of versus Giuliano versus Sunder. To me, the biggest mistake on Sunder's side is definitely the first death that she's accumulating. I think it's definitely too much. I don't think that she feels comfortable. She doesn't know how to move Mary out of all the positions that she's been so free in. We're just seeing running around the map, and she's just falling. And she's going up against the Reyna that knows exactly how to play this map. Watch out, because this last round that we saw on the half, number 12, that was the first gun round that they gotten, that Shopify got since Ascent, round 11. So it is a lot. It is a lot of disruption coming in from the side of G2. I believe in the curse. I don't know what you guys think, but I would like to see it at least in overtime. Come on.
Well, Shopify, they started the day really strong, and they're going to have to finish strong as well if they want a shot at that trophy. Pansy and Hypog, they believe in the 9-3 curse. What about you guys?
I believe that G2 have been in a whole lot of finals and won a whole lot of them, Mike. I don't know about the 9-3 curse.
I think with just how the last 2 maps go, I mean, that is terrifying to hear Kukugi even verbalize that. The last by-round win was on Ascent. Yeah. That's just such a terrifying prospect. And unfortunately, we need Sonda to really be the driving force here. With this composition, the faith put in her to deliver. Mimi noted early on, but look at where Giuliano's got to so quickly.
Oh dear, they're down middle, I think is the call that Mimi just made. There's 4 players pushing Mimi.
Don't even challenge, get out.
If she can buy time and make them work for this, the rest of the players can turn and pay attention, but it's Benita to find Mary, so still. Navigating a little past Mimi here, finally turns and finds it. Petra and Mimi in unison. Flowerful, not going to give this up. She is fighting with everything she has to stay in this final. This would be the start. But Giuliano could be the end. Spots Benita. Insta-dink in the follow-up. Clean work. Overhealed on. And the spike's down.
Flowerful's 2 HP though. Sonder has to hold down the fort here and still has that overheal.
Giuliano. Oh my word, they've got her, okay. They've done the first step, Mike. First step achieved.
That's the first tick in the box. Can they build upon this now? See if G2 are going to respect it for the time being. There's going to be any investment here. Big positive for me though. This is a confident play here from Shopify.
It is.
And that's again, I don't say that lightly. With how the last few maps have gone, to still kind of pull this out the bag, is a real positive to see. It's literally 4 walking down mid, off the rip.
Takes a lot to do that, to have faith in the call, to pull it off. Feeling like you're potentially walking to your death. Now for G2 though, no hurry for this. And for Shopify Rebellion, you want to see it clean, you want to see ticking all the boxes. Pressing all the T's, dotting all the I's. Flowerful, finding the first. Not going to overstay her welcome though. Decides to peel away for now and wait for that retake.
Not taking any chances.
Spike planted.
Petra will be revealed here. Mary was testing the waters a little bit. High flash actually coming out from Mimi to try and set this in motion from backside. Petra's found one.
Should never have found someone at that point. Petra's found it. Whoa, no! No, not like this! Not like this! This is not how you get to double digits. They're just giving him hope to tear it away from him. KB, 29 HP!
Way.
G2! How are you doing this to them?
With just classics. Was there even a pistol there?
I don't...
I really don't think there was a pistol there.
No.
Headhunter, sure.
Yeah. But...
that is heartbreaking.
What's Petra doing?
Petra's classic just is different, I guess.
I want that one.
Like I said, I noted the flash coming high from Mimi. I was like, they're going to try and make it work.
Maybe swing.
With classics from backside, by the way. Actual madness.
This is agony, though. Shopify Rebellion had that first step, and it just gets kicked away from under their feet. They're down to nothing. They're down to a Marshall, Sheriff, bits and pieces, odds and ends. But Flowerful, still so devoted to doing something. 21 kills for Flowerful. Desperately trying to pull her team through this one.
Look how quickly Mary's up tunnel, though. Will spot Flowerful. Actually finds the tags. He's even lower now.
Tunnel visioned on it, though. Desperate to find it. KP trying to catch a cross, but it's Mimi finding 2. KP and Flowerful. How have they both died? Plant coming in soon.
Sheriff in the hands of Sonder. That's about it for Shopify to work off here. Needs this first, and Mimi is up to the challenge.
Certainly is. And now the last 2, Laurie going to get the Marshall filtered back through from the fallen teammate's hands. Doesn't find it on the first, and now position noted. Benita closing in. Spectre. Gonna probably catch one, and Petra's got Benny. It's all down to Laurie here, and that's gonna be 11, surely. No one else giving her much opportunity. Oh, a shot from Laurie, but it's not much in the end. They'll take it. It's 11, G2 closing in on the reverse sweep here.
So quickly that buffer for Shopify is removed. G2 finding a second round win here in the second half. So it's perfect to find this double kill. Like I said, a crucial tag coming through from Mary, where Flowerful insta-dies off the fragment. And for me, I mean, yes, Thrifty success apart, it all rides on this for Shopify. 2 off the tour de force. Nothing else really to work with in this round. Benita tucked in here. I think that wall going to create a little bit of a pocket to play from. Flowerful maybe going to try and bait this. Problem being with 2 members towards Tube for G2.
So pinched. Oh, that's fantastic. Great work from Flowerful. Couldn't do more, though.
Can't TP out.
Benita, this is your chance. This is your chance to shine, and she does. 2 big kills, even a third. Benita comes alive. And now Giuliano in a 1v3 herself. Spike is within grasp, and it's a minute on the board. Aldrone clears close, but the plant comes in. That's what she wants. No Lears left, but does have the ult. She wants it back. Denied for now. Shopify Rebellion now closing in. The net started to close around Giuliano. Finds one. Can't get it. Shopify Rebellion live for another, but it's thanks to Benita.
Absolute heroics. To find the third there, absolutely outrageous. Like I said, it was almost a bait setup here with Flowerful. An ult command comes through, she can't TP away. Like I said, this is the one Shopify need to build upon this. They need to get the ball rolling. And it needs to turn into a snowball pretty damn quick. Still a 6-round deficit.
Go again, still money is built up for G2, so they do have a buy in hand here.
This is when we need Sonder to come online on this Reyna.
Kind of need to see it here. Flowerful's doing it. We need Sonder to join her, just a little bit of something. Could be enough to pull Shopify Rebellion back into this game. And her first challenger, of course, Giuliano and Petra. Does she decide to take this angle? Oh, she is... It looks boomed in this, sadly, for Sonder.
His shots
a little broken.
Haven't been landing for her for the last couple of maps. Actually, Giuliano and Petra pushing all the way towards tunnel here.
Interesting
Trying to pressure the backside of the Viper's pit. KP just used the owl drone.
The timing of this is quite curious because they are exploring on the other side of the map at the same time. So they're well aware the trap gets broken. They know that the flank is coming in.
Spike, I was going to say, maybe considering the possibility of pushing his Viper's pit.
KP's got to be careful. You don't want to leave Benita on her own here. Oh, and the flank's good. Laurie does find Mary. That's big, but the Spike is running back towards A. They made a mad dash for it. I think he got spotted. I'm pretty sure Laurie's seen that, so they've got to know it's going back to this A side. But Giuliano watching and waiting finds KP. And that's the support system denied.
Such a nuisance, Giuliano, on this Reyna. Constantly tucking into these sorts of spots.
Unorthodox plant, though. They have to play this out in a unique way. The flash just ahead of it. Petra playing a little closer up. The nade goes in. Petra! Annihilating 2. And Benita now in a 1v4. Or it's 12. She has to try and stand and fight and will fall. G2 making it to 12.
And other than Benita, going to be able to scrape together a purchase potentially here, Shopify. It's not going to be a comfortable purchase, that's for sure. It's another example where Shopify can't build up any sort of finances. Yeah. G2 constantly applying that pressure.
In the dirt, toxins going up.
So the timeout, to just consider what is on the line here. G2 have the money to play with as well, with how this half had started. And that buffer, that margin for error already gone.
Certainly has. Last chance for Shopify Rebellion now. Have to really pull out anything they have left in the tank. They do have one ult to work with. I think Laurie's one off as well, Sonder as well, but unfortunate to see Sonder go quiet here in the final map. It was a valiant attempt to bring out the Reyna. Hey, I respect it. It's just not hit this time. Maybe this round, maybe that'd be enough. Who knows? Who knows?
I hate ever having that conversation about comfort on, a particular agent, but
the difference.
You're right. It's just not hit here. And like I said, it's not even as if misplays. It's just the shots have not been landing the same they were previously.
3 more seconds to find out if we keep this going, if Shopify Rebellion have it in them, or if G2 are just meant to be in these finals, meant to be looking this good. Take us all the way, and Petra kicks it off. Laurie's gone down. Vulnerability found and exploited. And the temptation to push is being called upon here. You can see it. Sonder wants to swing, and has been dealt with as well. Mimi's found her. It's fallen to pieces, Mike.
Mimi's found that wallbang through the elbow. It's ridiculous. Benita trying to challenge. Find some form of pressure back into this. KP try and shift walk through tube here. Aldrone going to clear out most of sight. Benita unnoted as of yet. But no Flowerful's position here. Mary breathing down her neck.
Okay, Mary. She checks it!
No way!
Heartbreak for Flowerful with just 2 remaining. Benita and KP with it all to do now. Tournament life on the line, and KP is still trying to fight the good fight for them. Spike now in. Tries to send Hunter's Fury. Benita on the chopping block is Giuliano, hunting her down once again, but she succeeds. And now it's all on one. KP's gone! And G2, a lifetime of greatness, forged in finals like this. Are the Game Changers Championship winners. 2 different titles, so many finals, and they've done it again.
Absolute madness to see the reverse sweep here. Finding 5 rounds on the side of the same number of rounds they found in the 2 previous maps. Absolute dominance from G2. And like I said, just when that composition change comes back in, the rhythms kind of reset, it allows G2 to play their game. And that's the scariest G2. Heartbreak for Shopify.
And let's take a moment here, because obviously it is G2's win. But credit has to go out there to Shopify Rebellion, putting on one of the best finals we've seen in a while.
Still, the Titan Slayers in my heart.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, to make that lower run. And Sonda, honestly, the headline for them.
Hands down. Hands down, Sonda.
Absolute animal.
One of the best we've seen come out here. One of the youngest to play in this tournament. An absolute highlight for North America Valorant. Brilliant scenes. And hopefully for Shopify, once you know, get back home, watch it back, they can be proud of what they've achieved here. I don't think anyone would have put them in those finals. A lot of people underestimating this side.
Absolutely.
And they fought with absolute heart. They overcame Cloud9. They overcame Team Liquid. They pushed G2 further than anyone in this tournament.
Exactly. Really turned heads on the way here. Round of applause for them. A fantastic run from Shopify. And absolutely earned their spot to play here in the grand finals.
100%. 100%.
And like you said, it's such a short list of teams that have really tested G2. So obviously, Gil closing out that grand final, a blip on the radar for them. Very rarely miss a beat.
Brilliant to see. They should be proud of what they've achieved. Then we have to give, obviously, the credit to G2 here. The reverse sweep, Mike, you mentioned it. It's just not seen. It's not seen. We all tell the tale. We all talk about it. But they are legends in their own right. There is no one else in any of these games like G2. You have some of the best in the business. Those who set the trends, who made this possible years in the making. Truly legends in their own right, and I can't imagine a better team to win the first Game Changers Championship.
He's got to close out so comfortably as well. Like I said, just slipping back into that demolition mode almost.
Yeah.
I want to know what that talk after map 2 was, because they came back a different team for the home stretch here in this best of 5. Everybody delivering.
And it's going to be a moment for some of those players on the stage. A lot of doubters when they first came to Valorant. I know a lot of people had their own opinions. Didn't think that they'd be able to come across so easily, keep that pedigree.
Replicate
exactly.
That success.
There was a lot of question marks, but for the likes of Giuliano, Petra, Mimi especially, those 3 is the core coming over and showing the brilliance just seems to follow them wherever they go. And then you look at the younger talent, the newer talent, Glance. Absolute rock of a performance. Ice cold in so many scenarios. And Mary, the little lion who could. How can you not enjoy watching her play?
Absolutely. And what an achievement at such a young age as well, to slot into this big shoes to fill.
The biggest.
And we were talking about a number of times in these interviews, talking about, no sweat whatsoever. We have full faith in molding Mary in to be the player we need her to be. And it's shown here in Berlin this week.
Yeah, incredible. And I'm glad you're right. And you highlighted it properly there in my mind. Talking about the likes of Zaz, when she left that roster, there were further question marks.
More questions, exactly.
There's so many. But for now, we do need to go through the in-zone MVP. It's on the screen there. Scan the QR code, let us know your thoughts. But Mike, who stood up to you? I know, ridiculous question, ridiculous, but give it a go.
I don't even think I can pick so. Do you know what? If Mary's name was up there, I would take it. Actually, I thought it was Mimi twice up.
Well, look, we are done here, but what we need to hear from are the players themselves down on the stage with Golden Boy.
This team was created not just with the intent to win, but to dominate. They looked at all challengers and welcomed their advances, knowing that when it mattered most, those 5 competitors on that stage right now could take it all today. They grabbed onto their story, they etched their names in the history books, and they are forever champions. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 goes in! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for G2 goes in! An unreal showing from these 5 fierce competitors, having to make the reverse sweep happen in honestly dominating fashion, even being taken to the limit on a map that they thought that even their opponents thought they probably had the upper hand in. But this is G2's moment. They're here to shine, and I'm very happy to be able to get some words with them here today. First and foremost, Giuliano, another championship. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you. I don't know, it was surreal to me. Like, when we were up 12 rounds, I was just looking at Petra and Mary, and we were just smiling. Like, we felt it coming, you know, and still when we won, it just hit me. Like, I cried.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Very well deserved. Glance, you've always been the rock of this team. You just always are so consistent every single time. What does this moment mean for you amongst this crew and amongst this crowd? Give it up for Glance.
Thank you, guys. I will just say it means everything.
Yeah.
We've been working so hard and we did so much. Oh my God.
You know what? We're all very proud of you, Glance. Mary, at the start of the tournament, Kakuka told me that she had a vision of you lifting the trophy over your head.
Yes.
And here we are. And you also had that same dream.
Yes, I did.
Is the dream matched to reality?
Yes. But I didn't cry. Not yet. Thank you. I love you, Elsa.
Anything you want to say to the Mary party as well, watching at home?
Shout out to my country, Bahrain. I'm so happy to represent the Middle East. Like, especially my country and all the other Middle Eastern girls. You can make it.
Damn right.
If you put something in your head, a vision, a goal, whatever it is, you can always do it. Just believe in yourself. Because I made it today, and I can't believe it.
Hell yeah. Petra, you're a champion.
Yes.
And you looked incredible doing it. Dominating performance through and through. You have been unreal this entire tournament. Obviously, this has been a journey for you guys. This team was built to dominate for this moment. Does it feel real to you?
Yeah, it does feel real now. But
yeah?
It was like first we were napping a little bit and then we dominated so hard and it felt like the closer we came to the end, the more real it felt. I was like, yeah, we belong to win. We need to win
What changed after map 2? You guys look like it might have gone a little south there. What changed for you guys?
Well, we always know we can come back
from anything, and we've been doing it so far in every game changer. We always starting really slow, and once we wake up, we're just unstoppable, and that's what we did.
And last, Miss Personality herself, Mimi, congratulations. You've been a joy to watch this entire tournament. On top of that, you've been a joy out here on the stage, but an absolute beast in this server. How does it feel knowing how much you accomplished here and also in the manner that you guys did it with the reverse sweep?
Listen, we have been through so much this year. We could also not have done it without Saz, so thank you so much.
And finally, Coach, you've brought these girls to their defining moment, but obviously plenty more to come. Is this just the beginning of the reign of G2 goes in domination for this team?
Like, the future will show, but like, I couldn't be happier to be with this team. They're amazing.
Damn right. Amazing. A man of few words. You're amazing. Hey, you're amazing. You're all amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up one more time. Make some noise for G2 goes in!
I don't need my arm anymore.
It's been a long year, and I can't believe I get to finally say EMEA is on top, baby! Let's go, G2! Okay, sorry, we had to get it out of the way. We just had to get it out.
I thought you were not going to do it. I was like,
no, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. But yeah, what a moment. And the way, I just want to quickly say, first ever reverse sweep at any international event, and they dropped 10 rounds in the last 3 maps. That is insane.
That's just crazy.
Oh,
That's
man.
crazy. I mean, like, obviously, I'm so happy for the G2 girls. I mean, again, the 3 veterans on that stage, like, really touched my heart. Glance, oh my God, she's gonna make me cry. But obviously, a super well-deserved. They really turned it on towards the end there. They really started getting their kills on, their aim on, their fire. You could tell that these girls are passionate. Obviously, both teams, good job today, and congratulations again to G2.
Yeah, those stats for Petra, they don't lie. They definitely don't lie. Petra was in there, and good for her, right? I think especially she was a little bit more quiet on that lineup, but I like to see that she was the one that popped off in the end and really just pushed it over the finish line for G2.
And away from the script, I love the history that we've made here. We're talking about a final between the top 2 seeds. They weren't even the first coming into the event. And they definitely showed the history of perseverance and resilience and learning from your mistakes, coming back in games, and giving 100% no matter the opponent that you have in front of you.
I mean, it feels crazy that people doubted this roster coming into this tournament. Of course, it had a lot to do. Oh yeah, they were 5th, right, on Placha. But I just want to give a shout out to Tom Biz, who basically, he told us the second that the Powerhouse plus Zaz moved into Valorant, Tom was like, get ready for G2 goes in, because they're going to win everything. So I know Tom is really smug right now, but I think even though people doubted them, this result was kind of expected, right?
It was. I mean, this squad just has so much history. I've gotten beaten by Giuliano. Bonita has gotten beaten multiple times. So I think, especially for Shopify side at least, there's that shining light at least that Bonita's going to be able to see the positive of this and come back next year and be able to hopefully start some sort of crazy American revenge tour.
It broke my heart a little bit to see Sonder like that. I think that it also meant a lot to her. But still, I'm very happy with the performance and the Shopify Rebellion that we had at this tournament. They managed to get over C9 White and dump them away from the tournament.
Yes.
Even if it's not with the biggest win of the year, it's still, I think the progression is there and things are looking way better for them in the future.
Yeah, I think they're definitely, if they're not motivated right now, they definitely are, you know, after they kind of realize how well they played in this tournament, they should definitely realize that going forward, they have so much to strive for. I mean, they already broke the ceiling, like you said, that they kind of felt like they were always under. And so for both of these teams, you know, an amazing best of 5. I really enjoyed watching it. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, okay. We love celebrating. I mean, I do want to talk about Carcass as well real quick. Of course, he was a professional player in the beginning of his career. He was kind of on the fringe tier 1, doing well here and there, but never kind of broke into the international scene, moving into G2 Gozen and then winning a world championship title. What a story.
Yeah, I think it's also the first time that he's like coaching, right? If I'm not completely mistaken, he went, as you said, Yinsu, from being a professional player to be like, you know, we've seen this before in the past. We've seen it with Pipson, for example. He takes a step back and he's like, you know, I want to be directing the team from within. And I think it's exactly what that core that looked so promising at the beginning of Valorant that needed. So.
Oh, Zaz! We love you, Zaz! Oh my God! Okay, I do want to. I mean, we've already heard from the stage that they said this is just as much a part of Zaz's as it is theirs, which is true because once again, they got here on points. They did not win the last tournament, and a lot of those points came from when Zaz was on the team.
Yeah, and what a way for her to just kind of continue her legacy without kind of playing is getting
that's an easy win.
Yeah, it is, and I love it, right? She was able to step down and she saw a youngster in Lil Mary and figured that this could really elevate her squad. So I love that sort of selflessness coming out from Zainab, and what just legends on the stage right now.
Yeah. First name basis, I love that.
Yeah, you know, I know her like that. I had to throw it in there. I had to throw it in there a little bit.
To flex.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I love about this team is how much support they have for each other. You can tell, you know, especially that they're on their home turf with all the fans in the crowd. Like, there's just so much support out there. Zaz is staying around, you know, really showing up for her team. That's just something I love. And, like, seeing those girls win is just, it's a pleasure. It really is.
One last time, we need to, you know, think about how much this means to, for example, Mary. You know, she's 16, coming from Bahrain. She's going to be such an inspiration for so many girls out there. The message that she was given, if you put something in your mind and you really want it, go get it. It's waiting for you. Like, the things that we can learn from these young guns, the same goes for Daiki, for example. I think it's so important.
I refuse to believe Mary's 16. I need to see, like, I need to see your ID, Mary.
Wise beyond her years.
Yeah, I need to see that passport because there's.
Do you remember yourself when you were 16? Because I was not like that.
Yeah, you don't want to know what I was like when I was 16.
I was like eating crayons.
Wait, what?
Hang on.
Wait.
Whoa.
Okay. How did that escalate? It's getting out of hand here. It's getting out of hand. But we're going to digest on that for a second, pun intended. Let's pull up the results for the player of the match poll first and see who you guys voted at home. Mary, overwhelmingly, again, 16 years old, the youngest player ever to win a grand final, a trophy in VCT, across all of VCT. And honestly, for me, she's the tournament MVP as well.
Oh, yeah, completely. I think that we, during the pre-show, there was very good honorable mentions when they were making the perfect team. But to me, it has to go for Mary. The fact that we saw her, you know, starting with the role swap, playing with the veterans, and still outperforming them, being exactly what the team needed and what they expected of her. I'm 100%. I agree.
Yeah, and having fun as well. Just looking so in her element. Whether she's in the interviews, whether she's in the server, whether it's just that camera presence after the rounds when she's celebrating, she's just, everything's just so effortless for her.
Yeah, she's definitely in her comfort zone. And I really wonder if it's, you know, the G2 environment that's making her feel so comfortable, including obviously her own confidence, because she does have that kind of aura about her.
Sad.
And even like representing the MENA region, I mean, like representing Bahrain especially, like that is a really big kind of pressure, because obviously, you know, like Middle East representation hasn't been that big recently, and obviously it is starting to go up there. So I think that she has put herself in a lot of titles and a lot of first positions, and I just think that overall she's been doing awesome, especially for her age.
Yeah, we've had some incredible representation, I think, all round as well. But sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Shopify Rebellion. But I don't see this as a negative note whatsoever. No. They're the runner-ups. Nobody, and I challenge you guys at home, show me your pick'ems. Nobody thought that they could go this far in this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And the way that they did it as well, I mean, they showcased so much growth over these last couple of weeks. The Shopify Rebellion we saw a couple of months ago online is not the Shopify Rebellion we see today. I think longer, I mean, this whole squad moving forward into 2023, it is exciting for them. It's not exciting today, they just lost, but starting from tomorrow, it is up and up and up.
Yeah, the outcome of the tournament for them, all the experience that they've gained, not only playing in a LAN, but also against all different regions. I think that we were mentioning that this is probably the squad that has played the most. So if we're talking about where you're getting out of the tournament, this girls are getting a lot of reps.
Yeah, Shopify definitely kind of showing what they have. I think it's just been an amazing run for them. I really, really hope the girls don't get too down on themselves. I know what it feels like, you know, to lose or to win or just being so close. And again, we've said this before, they've constantly been on that verge of being first place, always constantly. But again, they definitely showed themselves today. I think they showed their true colors this tournament, and I really, really think they have so much to look forward to.
I mean, they set the bar so high. Next tournament, C9 White, they want their revenge. Team Liquid, they're going to want their revenge. So,
everyone's their revenge.
Yeah, everyone's going to want to take a shot at Shopify next time. And before we leave you guys, and I know Sonda looked like she was a little bit hard on herself, and I don't think she needs to be, because look at this HyperX reflex she pulled off earlier today. Not just today, throughout this entire tournament, Kakuka, she's been one of the best.
It's lovely to see. I think that this is an amazing play. What is that bullet? And she gets the second one, and then she gets the ult out. She's going to die, but she gets one with her. Like, yeah, that's it. That's exactly. And she even knows how to count. Jesus Christ.
And I really like the way she uses her showstopper as well. I think Ray's showstoppers, it's getting a lot more complicated to get success out of this ult, but the way Sonder does it and the way her team reacts around her as well is fantastic, and she's able to quickly just use it in these pickle situations where it's like, you just have no other options, but all of a sudden, just with pure, just natural instincts, you're able to pull the round out like that. So it's a flex having a player like Sonder on your squad.
Yeah, I think Sonder for sure is one of the players that I think mechanically, in terms of movement, has really, really put herself out there. Like, her movement is insane. Her reactions with her satchels or her neon zooms, like, she genuinely puts an emphasis on movement in this game, and I think that her mechanics and natural reflexes with those kinds of abilities just shows how good of a player she is.
Well, before we close out the show, as always, I'm going to ask you about your favorite moments, what you're going to take away. I'll start first to give you guys some time to think. I'm just going to throw the F because I don't think I could ever forget Fennel. I think Fennel for me has been my favorite memory here, probably, meeting them. Yeah. Oh, Athena is going to be for a few more days. But yeah, Kakuka, what about you?
Gang sign. To me, it's actually meeting the players as well from South America on my side. These are players that I've known for some of them for a very long time, and some of them I got to meet here. And to me, it's you know, it's a very deep feeling to get to see that finally we got some kind of closure in our scene, because, you know, we've been part of this for so long. Not as players, obviously, but actually getting to put faces onto players means a lot.
Yeah, I think for me, honestly, I'm going to be pretty cliche. I'm going to go for the NA versus NA, like, kind of turmoil, the rivalry. For me, it was so fun to finally see both these teams play at LAN, because they've met so often. So the SR versus C9 game, I think that was just something that everyone has been waiting to see, because obviously of C9's dominant victories and SR kind of coming in, looking really good. So for me, I think once Shopify won, it was kind of like, oh, anything can happen. Like, this is really interesting. So I think for me, that was definitely like the height of this, really.
I don't know how to package this in a correct way, but I'm going to say that the thing that I like most is that NA lost.
Oh my God,
Shopify came out, destroyed Cloud9. Cloud9 just... they're just non-existent this tournament. But the reason I like it is because 2023 is going to be so insane, especially for us over in America. I mean, there's so many question marks coming through for next year. Is Shopify going to be able to handle online white? Are we going to have more? I mean, so many questions coming out, but these are all good things. I mean, my very first LAN in 2006, I went and I got destroyed. And it ignites a fire in you. And again, that revenge tour for these youngsters is going to be spectacular to watch. So I'm excited.
Yeah, we're going to see you on stage, Athena. We got this.
I hope so.
It's going to happen. Next time you're
be on the interview.
Yeah. It's going to be great. Well, thank you so much for joining me. This has been my absolute favorite event, and I couldn't have done it without you guys, the other talent casters, of course. Thank you guys at home so much for joining us here for this historic moment. We all want to thank you guys for cheering on us and witnessing something incredibly, I guess, memorable that we're going to take away. Once again, congratulations to the champions, G2 Gozen. And I'm once again very grateful for you guys at home for supporting this initiative. We're going to sign off now. Here is the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Good night.
We've been waiting for this moment since the launch of VALORANT Game Changers. 8 teams have poured everything they have into this defining moment of their legacy. One team will cement their name in VCT history and take home the first ever Game Changers trophy.
First of all, we're making history. Game Changers, since the moment that it was created, it has a very specific purpose. Seeing the girls here, it really it moves me.
And Mel won't let it happen against Smurfette or Claudia.
Let's go.
And Petra's not going to get out of anybody's way.
When we need luck, there's a bold guy.
Okay.
No one from Shopify ready to fight that, and Sonder in midair.
And they're getting carved by Daiki and DRN.
You're insane. You're insane. In the head. True.
Giuliano gets a 4 key into the round and the Red Bull clutch.
It's all the one and Kinnear dives in.
It's going to be Mimi for 2. Make it a 3rd. You cannot get past her.
It is a great day to be from EMEA. We're on top, baby.
Yeah, we are. Let's go.
Yeah, woo! No.
That's what you need. That is dance-inducing behavior.
And G2 make it to the grand finals, feeling destined for it.
I'm going to crown Mimi as the first Lanimo of Game Changers here.
The stakes of the next match are pretty simple. Win, and your dream of earning the championship stays alive. Lose, and you go home.
And we're just shocking, trying to land these shots.
Wow.
Gets another one, and the 4th looking for the ace, and she's gonna get it!
How you whip that thing!
Smurfette is forward, but bomb from behind, running straight on in. 3 kills.
Oh! What the Bob? Can you believe it?
Lori here as well. A double of her own.
Flowerful is holding the angle. Flowerful finds both.
Shopify defy expectation. They're into the grand finals. Second fiddle no more.
We started with 8 teams vying for the title of World's Best, and now we're left with our final 2. Who will be our first Game Changers champion? Let's find out today.
Lori, though, just play in the corner. Falls back. Lori! Shopify Rebellion. That's map 1. Oh, and Lori is just unfazed by it. 92 HP, still sitting pretty. Benita in support. G2 left stunned. Potentially taken. They did. Oh my God, Mary! This is a tragedy in action.
Oh my God.
In the corner, they don't know she's there. And Mimi with the worst surprise possible denies them all. G2 not out of it yet. Striding through the game now. G2. There's a reason they are the team to beat. This is devastating to watch. Glance, what a shot. How much more can she handle? Plenty. Oh, Cards 3. Back to back. Angle could be tricky, but still gets him. There's a reason. She's a legend. And G2, a lifetime of greatness forged in finals like this. Are the Game Changers Championship winners.
They grabbed onto their story, they etched their names in the history books, and they are forever champions. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 goes in!
If I could write you a song, you would fall in love. I would already have you, but under my arms, I used up all of my tricks. I hope that you like this, but you probably won't. You think you're cooler than me. You got the sign of shades, just hide your face, and you wear them around like you're cooler than me. And you never say hey or remember my name, and it's probably because you think you're cooler than me. I like it, guys.
Thank you.
So